Chaos Collides, EMP Collapse Book 4. Written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2022 by Christine Kersey. To listen to this audiobook without any ads, and to listen to all of my audiobooks ad-free, join my Patreon for exclusive access to my entire audiobook library, all ad-free. The link to Patreon is in the description. Chapter 1. Alex. "This feels super odd," Melissa said. Alex had to agree. They were touring one house on their street where the residents had never come home. "Which part feels odd?" Jason asked as he stood in the family room and surveyed the space. "The part where we're thinking of moving into someone else's house? Or the part where it's the same floor plan as ours but nicer?" "At least it's not burned to the ground," Stephen pointed out. Frowning, Alex shook his head. Travis Hughes, the man who had led a group of thugs to menace their entire neighborhood, was now dead, but he'd done a lot of damage before Alex had put a bullet between his eyes. It had been less than 24 hours since Hughes had set their house on fire, and Alex's anger was fresh and raw. They still had to get their food back from the thieves who had stolen it, but first, Alex and Melissa wanted to figure out where they were going to live. At least for now. Melissa had floated the idea of traveling to her sister Heather's place, a homestead about 250 miles south of them. Not eager to make the trip, Alex had told Melissa he would think about it. But really, he wanted to stay in their neighborhood where they'd become close with several people. Luke and Chloe had become especially important to Alex and Melissa. They'd let Alex and his family sleep in their home the previous night, even offering to let them stay there for longer. As kind as the offer was, neither Alex nor Melissa wanted to become a burden. With 3 teenagers plus Baxter, the dog they'd been taking care of, their family added too much commotion. Not only that, but with Luke and Chloe both recovering from injuries, it just didn't feel right to impose. Instead, they'd considered the 4 houses on their street that were unoccupied. They'd immediately discarded the idea of staying at the Campbell's house. Kevin had left to find his wife and would be back. At least Alex hoped so, which left 3 other houses. The one they were currently checking out was the 3rd of the 3 they toured. It had belonged to the Newman family. "So?" Alex asked Melissa. "What do you think?" Wearing a deep frown, she shrugged, then turned to face him. "It'll work, but it's just weird." "I know, but what choice do we have?" She gave him a look that said, "I gave you another option." Giving her a subtle shake of his head, he said, "This neighborhood is home." He left off the rest of the thought, "I'm not ready to leave yet." With a minute shake of her head, she turned to the kids. "What do you guys think of this place?" None of their 3 children seemed all that enthusiastic, but they were also well aware that there weren't any other good options on the table. "I say we go for it," Emily said, wearing a smile that Alex could tell was her attempt at being positive. Alex shifted his attention to Jason and Stephen. Both nodded. "Okay, looks like it's unanimous." He swept his arms out. "Welcome home." "At least we don't have to move any boxes or furniture or anything," Stephen said with a wry smile. Alex couldn't suppress a chuckle. That was one positive, although what he wouldn't give to have some of their stuff. They had nothing but the clothes on their backs and the weapons they'd been carrying. "When are we going to get our food back?" Emily asked with a pained expression. "I'm hungry." "Me too," Stephen said, "and don't forget Baxter." He reached down and placed a hand on the black lab's head. Baxter tilted his head and licked Stephen's hand. "We need food for him." Where were they going to find that? As if he understood what they were talking about, Baxter walked into the kitchen and began sniffing the ground beside one cabinet, then moved along the floor, on the hunt for something to eat. "I'm going today," Alex told them. "Just wanted to get you guys settled first." "I'm going too," Melissa said, her tone brooking no argument, so he didn't bother trying to convince her to stay home. "Fine." Stan and Oliver had already committed to being part of this mission. Luke would have come too if his ankle wasn't messed up. "I want to help," Jason said. "Okay." Alex knew Stephen would want to come as well, so he headed that off by turning to him and saying, "I need you and Emily to stay here with Baxter and dig around. Find out what supplies are in the house and make a list of what we need." "We will, Dad," Emily said before Stephen could argue. "Thank you." He turned to Melissa and Jason. "Let's go." The three of them left the house, and as they crossed the street to walk to Stan's, which was next door to their burned house, Alex couldn't stop his eyes from sliding in that direction. The stink of smoke was still strong in the air, and their house continued to smolder. Later, once the fire was out, he would look through the embers and see if he could salvage anything. "Do you think Stan and Nancy's house has much damage?" Melissa asked as they stepped onto the sidewalk and began passing Luke's house, which was on this side of Stan's. That morning, Alex had surveyed the damage, and though the siding on Stan's house looked somewhat melted and twisted, the structure was still intact. "I think it's all right." "Dad, are we going to do something about those bodies?" Alex followed Jason's gaze and saw the bodies he'd stacked on the side of Luke's house that morning. Travis Hughes was among them. "Yeah," Alex said. "We'll deal with them when we get back." At least it was cold enough that they hadn't started to smell too much yet. They walked up Stan's driveway, and just before they reached his porch, the front door opened, and Stan stepped out. "Hey there," he said with a smile. "Come on in." Although they had an important mission ahead of them, with Hughes dead and no longer a threat, the anxiety that had been a constant hum below the surface of Alex's mind for the last several days had lessened considerably. Alex, Melissa, and Jason went inside Stan's house. The distinctive smell of smoke was unavoidable. His attention went to the wall that the fire had affected. There was obvious damage on the inside of the house, but nothing that would make the space uninhabitable. Doing a chin lift in that direction, Alex said, "Sorry Hughes' vendetta affected your house." Stan frowned. "Please, you lost your house." Then he chuckled. "What's a little melting of the wall compared to that?" Alex couldn't help but quietly laugh at that. Nancy, Stan's wife, joined them. She gave Melissa a hug, then stepped back and asked, "How are you?" "You know," Melissa said with a smile. "We're okay. We lost our house and our stuff, but we're still together and no one got hurt. That's what's important." "Where are your boys?" Alex asked. Just then, a childish voice cried out from a room down the hall. "Give it back, Ethan!" Shaking his head, Stan said, "Still wondering where they are?" Nancy rolled her eyes, then left to deal with her two young boys. "So," Stan said, "you ready to get your food back?" Alex was eager to right this particular wrong. "Oh, yeah." Chapter 2. Melissa. Melissa glanced at Alex, who was driving the El Camino they'd borrowed, one that Zane, the neighborhood mechanic, had rounded up for them. Jason sat in the passenger seat beside her. Stan, Oliver, and Eddie rode in the El Camino's bed. She hoped just the six of them would be enough to deal with what they were about to do. The night before, they'd killed Hughes and all the men he'd brought with him to attack her and her children. The memory filled her with a mix of anger and fear. When those men had shown up and tried to get into her house, she'd been terrified. But she and Stephen and Emily, and Baxter the dog, had slipped out the back and gone to Luke's, where they'd mounted a defense and taken down most of their attackers before Alex and the others had returned and finished off the remaining assailants. Now, the threat from Hughes was over. At least she hoped so. They had no idea who from Hughes' neighborhood could still be a danger and would want revenge. They were about to find out. Alex pulled to the side of the road, then turned off the engine. He shifted his attention to her and Jason. "We're half a mile from Hughes' neighborhood. We'll walk the rest of the way." Melissa nodded her understanding. They'd already discussed how they would approach the neighborhood, and she was ready. The night before, she'd killed two men, and although she hadn't enjoyed taking their lives, she had no regrets. Those men had been coming after her and her children, ready to kill them. There had been no other choice but to take them out. She would do it again without hesitation. With Alex leading the way, the group of six began the short walk, and when they reached the entrance to Hughes' neighborhood, it surprised Melissa that no one seemed to be keeping guard. "Where is everyone?" Jason asked in a soft voice. "Stacked next to Luke's house," Eddie said with a smirk. Melissa pictured the pile of bodies. That would not be fun to deal with. We don't know who's left or how well armed they are, Alex said. Stay alert. Too bad we couldn't find the vehicles these guys used, Oliver said. Melissa agreed. It would have been nice to have Hugh's truck and car, but after searching the area surrounding their neighborhood, they hadn't come across either the truck or the sedan, an LTD. Hughes and his men must have parked quite a distance away before approaching their neighborhood. Hold up, Alex said, his fist raised. They stopped at the edge of the yard at the corner house. Somewhat concealed behind a tall row of bushes, Melissa surveyed their surroundings, but couldn't see too far beyond the immediate area. Alex was at the front edge of the bushes. He scanned Hugh's street, then he grunted and motioned for them to fall back to just outside the neighborhood. Once they had, he said, I know where those vehicles are. What? Eddie asked. Alex smirked. Yeah, looks like Hughes must have left at least one person with the vehicles, because the truck and LTD are both parked in his driveway. They were quiet as they absorbed this information. Then Oliver asked, What do you want to do? I want to finish what we came to do, Alex answered. The question is, would it be better to wait until dark, or would going in now give us the element of surprise? I say we go in now, Stan said. Melissa tended to agree, so she said, They won't be expecting us in the middle of the day. I'm ready to go now, Oliver said. Eddie and Jason nodded their agreement. Okay, Alex said. Let's do it. They crept back around the house on the corner and toward Hugh's house. With no idea how many people were inside, they had to be cautious, but Melissa was eager to get this over and done with. Keeping to the shadows, they eased along the two houses that came before Hugh's place. Alex motioned for Oliver, Jason, and Eddie to go to the front door, while he, Melissa, and Stan would go around back. Though her confidence in Jason was high, it still made Melissa super nervous for her son to not be with her and Alex, but she trusted Oliver and Eddie to watch out for him. The trio broke off and headed toward the front door, while Melissa went with Alex and Stan to the gate that led to the backyard. Stan lifted the latch and gently pushed the gate. It swung inward. Stan went first, then Melissa, then Alex. They trotted along the side of the house and reached the back patio in seconds. Gearing up for what they were about to face, Melissa reminded herself that these people had come to her neighborhood, her home, unprovoked, and had attacked and killed. What they were doing now was not only getting back what was theirs, food that would keep her children alive, but they had to make sure the people in this neighborhood were never a threat again. Pausing at the corner of the house where they would be hidden from view from those inside, yet able to see if anyone tried to leave, Alex held up his finger, signaling for them to wait. 10 seconds later, they heard a gunshot, then yelling, then more gunshots. Desperately trying not to picture Jason getting shot, Melissa kept her focus between Alex and the rear of the house. The sliding glass door opened, and a man backed out while firing into the interior of the house. Melissa aimed her gun at the man, but before she got a shot off, Alex had already shot him, and the man went down. Alex signaled for them to move in, then he took the lead. Melissa kept her gun up and ready, her finger just outside the trigger guard. No more gunshots sounded. Was the battle over? Was Jason all right? Stepping over the body sprawled in the doorway, Melissa tried to find Jason with her eyes, but after the bright sunlight, the interior of the house was dim. She squinted. They entered a dining area next to the kitchen. Besides the body of the man Alex had killed, there were 3 additional bodies, all men. "Mom," Jason said, and when Melissa saw him standing and healthy, she lowered her gun and pressed a hand to her chest. "We need to clear the house," Alex said. "This floor is clear," Jason said. "Oliver is clearing the upstairs, and Eddie went into the basement." In minutes, both men joined them on the main floor. "Upstairs is clear," Oliver said. "Basement too," Eddie said. Then he grinned. "I found the food." Chapter 3. Alex. Thrilled that things were going so well, Alex knew better than to celebrate. For all he knew, more men would come to investigate the gunshots, although with the Ford they'd just killed and the number they'd killed the night before, it didn't seem likely that many were left who would want to battle them. While Stan and Eddie kept watch, Alex, Melissa, Jason, and Oliver loaded all the food from Hugh's basement into the bed of the truck parked out front. They'd found keys to both vehicles in the pockets of two of the dead men. Unfortunately, although Alex had gotten back the buckets of his freeze-dried food and what looked like most of the rest of the food, nearly all the number 10 cans of flour, wheat, rice, and other goods weren't in the basement. He assumed they'd been distributed to some of the families in the neighborhood. Although they could have gone looking for them, the risk of injury or death from confronting more people was too high, so he decided to cut his losses and be happy with what they'd been able to get back. Once all the food had been loaded into the bed of the truck, Oliver got behind the wheel while Stan drove the green LTD. Eddie rode with Oliver, and Alex, Melissa, and Jason rode with Stan. They left the neighborhood without further confrontation, and when they reached the El Camino, Stan stopped to let Alex and Melissa out. As Alex drove the El Camino toward their neighborhood, he turned to Melissa. "You did good." "Thanks." Then she smirked. "So did you." She was quiet. "Should we, give the food bank their share back?" He considered the question. They needed to give Luke and Chloe their food back, of course, as well as return the food to those on their street who had contributed. But after that? He glanced at Melissa. "I don't want to shut off the food bank as a resource, which we would do if we didn't return their share to them." She grimaced. "Yeah, that's true." Then she frowned. "But dang it, Alex, the way they responded to this whole thing rubs me the wrong way." He drummed his fingers against the steering wheel. "I know." And when he thought about Jordan and Elijah and their attitudes about not even wanting to fight back against their attackers, he grew more agitated. Shoving aside thoughts of people who didn't matter to him, people he would not let get under his skin, he asked Melissa, "What do you want to do?" "As much as I'd like to just keep it." She tossed him an amused smile. "I mean, we are the ones who got it back, but you're right, we don't want to burn that bridge just yet." He laughed. "Are you saying you'll want to burn it eventually?" "Maybe talking about burning stuff isn't the right analogy to use right now." "Yeah, maybe not." They reached the west barricade to their neighborhood and drove right through. The people on guard had already opened it for Stan and Oliver and had been expecting them. Alex pulled up to the Newman's house where he and his family were living, and he parked the El Camino in the driveway. Oliver had parked the truck at the curb, and Stan had parked the LTD in front of his house across the street. By the time Alex and Melissa got out of the El Camino, Stan, Oliver, Eddie, and Jason had reached them. Emily, Stephen, and Baxter came bounding out of the house. "You're back!" Stephen shouted as he threw his arms up, a broad smile on his face. "That was fast," Emily said as she stopped beside Melissa, who pulled Emily into a hug. "It went pretty smoothly," Alex said, grateful that although they'd had to kill 4 more people, no one from their group had gotten hurt. Stephen peered into the bed of the truck. "You got the food!" Alex's stomach growled at Stephen's words. He'd had little to eat since before Hughes and his men had kidnapped him and Luke. "Let's put all of the food in the garage, and then we can figure out who gets what." After sliding the garage door open, they unloaded the totes into the garage, then sorted them by what would go to Luke and Chloe, what would be divided up by the people on their street who had contributed to the ransom, and what would go to the food bank. Alex and his family had already brought their food into the house. It had been a little challenging to determine who got what, but the buckets of freeze-dried food were all Alex and Melissa's. Once that was done, Oliver, Stan, and Eddie headed to their homes. "Let's get this to Luke and Chloe," Alex said as he gestured to the totes of food set aside for them. When Luke answered the door, Alex couldn't suppress a smile as he held up a tote filled with food. "Nice," Luke said, his face lighting up. He stepped back so they could carry the totes inside. "Oh my goodness," Chloe said, before tears sprang into her eyes. "Is that for us?" Charlotte asked, her eyes bright with excitement. "Yes, it is," Emily said as she gave the 5-year-old a hug. "How'd it go?" Luke asked Alex in a quiet voice. Alex set the tote he was carrying on the kitchen counter, then he spoke to Luke so only he could hear. "We killed the 4 men we made contact with. Other than that, it went pretty well." "Wish I could have come." Alex shifted his attention to Luke's booted ankle before lifting his eyes to Luke's. "How are you feeling?" About the same, but it's only been a day. Chuckling, Alex said, True. Luke surveyed the food that seemed like a bounty after having almost nothing, then smiled at Alex. Thanks for this. Although he was only returning what had already belonged to Luke and Chloe, Alex felt a powerful surge of warmth for doing something that would make a difference to his friends, something that would keep them alive. Happy to. Let's get the rest of the food to the neighbors, Melissa said. Alex nodded. Sounds good. Luke slapped Alex on the shoulder. Thanks again. Chloe gave Melissa a hug, then Alex and his family left. Chapter 4. Alex. Back at the house, Alex asked all 3 kids to go to the neighbors on their street and invite them to come to the house for a quick meeting. Within 30 minutes, everyone was gathered in the open garage. I'm sorry about your house, John said with a frown. Appreciate that, Alex said. It's kind of strange to see you in the Newmans' house, Lisa said with a half smile. It feels even stranger, Melissa said with a chuckle. You got the food back, Diana said with a broad smile as she beheld the totes of food. Yes, Alex said with a grin. That's why we asked you to come. All of you were so generous in offering the extra you had to help free Luke and me. He had to swallow over the knot that formed in his throat. Of course, Stephanie said with a warm smile. Good news, Alex said as he swept his arm toward the food. We got it back. Everyone softly chuckled. I think this is most of what you donated. Looks like the thieves ate some of it, but besides that over there, he pointed to a separate group of totes, which came from the food bank, the rest is for all of you. He took a breath before asking a question that had been on his mind. Speaking of the food bank... Everyone's eyes went to him. He glanced at Melissa. He hadn't told her he was going to bring this up to the neighbors on their street, so she was watching him just as closely as everyone else. We could divide up what's been set aside for the food bank and keep it ourselves, but that would probably mean none of us could access the food bank. Each person seemed to be deep in thought as they considered the ramifications of such a choice. I don't know, Lisa said. Alex knew Lisa was a single mom, which made him rethink even suggesting it. Regardless, the people on his street had to decide. Diana gave Lisa a sympathetic look. Then she walked over to the totes of food set aside for the food bank before facing the group. There's really not a lot here. I don't think it would be worth it to risk giving up access to the food bank. Let's take a vote, Alex said. It didn't take long for everyone to agree to return the food to the food bank. All right, it's decided. Take your portion of this other food, and I'll get the food bank's share back to them. 10 minutes later, the only people left were Alex and his family. He still had the El Camino, although he needed to return it to Zane. Oliver and Stan had taken possession of the truck and the LTD they'd taken from Hughes, with the understanding that Alex and Luke and their families could use them as well. Who wants to go with me to take this to the food bank? Alex asked his kids. Not surprisingly, Stephen was the first to volunteer. Ruffling his 13-year-old son's hair, Alex said, All right, let's load it up and get it done. When they parked at the curb in front of the food bank, Alex wondered who would be on duty. There were usually at least 2 guards, but sometimes someone else was there to hand out food. Typically, someone from either the main committee or the food committee. 3 people were in line at the front door of the house that they were using as their food bank. Alex couldn't help but wonder how many people in their neighborhood were running out of food or had already run out completely. Despite the fact that for decades, so many people in Utah had been counseled by their church leaders to store a year's supply of food for emergencies, not enough people had followed that counsel, and now they were regretting it. Grateful that he and his family had gotten back their food, Alex knew it wouldn't last forever, which meant he needed to have a talk with his family about rationing. Alex and Stephen took the 6 totes out of the bed of the El Camino and set them on the sidewalk. The people in line turned to see what they were doing. The woman at the back of the line came over to them. "Can I have some of that?" she asked. Alex shook his head. "It's for the food bank." Her forehead furrowed. "Where'd you get it? Is there more?" The facts were way too complicated to explain, so he kept it simple. "It came from the food bank, and now I'm giving it back." Blinking rapidly, she rubbed her chin. "Why would you do that?" "Alex!" a man called out. Alex turned and saw Kurt, a member of the committee who had been supportive of Alex's plan to get their food back from Hughes and put an end to the threat when Alex had presented the idea to the committee. Others, like Elijah and Jordan, had not only been less enthusiastic, but had been downright hostile to the idea. Kurt walked past the people in line and over to Alex and Stephen. He held his hand out and Alex shook it. The woman who had been talking to Alex frowned and got back in line. Surveying the totes of food, Kurt said, "I have to say, I'm kind of surprised you got it back." He paused. "How'd it go?" Alex thought about the firefight they'd gotten into and the 4 dead bodies they'd left in Hughes' house. "Not quite as easy as I'd hoped, but it's done now." Kurt nodded. "Need help carrying it in?" "Sure." The 3 of them each lifted a stack of 2 totes and walked past the short line of people at the door. "Can we get our food?" the man at the front of the line asked as they carried in the load. "Yeah," Kurt said. "Someone's gathering it now." Kurt glanced at Alex as he said it. Narrowing his eyes, Alex had a suspicion why Kurt had briefly shifted his focus to Alex, and when he crossed the threshold, his suspicions were confirmed. Elijah was inside, filling a small box with cans of food. Seeing the man who had been a thorn in his side since the moment Alex had met him, he clenched his jaw and set his totes beside the totes Kurt had placed on the floor to one side of the room. Chapter 5. Alex. Elijah stopped what he was doing and stared at the totes before turning to Alex. "Huh, you got it back." Then his lip curled. "How many people did you have to kill?" Alex's nostrils flared. "There's a stack of bodies next to Luke's house. Go count them yourself." Elijah's eyes widened and his mouth fell open. "We also lost one of ours," Alex said as he thought about the gunfight the night before. "You can help dig his grave." Mouth snapping shut, Elijah didn't respond. Kurt frowned. "It surprised me that they attacked your house so soon, Alex." Keeping his eyes steady on Elijah, Alex said, "I wasn't." "Any of them come to your house, Elijah?" Elijah shook his head. "Huh, wonder why." Then Alex turned away and focused on straightening the stack of totes. "What's that supposed to mean?" Elijah asked. "Stephen," Kurt said as he pointed to a filled cardboard box, "would you give that food to the man at the front of the line?" Alex was so annoyed at Elijah's presence and attitude, he'd almost forgotten his son was there. "Sure," Stephen said. Then he picked up the box and left the room. Alex gave Kurt a tight smile of gratitude. "I asked you a question," Elijah said. "Are you trying to imply something?" Alex faced the man. "Why? Is there something you need to confess?" Alex didn't actually believe Elijah had anything to do with Hughes and his group, but it felt good to get under the jerk's skin. "No," Elijah said, his tone saying he was insulted at the idea. Alex scowled. "You should be grateful that some people in this neighborhood had the guts to deal with the attackers. If it wasn't for them, this food bank would be empty right now. Not to mention many of our people would be dead." Elijah began, his voice more subdued. "Is the threat over then?" "Yeah," Alex spit out. "No thanks to you." Elijah bristled, crossing his arms over his chest as his chin went up. Alex didn't care. The man could be as offended as he wanted to be. Alex had only spoken the truth. He turned his back on Elijah and faced Kurt. "I'll let you sort out the food." Kurt nodded. "Thanks for bringing it over." "Yeah." Alex left the room, then he and Stephen drove to Zane's house to return the El Camino. After thanking him, they walked home. "Why doesn't that guy like you?" Stephen asked. "I mean, the man at the food bank." Chuckling, Alex said, "He's on the committee." "Yeah, I saw him there when Mom and I asked for their help." Love for his son washed over him, and he ruffled his hair. "Thanks for speaking up for me." "You're welcome." Alex frowned. Elijah was one of the people who didn't want to contribute to the ransom, and then once Luke and I returned, he didn't want to try to get the food back. "That doesn't explain why he doesn't like you," Stephen said with a tilt of his head. "We just disagree on how things are and how to deal with them." "Oh." Alex knew Jordan was on the same page as Elijah, and he couldn't help but wonder how many others were of the same mind. How would their attitude affect the safety of the entire neighborhood? Not wanting to waste any mental energy on them, when he and Stephen reached their street, Alex first headed toward his burned house. The destroyed structure still smoldered. It had been less than 24 hours since it had burned, so he wasn't surprised it wasn't completely out, especially without a fire department to help put it out. When it was safe, he would dig through the embers and see if he could salvage anything. They passed Stan and Nancy's house, and as they approached the edge of Luke's property, Alex couldn't stop his attention from drifting toward where he dragged the bodies early that morning. But what he saw made him stop in his tracks. "What's wrong, Dad?" Stephen asked. Alex glanced at Stephen before squinting at the spot where the bodies had been. "They're gone." Unless he dragged them back farther than he'd realized, and they were deep in the shadows. Alex crossed the grass and made his way to the side of the house. Nope, no bodies. There was blood on the ground, clear evidence the bodies had been there. "Alex!" a voice called out from somewhere behind him. It sounded like Luke, and it was coming from his front porch. Alex strode from around the side of the house to the front, with Stephen right behind him. When Luke came into view, Alex gestured toward the side of the house. "Where'd they go?" Wearing a grim smile, Luke said, "Oliver, Stan, and Eddie are bringing them to Hugh's neighborhood. Figured their families would want to bury them." "Makes sense," Alex said, grateful that the bodies were being dealt with. He just wondered what kind of reception his friends would receive from the families of the dead. Alex chatted with Luke a while longer, then he and Stephen headed back to the house they were staying in. He didn't consider it their house. That just felt wrong. After all, the Newmans could still come back, and then Alex and Melissa and their kids would have to find some other place to live. He didn't like the uncertainty of their situation, but for now, it was what he had to work with. Chapter 6. Alex. "What'd you find?" Alex asked his family when he and Stephen walked into the kitchen and saw a scattering of items on the table. Melissa turned to him with a smile and swept her hand toward the objects. "See for yourself." Alex leaned closer to the table and picked up a first aid kit, then opened it and dug through the items. "Nice." He put it back and looked through the rest of the things his family had found. There wasn't any additional food. That had all been cleared out the week before. It was primarily medical supplies, but several boxes set to one side caught his eye. "Ammo," he said with a grin. "Just what we need." He thought about his safe and wondered if it had survived the fire. It was supposed to be fireproof, so odds are good that it had. He was eager to find out, but had to wait until the embers had cooled. "Thought you'd like that," Jason said. Alex turned to his older son. "Yep." "We can use the pool for our water supply," Emily said. Setting down a box of ammo, Alex shifted his attention to the large pool in the backyard. Few people in their neighborhood had pools. There were only a couple of months of the year they were usable in their area, but it would be a significant source of water. "We have to boil it first, right?" Stephen asked. "That's right," Melissa said, but her expression showed how excited she was to have such a large source of water right in their backyard. "It seems a little low. Do you think people have been getting water out of it already?" "Wouldn't surprise me," Alex said. Not everyone had water put aside. Most people didn't, he figured, and even if they did, they could only store so much. Their 55-gallon drums, which were most certainly melted, wouldn't have lasted more than a couple more weeks, which made him wonder how long this water source would hold out, which led to thoughts about Melissa's suggestion to go to her sister's homestead. Not ready to take that step just yet, he turned to his family. "Great job finding all of this." "We also found a spare key for the front door," Stephen said, handing it to Alex. He pocketed it. "That's great." "There's no firewood, though," Jason said. "Seems like it's been warming up a bit," Alex pointed out, "so maybe we can get by without a fire." "We'll bundle up," Melissa added. She turned to Alex. "Some of their clothes will fit us okay, I think." The idea that they had to wear clothes from someone else's closet made his heart hitch. We'll go on a supply run and get clothes that fit right. I'm sure we'll be able to find some. Melissa pinched her lower lip. When do you want to go? Not today. What about first thing tomorrow? Okay. Wondering why she still seemed uncertain, he tilted his head. What? It's just... She glanced at the kids, who were watching the exchange with interest. You're not thinking we all need to go, are you? Ah, so that's what was worrying her. In the world before, when they'd gone clothes shopping, whoever was getting clothes had gone. How else to make sure the clothes fit? But now, there were a couple of reasons for not everyone to go. Certain Melissa's worry centered on the safety of their kids, Alex focused on each child. I need all three of you to stay here and keep watch over our food. Mom and I will get the clothes. Okay, Dad, Stephen said. I guess, Emily added. Jason smirked at Melissa. Too bad we didn't grab some clothes while we were out looking for food. Wearing a pained expression, she said, If only we'd known our house was going to burn down. Yeah, Jason said, his smirk morphing into a frown. Deciding this was a good time to discuss how everyone was dealing with losing their home, Alex motioned to the family room. Let's sit. After everyone was settled, Alex studied each person's face. Losing our house and all of our stuff sucks, but I know we'll figure it out. He turned to Stephen, who was staring at the carpeted floor. What are you thinking? Stephen lifted his eyes. It does suck, but... He glanced at the others before stopping on Alex. We had to shoot people. Kill them. He shook his head. It all sucks. He chewed on his lip. I hate how everything has changed, and I wish it would go back to how it was before, but at least... His eyes welled, but no tears slid down his cheeks. At least we're all safe and together. With a closed-lipped smile, Emily reached over and patted his knee. I couldn't have said it better myself, little brother. Each person expressed their sense of loss, shedding some tears, but each of them also voiced their gratitude that they were together and healthy. It was cathartic, and Alex was glad he'd led them in the discussion. Are we going to sleep in here? Jason asked, after a long moment of silence that seemed to mark the end of their conversation about losing their house. Without a fire to warm the room, Melissa said, I don't see a reason to. Her face brightened. Let's see what the bedrooms are like. I think there were just enough beds. The 5 of them climbed the stairs, and after the kids each chose a bedroom, Alex and Melissa went into the master bedroom. A king-size bed sat against one wall. Let's put fresh sheets on, Melissa suggested. Then she began stripping the bed. Agreeing that they should change the sheets, Alex said, I'll see what I can find. He went to the linen closet and quickly found a set of clean sheets. He carried them back to the bedroom, and together, he and Melissa made the bed. It will be nice to sleep in a bedroom, she said. Alex agreed. Ever since the EMP, their entire family had been sleeping in the family room in front of the fireplace. This would be a welcome change. After they had freshened the beds, they ate dinner, using the freeze-dried food they'd gotten back from Hughes, then played a game they'd found. Finally, they all went to bed. Even though he believed this room and this house were only temporary, Alex savored the sense of safety he felt at that moment. Chapter 7. Alex. We should be back by lunch, Alex said, as he and Melissa stood next to the front door. Try to find cute clothes for me, Emily said, with an expression that conveyed she didn't have a ton of confidence in her parents' shopping skills on her behalf. Melissa chuckled. We'll do our best. Bakers can't be choosers, Stephen said with a roll of his eyes. Emily frowned at him and shook her head. Hold down the fort, Alex said, but he had to hold back a grimace at the phrase. In the past, when he'd said that, it had been a flippant comment. Now, though, it was all too serious. Marauders and thieves could raid their neighborhood at any time with the intent to murder and steal. With that imagery playing out in his head, he double-checked that his gun was securely holstered, and he hefted his AR-15 on his shoulder. Glancing at Melissa's waist, he silently nodded. She was armed and ready, too, and now that she'd been in at least one battle, he felt more confident that she could handle most any conflict they might face. They went out the front door and paused, waiting to make sure the kids locked the door behind them, then they walked to the sidewalk. "This is the first time just the two of us have gone out by ourselves since everything happened," Melissa said with a half-smile. Taking her hand, he said, "So what you're saying is, this is a date?" She laughed. "We could call it that." He gently squeezed her hand. "Works for me." Scanning the neighborhood, when he saw the green LTD parked in front of Stan's house, he said, "It would be a quicker trip if we had wheels." Melissa followed his gaze. "Sure would." They picked up their pace, angling toward Stan's house. As they drew closer, Alex couldn't help but look at their burned house next door. The stink of the fire was still strong, and the blackened remains filled him with fresh anger at Travis Hughes and his men. But they were dead and no longer a threat. He had to let that go. Turning his attention away from their house and back to Stan's, he focused on the task at hand. They strode up Stan's driveway and knocked on the front door. Alex heard childish voices and running feet, then Stan opened the door. "Good morning," he said with a warm smile. "Good morning." Stan stepped back and invited them in. They walked inside. "What can I do for you this morning?" he asked, as Nancy joined them in the living room. "We're going on a run for some clothes. Thought it would be quicker if we took the LTD." "Great idea," Stan said, "but it's getting low on gas." "No problem. We'll see if we can commandeer some fuel while we're out." "Sounds good." Alex asked about the trip to return the bodies to Hughes' neighborhood. Stan said it had seemed abandoned, as if everyone was hiding, so they'd simply left the bodies on Hughes' front lawn. It was an ugly thing, but it hadn't been Alex's choice to be attacked. They'd only been defending themselves. Stan gave Alex the keys, and Alex looked between Stan and Nancy. "Any requests for items? Assuming we see what you're asking for." Nancy's face brightened. "As long as you're getting clothes, could you grab some size 9 and 10 clothes for Ethan? That will give him room to grow. Robbie has Ethan's hand-me-downs, so he doesn't need anything." Softly chuckling, Alex said, "Sure thing." 5 minutes later, he and Melissa were sitting in the LTD. "Any suggestions on where to go?" Melissa was the one who usually took the kids shopping. "I don't think going to the mall would be a good idea, so how about the shops near State Street? There's a department store there and some smaller shops." "Sounds good." They drove to the west barricade, and the guards let them through, then they turned south. They drove past the turnoff to the track station, and Alex flattened his lips at the memory of the kidnapping experience with Hughes. Glad that was in his past, and that Hughes was dead, he drove on by, swerving around non-functional cars in the middle of the road. More people were out and about than had been the last time he'd come this way. Some were pushing shopping carts overflowing with belongings, and others were pulling empty wagons behind them. "Where do you think they're headed?" "Who knows? But my guess is, the ones with the full shopping carts are bugging out. It looks like they have all they can carry with them." "Speaking of bugging out," she began, then gave him a look that said, "We need to discuss what I brought up before." Audibly sighing, Alex said, "Look, I know you want to go to Heather and Scott's place." "You would be closer to your parents and your brother there." That was true. His parents, as well as his younger brother and his family, lived less than an hour's drive south of Heather and Scott's homestead. His family had crossed his mind several times since the EMP, but with no way to contact them, he hadn't allowed his worry over them to take up too much of his energy. He had enough on his plate. "We can't stay in the Newmans' house forever, Alex." He glanced at her, then frowned, but only because he knew she was right. She said nothing else, and he knew she was giving him time to think about it. That was one of many things he appreciated about her. She didn't nag. Instead, she would plant an idea and let it marinate in his mind until he came around to her idea, because usually her ideas were good ones. "Here we are." They pulled into the parking lot of the clothing store where they'd often shopped before the apocalypse had begun. Chapter 8. Melissa. Melissa observed the stalled cars in the parking lot. There were at least 24. No movement around them. Then she looked at the front of the department store. There were 2 entrances. The glass doors on both were shattered, but no one was going in or out. Had the place already been completely looted? She hoped not. She really hoped they would be able to get what they needed here and then go home. "Let's check it out." Smiling tightly, she nodded, then they got out of the LTD. They locked the doors, and Alex pocketed the keys, then they moved toward the store entrance on the right. Having gone searching for food 2 days earlier, Melissa wasn't as nervous to be on the supply run as she thought she would be. When they got to the doors, she paused, and Alex stopped beside her. They peered into the dark interior. She had second thoughts about going inside. The place was huge, and even though they had flashlights, it wouldn't be difficult for someone to sneak up on them. "I don't know, Alex." "We can go somewhere else," he offered. Nibbling on her lip, she considered her options. Assuming this department store hadn't been looted too badly, they should be able to get clothes for every member of their family and be through with it. She shook her head. "No, let's get this done." "All right, I'll go first." He stepped through the shattered glass door, his gun in his right hand and a flashlight in his left. He moved a short distance into the store, the beam from his flashlight sweeping the space. Checking behind her from time to time, when Alex came toward her and motioned for her to enter, Melissa crossed the threshold and walked in his direction. The front of the store faced south, and with the sun shining through the doors and the high windows above them, some light was cast into the interior. But they wouldn't have to go far before they would be plunged into total darkness. Melissa would be happy to avoid that as long as possible. The registers were near the entrance. They had been smashed open and emptied, as if money mattered anymore. To their left was the teen girls section. Though clothes were strewn on the floor, there was still plenty hanging on the racks. A few shopping baskets were in their usual spot near the door. Tossing Alex a wry smile, she grabbed one, then wheeled it into the teen section. Hoping Emily would like what she chose, she dug through the jeans that had been tossed on the floor, finding 2 pair in her daughter's size. Then she moved on to the t-shirts and sweaters. As she tried to make her selections, she realized this was going to take longer than she wanted it to. But she needed Alex to stand guard as she shopped, so splitting up wasn't an option. "How's it going?" Alex asked, his voice soft. Melissa shoved several t-shirts of varying colors into the basket. "Okay. I'm going as fast as I can." "It's all right. You don't have to rush." His words helped her relax, and she softly exhaled. "I think I got enough for Emily. Let's go to the boys' section, then we can get clothes for us." She kept her voice quiet. There could be people in the store. If so, she hoped they were there to get supplies and not cause trouble. But without knowing if anyone was present and what their motives were, she and Alex had to be ultra cautious. They moved deeper into the store, forcing them to turn on their flashlights. On high alert, they moved as swiftly and silently as they could, soon reaching the boys' department. 20 minutes later, the shopping basket was piled high with clothes, and Melissa had completed the shopping for all 3 of her children, as well as Ethan. "Let's get clothes for you, then we can go to the men's department." "All right." As they got close to the women's department, Melissa heard a familiar sound, hangers sliding across a metal rack. Then she saw the glow of a light as if someone was holding a flashlight. "We're not alone," she whispered to Alex. In the illumination from the flashlights they both held, she saw him nod. "Stay alert," he whispered. Oh, she was on high alert, her heart slamming against her ribs. Melissa left the shopping basket beside a shelf half full of sweaters. With their heads swiveling left and right, and their handguns in the low ready position, they crept forward. A woman came into view. Her back was to them, and she appeared to be alone. She held a small flashlight in her teeth as she sorted through a rack of blouses. But it wasn't like she was taking a leisurely retail therapy session. Instead, she was moving rapidly, like she was hunting for something specific, or was just in a hurry to get in and get out. Melissa could relate. "You alone?" Alex asked as they stopped about 8 feet away. His voice wasn't overly loud, although in the silence of the department store, it was loud enough to startle even Melissa. The woman let out a yelp and spun around, the flashlight falling to the carpeted floor. She stooped to pick it up, then shone it on Alex and Melissa. Alex kept his gun pointed at the ground. Melissa did the same. The woman must have seen their weapons because she raised her hands and said, "Don't hurt me." "We won't," Melissa hurried to assure her. "We're just shopping, same as you." The woman slowly lowered her arms. "Are you alone?" Alex asked again. Yes," the woman stuttered. "Are you armed?" She shook her head. "Mind if we check?" The woman looked between Alex and Melissa. When she hesitated, Alex began lifting his gun. "Go ahead," the woman cried out. "I don't have any weapons." Alex motioned with his head for Melissa to search the woman. Melissa holstered her gun and did a quick search. She found nothing and nodded once to Alex. "I'm going to look around," he said. "All right," Melissa said as she stepped away from the woman. Alex slipped away. "What's your name?" Melissa asked the woman, who was watching Melissa warily. "Kenzie." "I'm Melissa." She paused, then shone her flashlight at the rack behind Kenzie. "Any good deals?" Kenzie seemed to relax. Softly chuckling, she said, "Everything's on clearance." Melissa went to a nearby rack to see what she could find, although she kept Kenzie within view the entire time. After a while, Alex materialized beside her and murmured, "All clear, as far as I can tell." Melissa felt herself settle. Kenzie was telling the truth about being alone. "Good luck to you," Melissa said to Kenzie. Then she and Alex collected the shopping basket before going to a different part of the women's section. While Alex kept watch, Melissa picked out jeans, t-shirts, and other items. "Do we need jackets?" Alex asked. "No. We all grabbed them when the house, when it burned down, so we should be good for now." She paused. "Let's get you some clothes." They left the women's section, where Melissa noticed that Kenzie was still shopping, and went to the men's department, which was on the other side of the store. This time, as Alex did the shopping, Melissa did the guarding. Not straying too far from him, Melissa walked around the area, on alert for any movement, any sound that didn't belong. She was too far from the entrance to see if anyone came or went, so she kept her focus on guarding the men's department. Alex was nearly done when a woman cried out, then began screaming, "Help! Help me!" Chapter 9. Melissa. "Alex!" Melissa whisper-screamed as she raced to his side. "I think that's Kenzie." Alex narrowed his eyes. "Could be a trap." Melissa couldn't see what reason Kenzie would have for setting a trap. Besides, Alex had scouted the area around the women's department and hadn't seen anyone. "We need to see what's happening. Someone might have come in while we were over here. Someone who's attacking her." They couldn't sit by and let that happen. "Right." He took his gun out of his holster. "Stay close." They made their way to the women's department, moving cautiously, hyper-vigilant for anything out of place, anyone waiting to ambush them. Another scream, but it cut off abruptly, like Kenzie had been silenced. "Hurry, Alex! We have to hurry!" They went into a trot, and as they reached the edge of the women's department, Melissa could hear soft whimpering and then a man saying, "Hold still, will ya?" Clenching her jaw in fury at the way evil people thought they could do whatever they wanted, she gripped her gun, ready to take action against the scumbag attacking Kenzie. With no idea if the attacker was alone, Melissa stayed close to Alex. As angry as she was, she didn't want to put herself in a situation that would only make things worse. Alex crept forward, his flashlight illuminating the scene. Kenzie was on the ground, and a man of average size was kneeling on her legs, tearing at her shirt. Without hesitation, Alex smashed the man's head with his gun, knocking the man to the side. Wary of someone sneaking up on them, Melissa slowly scanned the area immediately around them, using her flashlight to flood the space with light. No one seemed to be around. She turned her attention to Alex and what was happening in front of her. Alex stood over the man. Kenzie scooted back, then leapt to her feet and ran away, disappearing into the darkness. Splitting her attention between the space around her and Alex, Melissa pointed her gun at the ground, her finger outside the trigger guard. Without warning, the man on the ground swung his leg up, hooking Alex's right knee and knocking his legs out from under him. Alex's gun flew out of his hand and slid underneath a clothing rack. Melissa gasped and raised her gun. Before Alex recovered, the man leapt onto his chest and punched him. Then he wrapped his hands around Alex's throat. "Alex!" Melissa's mind screamed. She went still. Then she lifted her gun and carefully aimed it at the man. Her finger slid inside the trigger guard. She drew in a breath, and as she slowly exhaled, she squeezed the trigger. The gun bucked in her hand, and the sound of the blast filled her world, but the hands around Alex's throat fell away, and the man crumpled to the floor. Alex shoved the man off of him, then touched his own throat and coughed before pushing himself to a sitting position. Melissa would have checked the attacker's pulse, except the expanding pool of blood under his head told her he was no longer a threat. Melissa went to Alex, and as she reached him, he got to his feet, then he drew her into his arms. She sank against him. "Are you all right?" "Yeah." He glanced around. "Where's Kenzie?" Shaking her head, Melissa said, "She ran off." Without a word, Alex retrieved his Glock and holstered it, then turned to Melissa. "Let's get out of here." That sounded great to Melissa. She'd had enough of this place. Besides, they'd gotten what they needed. Trying not to think about the dead man in the women's department, a man killed by her, Melissa pushed one of the shopping baskets to the exit while Alex pushed the other. Working together, they lifted them through the shattered glass doors, then pushed them to the LTD, which thankfully was untouched. After unloading everything into the trunk, they got into the LTD. Alex turned to Melissa. "We need to fill the gas tank on this beast." "There are plenty of cars here." Melissa waved her hand toward the abandoned cars in the parking lot. "My thoughts exactly. But first I want to check the auto parts store and see if they have a siphon kit." He chuckled. "I'd rather use that than suck fuel into my mouth." Melissa remembered how they'd had to do that on their way home the day after the EMP. Alex had done the dirty work. "All right, let's see what we can find." They had passed an auto parts store on their way to the department store, so they headed back the way they'd come, and before long, they pulled into the parking lot of the auto parts store. To Melissa's surprise, they found a siphon kit. Maybe since very few cars were working, there wasn't much of a demand for the kits. They also took the 3 gas cans the store had. "Now we're in business," Alex said with a grin. They walked out of the auto parts store, and Melissa observed 2 other cars parked in the lot. "Can we get gas from those?" "Worth a try." 20 minutes later, they'd put several gallons into the LTD and were on their way back to their neighborhood. When they got to the Newman's house, Melissa breathed a sigh of relief. They were safe. Or at least as safe as anyone could be in their world. Chapter 10. Alex. Several days passed, and once Alex was confident the embers on his destroyed house had cooled sufficiently, he went to the collapsed structure and stared at it, but it didn't take long for him to realize that the risk of injury in digging through the remains wasn't worth it. What if a floorboard collapsed beneath him, and he crashed into the basement and broke a leg, or his neck? He shook his head. Definitely not worth it. And really, what was the point? In his heart, he knew he and his family would eventually leave the neighborhood and head to Scott and Heather's homestead. It was just a matter of when. The house they were staying in would never feel like home, and Melissa wasn't the only one who'd brought up the idea of bugging out. Jason had mentioned it just the day before. When Alex had asked him if Melissa had prompted him to bring it up, Jason had looked genuinely confused. Alex believed Jason when he told him he'd been thinking it made sense to go where they could make a home long term. Not ready to commit to leaving just yet, Alex scowled, then turned away from his demolished house. "Alex," Stan called out from his house next door. Pushing aside thoughts of fleeing, Alex walked to his neighbor's house. "Hey, Stan." It was a nice day, somewhere in the 50s, so the 2 of them sat on comfortable chairs on Stan's front porch. "Looks like you decided not to dig through the rubble," Stan said with a chin lift toward Alex's house. Frowning, Alex said, "Yeah, not worth breaking a leg." "Good call." Stan paused. "You going to the meeting?" Brian had called a community meeting for 1 o'clock that afternoon. "Yeah. Any idea what it's about?" "No." Alex rested his right ankle on his left knee. "Wonder why he didn't have our committee meet to discuss whatever it is." Lifting his shoulders in a shrug, Stan said, "Maybe it's something to do with one of the subcommittees." "Guess we'll find out soon enough." That afternoon, Alex and Melissa left to go to the meeting. The kids had agreed to stay home and keep watch over their food supply. Alex had heard rumors of homes being broken into when people were away and food stolen. With the barricades at the east and west entrances and neighborhood patrols night and day, Alex had to assume the thieves were from within their neighborhood. "Do you know what this meeting's about?" Melissa asked as they walked to the school. "No, but I suspect it might have something to do with food." Melissa rolled her eyes. "It seems like everything has to do with food." "Without it, people die. And with the world gone to crap, there's a very limited supply." Chewing on her bottom lip, Melissa gave him a sidelong glance, which Alex couldn't miss. "What?" "Have you noticed that our food stores are dwindling? It makes me nervous since we can't run to the store and get more." He'd been thinking the same thing. Every time he opened a package of freeze-dried food, he felt growing concern. "How long do you think our food will last?" Exhaling through his nose, Alex visualized the food in the pantry. "A couple of months, maybe." Which, Alex knew, was more food than many in their neighborhood had. He had never asked Stan how much he had stored, but he knew Stan had been a proponent of being prepared long before the EMP. Stan had been the one to encourage Alex to get what he was surviving on now. So, Alex had to assume Stan and his family were in decent shape. Melissa grimaced. "How long do you think it would take to get to Heather and Scott's?" "If we take the LTD and don't run into trouble, then a day, tops." She made a scoffing sound. "First off, is the LTD ours to take? Second, how likely is it that we won't run into trouble?" "Wait, you're talking like we've decided to go." Arching an eyebrow, she said, "It's a matter of when, not if." She paused. "You know it, and I know it." Fairly confident that she was right, Alex was quiet. Then, as the back of the school came into view and he saw dozens of people milling about waiting for the meeting to begin, he said, "Let's see what Brian has to say. Maybe he's found a supply of food." Melissa frowned, but didn't argue. They walked through the gap in the fence and stepped onto the path that led to the playground. It was a beautiful day, but despite that, less than a dozen children were on the equipment, including Luke and Chloe's girls, as well as Stan and Nancy's boys. Other children were on the school grounds, but they were with their parents. Some sat on the blacktop and leaned against their parents' legs. Others cried. Alex could hear them complaining that they were hungry. It tore at his heart, because he knew it wasn't like before when a child was just overly tired and grumpy, but rather they hadn't eaten enough and were truly hungry. What about the food bank, though? Weren't they able to get food from there? Alex hadn't been there since he'd brought over the food he'd taken back from Hughes, which had been 5 days earlier. Wasn't there still food available at the food bank? "Hello," Brian called out, and everyone immediately settled down and faced him. Alex and Melissa joined Luke, Chloe, Stan, Nancy, and Oliver on the fringes of the crowd. Their friends greeted them with smiles and nods, then turned their attention to Brian. "Thank you for coming," Brian said. "I'm going to get right to the point." He paused several beats. "I'm afraid I have some bad news." Alex's heart dropped. What was the news? How bad would it be? He glanced at Luke, whose ankle was much improved, then at Oliver. None of them seemed to have a clue what the news was either. "Right before this meeting," Brian continued, "I learned that over the last couple of days, 7 people in our neighborhood have died." Alex heard gasps, then someone called out, "How did they die?" 5 died from medical conditions because their life-saving medications ran out, but the other 2, an older couple, appear to have starved to death. "But what about the food bank?" a woman called out. "Why didn't they get food from there?" "That's the other thing we need to discuss," Brian said, his face downcast. Chapter 11. Alex. Bracing himself for what the de facto leader of their neighborhood was preparing to announce, Alex kept his eyes steady on Brian. "The food bank has become severely depleted," Brian said. "Those of you who have been using it are probably not surprised. We've been giving out less food than you've asked for, but that's only because we were trying to stretch it as far as we could." "How much is there?" a man shouted. Brian rubbed at his face, and when his hand came away, Alex noticed dark circles under his eyes, like he'd spent too many nights awake and worrying. Brian blew out a breath, then nodded. "Today is the last day we'll be handing out food." Gasps and cries of distress filled the air. "Oh no," Melissa murmured from beside Alex. Holding up his hand, Brian added, "Unless—" Everyone quieted, clearly eager to hear any solution. "Unless," Brian repeated as he lowered his arm, "those of you who still have food will donate a portion to the food bank to help your neighbors." Everyone erupted in chatter, some saying that was a great idea, others grumbling that they shouldn't have to sacrifice for those who had chosen not to prepare. Alex tended to agree with those in the second camp. He and Melissa had skipped more than one vacation so that they would have enough money to buy their dwindling supply of freeze-dried food. It had been pricey, but it had become life-saving. Besides, any food they donated would be food they were taking out of the mouths of their children. Shifting his eyes to Stan, Luke, and Oliver, Alex was curious what their thoughts were. He had no idea what Oliver and his family's food situation was, although Oliver appeared healthy. Alex did have an idea where Luke and Chloe stood since he'd brought the totes to them. They only had enough for a couple of weeks if they scrimped. Stan and Nancy whispered to each other, while Luke and Chloe stared at each other in silent communication. Alex turned to Melissa. She pinched the skin at her throat as she stared straight ahead. Then her eyes slid to his. He gave an imperceptible shake of his head, and her lips pursed before she nodded. Alex scanned the crowd, and when no one offered any of their food, he wasn't surprised. "Anyone?" Brian called out. Heads swiveled as people watched for volunteers, but no one raised a hand. "Come on!" Elijah shouted. "No one should hoard food now. People are starving. Children are starving." Alex couldn't stop his eyes from going to the children he'd noticed before, the ones who were softly crying. Their soft whimpers tore at his heart. "I have some rice and beans I can give the children," Stan called out. Alex shifted his attention to his neighbor and friend. "Thank you," a woman whose child was one of the hungry ones said. Stan nodded in her direction. "What about the adults?" Elijah asked, his voice loud, bordering on belligerent. "The adults," Stan said, "will have to find their own food." Then Stan shifted his attention to the crowd. "Bring your children to my house this evening at 6, and I'll have rice and beans ready for them to eat. And bring your own plates and forks." He paused. "I don't have a lot, so this is a one-time thing." "We appreciate it, Stan," Brian said with a warm smile. Then he swept his gaze over the crowd. "Anyone else have food to share?" The only sound was the cries of hungry children. "All right," Brian said. "Thank you for meeting with me." "That's it?" Jordan called out. "You won't make them share?" Brian tilted his head. "Make who share, Jordan?" "The people who still have food." Jordan's tone said he thought it was obvious who should hand over food to those who had run out. "And who might that be?" Brian asked, his voice soft. Jordan made a scoffing sound. "People like them." He pointed to Alex, Melissa, Stan, and the rest of Alex's friends. With his annoyance growing, Alex shook his head. "What makes you think I have food to share?" Glaring at Alex, Jordan said, "I know your family hasn't taken any food from the food bank, so you obviously don't need any, which means you have plenty." It had never occurred to Alex that people would draw that conclusion, but now that he thought about it, it made sense. Even so, that didn't give anyone the right to take what was his. "I haven't used the food bank either," Oliver said, his voice booming. He took one step forward, his eyes steady on Jordan. "That mean I owe you food, Jordan?" Jordan's attention shifted to Oliver, who was a large man, especially compared to Jordan, who was of average height, and underweight now that he'd been eating less. Jordan didn't reply. Instead, he turned away from Oliver and focused on the bulk of the crowd. "I think we should take a vote." "A vote on what?" Brian asked. After glancing at Brian, Jordan faced the crowd again. A vote on whether people who still have food should be forced to share." That caused a tremendous uproar. Even Alex voiced his thoughts. "That won't happen without a serious fight." "You got that right," Oliver added with a nod to Alex. Brian held his hands up in a useless attempt to quiet the crowd. Finally, after several long minutes, the roar lessened, then it settled into whispers and sidelong looks toward Alex and his friends. Were they the only ones in the neighborhood with food? He doubted it, but now they were the people everyone was focused on. "I don't like Jordan's proposal," Brian said, "but since our neighborhood is a democracy, I want to know how all of you feel. Should we take a vote on Jordan's proposal? If you think we should, raise your hand." 2/3 of the hands went up. Did that mean all those people would vote for others to be forced to share? Alex didn't want to think about how trying to force such a thing would go, but he knew it would get ugly and bloody. Alex, Melissa, and the others in their group kept their hands at their sides. Brian's lips compressed, then he said, "All right, looks like the majority want to vote on Jordan's proposal." Alex studied Jordan, who wore a smug smile. Elijah looked pleased as well. Had the two of them discussed this beforehand? That wouldn't surprise him. "Before we vote," Brian said, "does anyone have anything they would like to say?" "Yeah," Luke said, and all eyes went to him. "This proposal is ridiculous. I'm getting low on food, but that's on me. If someone wants to help me and my family out, that's up to them. No one should be forced." He paused. "That would be stealing." "Exactly," Alex murmured. "Why don't we send out a team," Stan suggested, "to look for food?" "Look where?" Elijah asked. "There's no food to be found." Alex knew that was most likely true, but he wouldn't bolster Elijah's argument. "We should at least try," Stan said. "Says the man who's sitting pretty on who knows how much food," Jordan grumbled. "Stan generously offered to give the children of our community a meal," Brian pointed out. "No one else did that." "Yeah," Elijah said. "That's because he has plenty." Alex felt his insides tightening with tension and couldn't stop himself from speaking. "Whether someone else has plenty has nothing to do with you." Everyone's focus shifted to Alex. He went on. "Those who prepared for an emergency owe nothing to those who chose not to." He carefully considered his next words. "I want to make one thing clear. If anyone tries to take what I have, the consequences will be swift and severe." "What you have?" Elijah shouted. "You mean like the house you're living in that's not even yours?" A few people chuckled nervously, but Alex immediately shot back with, "In case you forgot, Elijah, my house was burned to the ground by people who came after me because I stood up to them on behalf of this community." "That's right," Luke shouted. "Let's vote," Jordan called out, his tone bored, like what Alex and Luke had said was irrelevant. "We need to see what everyone thinks." Brian rubbed the back of his neck, then his hands dropped to his sides. "Okay." He paused for several moments, as if he hoped someone would come up with a different solution. Finally, he lifted his chin and said, "All in favor of forcing those with food to share with the entire neighborhood, raise your hands." Chapter 12. Alex. Well over half of the people's hands shot up. Others looked around, and when they saw the majority had raised their hands, they raised theirs as well. "Looks like a majority," Jordan sang out. Once the statement had been made, all hands lowered. Oliver barked a loud laugh. "How are you planning on enforcing that, huh, Jordan?" Oliver rested his hand on the gun at his hip, then he glared at Jordan before sweeping his gaze across the crowd. "If any of you attempt to take food from my family, you'll end up dead." Loud gasps filled the air. Shaking his head, Oliver added, "Why does that surprise any of you? You thought we'd just say, 'Okay, since you all voted to take our food, we'll give it to you?'" He laughed. "You're not really that stupid, are you?" Glad Oliver was on the same side as him, Alex said, "Same goes for my family, and I suspect it will be true for anyone else you think you're going to force." He did air quotes on the word. "Why is it that the people who are most willing to take from others are the ones who have done the least to protect our community?" The crowd went into an uproar at that. "That's not true," someone shouted, but Alex couldn't tell who it was. Didn't matter, though. The people who had done the most to protect the neighborhood were the people standing near him. There were others who had stepped up, those who had been with him the week before when Hughes and his men had attacked, but when Alex looked at those men, none of them were clamoring to take food that didn't belong to them. "All right," Brian shouted, his hands raised as if to settle the crowd. "Everyone calm down." "How can I calm down?" a woman yelled, "when my children are starving?" "Yeah, me too." Curious about how Brian was going to handle this, Alex stayed silent. "First off," Brian said as people quieted, "Stan generously offered rice and beans to the children of the community for this evening. Second," he quickly said before anyone complained, "I think we ought to put together a few scavenging groups to go out looking for food." He briefly paused. "Who will volunteer for that?" Alex and his friends didn't say a word, leaving it to those who were so eager to take others' food to actually be proactive in feeding themselves and their families. Several people raised their hands, but Alex noticed neither Jordan nor Elijah were among them. Making a scoffing sound, Alex shook his head in disgust. "We have 11 volunteers," Brian said. "We need more. 5 groups of 4 would be about right. Who else is so hungry that they're willing to do the work of finding food?" The small dig didn't pass Alex's notice. Evidently, it didn't pass Elijah's notice either, because he said, "That's not fair, Brian. Just because some of us don't want to endanger ourselves by going out there." He waved his hand in the general direction of outside the neighborhood. "Doesn't mean we aren't willing to work for what we need." Alex couldn't suppress the boisterous laughter that climbed his throat. Those nearest him looked his way, including Elijah and Jordan. "Something funny?" Elijah asked. "Yeah," Alex said, wearing an expression of mirth. "You are. If you're too frightened to leave the safety of our neighborhood, then you don't deserve to eat." His mirth shut off like a switch. "Even my wife and teenage son went out looking for food when you, and some others, said my family couldn't access the food bank after she'd given all of our food as a ransom to the people who took me and Luke." A low murmur arose, and Alex wondered how many people were completely unaware of the drama that had taken place the week before. "You got all that food back, though, didn't you?" Jordan said. "Most of it," Alex said, his tone confident. "I had to kill a few men in the process, but that's what you do when you have courage." Alex stared at Jordan. "Guess you wouldn't know about that, though, would you?" Jordan's eyes bulged, and his face went beet red. Then he charged Alex. Half expecting that, Alex stepped aside right before Jordan reached him, and Jordan stumbled and fell on the pavement before shouting, "You son of a—" Jordan didn't finish his sentence, because by the time he'd gotten to his feet to face Alex had drawn his handgun and pointed it right at Jordan's face. Alex marched forward, stopping when his gun was inches from Jordan's head. "You can't do that," Elijah shouted. "Stand down," Oliver said, his gun pointed at Elijah, who had stormed toward Alex and Jordan. Elijah threw his hands up, his eyes glowing with hatred, but he backed up and said, "You're going to regret this, all of you." Oliver shook his head, but Alex was well aware that he just turned 2 opponents into mortal enemies. "We should go," Melissa said as she came to his side. As much as Alex wanted to shut Jordan up permanently, those feelings were not sufficient justification to shoot him. Doing so, especially in front of the entire community when Jordan was unarmed, would only make Alex and his family pariahs, and he wasn't ready for that to happen. Not only that, but if Alex was to execute Jordan, then those who were armed, and there were plenty of armed people at the meeting, could take it upon themselves to shoot Alex as a form of justice. He and Jordan would have to face off another time, and in the meantime, Alex, and the others in his group, would have to watch their backs. Alex gave Melissa a single nod, then he did a head tilt to Jordan, who got the message and scurried away into the crowd. Oliver dismissed Elijah, who backed away out of his range. Holstering his weapon, Alex met the eyes of Stan, then Luke. "I'll cover you," Luke murmured. "Thanks." Alex took Melissa's hand, and together they strode toward the sidewalk that led to the fence that exited the school grounds. Once they were clear of the school, Alex felt his hammering heart begin to slow to its normal rhythm. Chapter 13. Alex. "Did you have to pull a gun on him?" Melissa asked. Then she shook her head. "Never mind. I understand why you did it." "You may understand, but do you agree with it?" She softly chuckled. "It's not the way I would have handled the situation, but I trust you, Alex. I know you've had issues with those guys." A barely perceptible sigh escaped her mouth. "I just worry that they might do something when we're not expecting it." "Maybe I should have shot him when I had the chance." He glanced at her to see her reaction. She looked shocked. With her head tilted, she said, "I don't think that would have gone over well among our community, especially right in front of everyone." "That's exactly what I thought." She narrowed her eyes at him. "Are you saying if no one had been there, you'd have shot him?" Would he have? Honestly, he wasn't sure. No comment. They reached the house, and as they walked up the driveway, Alex couldn't help but imagine Jordan and Elijah sending people over to steal their food while they'd been gone. Of course, the kids had been there, but that only made him worry that something could have happened to them. Feeling an urgency to make sure all was well, he picked up the pace, and when he and Melissa reached the door, he unlocked it and pushed it inward. "Kids?" "We're in here," Emily called out, and Alex felt his pounding heart slow down. Alex and Melissa joined the kids in the family room where Emily was reading, the boys were playing a board game, and Baxter was stretched out on the floor. "How was the meeting?" Emily asked. Deciding to be open about the food situation, after he and Melissa sat, Alex said, "The food bank is out of food, and the community voted to force those with food to share with those who don't have any." Jason's head snapped up, his hand holding his game piece frozen over the board. "What? They can't do that." "And they won't," Alex said, more determined than ever to prevent the looting that the unprepared had planned. "But what if people are starving?" Stephen asked. "Shouldn't we help them?" When Alex saw the pained look on his younger son's face, he felt a mixture of gratitude that his son had empathy for others and annoyance that he had to point out the obvious. The annoyance won out. "If you're willing to give up some meals, then you can hand over your share." "Alex," Melissa said with a tilt of her head, like she thought he was being a little too harsh. They'd already cut their meals down to 2 per day, and Stephen had complained more than once that he was hungry, so when he frowned and shook his head, Alex knew he'd gotten the message. Melissa smiled at Stephen. "This evening, Stan is making rice and beans for the children in our community." "That's nice of him," Emily said. "How long do you think our food will hold out?" Jason asked. Alex visualized the food stored in the basement. The freeze-dried food was their best source, as it was already prepared and just needed hot water, but they'd already gone through nearly 2 buckets, and it had been less than 3 weeks since the EMP. Knowing there was very little, if any, food to be found, when he imagined running out of what food they had, he couldn't suppress the sense of mild panic. "A couple of months at most," he answered. A knock sounded at the front door. Startled, he turned to Melissa. "Is it them?" Stephen asked, his eyes tight with worry. "Are they coming to take our food?" The same worry cascaded through Alex's body. "I don't know." He stood, as did Jason and Melissa, and the 3 of them approached the front door with caution. Alex motioned for them to stay to the side while he went to the front door to peer out of the peephole. When he saw Luke standing alone on the front porch, he exhaled with relief and turned to his family. "It's Luke." They all relaxed, and Alex opened the front door with a smile. "Hey," Luke said. Alex chuckled. "Thought you were the food police coming to take what we had." Luke grinned. "Not likely." Alex stepped back, and Luke came inside. "What's up?" "I wanted to talk to you and Melissa about something." "Sure." Jason shrugged. "Guess I'll go back to my game." "Thanks, son," Alex said. Then he motioned to the living room, which was right off of the entry. "Let's sit." Jason went back to the family room, while Alex, Melissa, and Luke went into the living room. Once they'd all sat down, Alex waited for Luke to tell them what was on his mind. As you're well aware, Luke began, after the meeting this afternoon, things have become distinctly more dangerous. He paused. Especially for you, but also for me, Stan, and Oliver. Yeah, Alex said. I noticed everyone seemed to be focused on us, as if we have all the food in the world. Which reminded Alex that he'd been thinking Luke and his family had to be running low. What about that, though, Luke? What's your food status? We're okay for now. Fair enough. Anyway, Luke said with a smile, Chloe and I discussed it, and we thought it would be smart to join forces. That sounded like a good idea, although he wasn't certain what Luke was thinking. What did you have in mind? Melissa asked as she leaned forward, resting her forearms on her knees. We're proposing that your family move into our home, Luke said. That way, we'll have enough people to always have someone on watch. Alex turned to Melissa to see her reaction. She straightened and looked at Alex, and by her small smile, he could see she liked the idea. To be honest, Luke said, this arrangement would probably help us more than you, what with my ankle still not 100%, and with Chloe still recovering from being shot. But having us in your home could put you in the crosshairs, Alex pointed out. With Jordan and Elijah hating my guts even more now. He paused. You willing to risk that? Luke cocked his head. I think I'm already in their crosshairs, so yeah, I am willing to risk that. Do you have room for us? Melissa asked, her forehead creasing. We can have the girls share, which will free up one bedroom upstairs, and then we have 2 bedrooms in the basement. We'll have to do a little rearranging, but we can make it work. Luke paused. Talk it over and let me know. All right, Alex said, although he already knew his preference. Luke stood, and after he left, Alex and Melissa sat side by side on the couch. What do you think? Melissa smiled. I like it. I know it will be a little tight to have 9 of us in one house, but I like the idea of always having someone on watch, especially with Luke's experience as a police officer. I think security would be better with more of us. Although Alex agreed, he had one other concern. You realize we'll probably need to share our food with them. I don't think they have a lot left. Melissa slowly nodded. Yeah, I know. I saw how much they had when Chloe donated nearly all of it toward the ransom. At least we were able to get it back. But yeah, by now they probably have little left. Are you okay with sharing? Alex didn't love the idea of decreasing what he had even further, but he'd really grown to care for Luke and Chloe and their girls over the last 2 weeks, and he wasn't willing to sit by and let them starve. Melissa shrugged. Their little girls probably don't eat all that much. Chloe probably doesn't either, so maybe we can stretch it more than we think. True. Another plus is that Luke and Chloe live next door to Stan and Nancy. We can include them in our watch rotation. Alex was confident that Stan would want this, because there was no doubt he was in the crosshairs too. Good point. So, it's decided? Melissa smiled. Sounds like it, but we need to tell the kids. Chapter 14. Alex. Any comments? Alex asked the kids once he and Melissa had laid out the plan to move in with Luke and Chloe. Can Baxter come too? Stephen asked as he rested his hand on the dog's back. I didn't ask Luke about Baxter, Alex admitted, but Baxter would be an asset, so I imagine he's welcome. They'd found some dog food stored in the basement of Kevin and Sarah Campbell, Baxter's owners, so at least the dog had enough for a while. Okay, Stephen said. Wishing that was his only concern, Alex focused on his older teens. Jason? Emily? It would be easier to help with the girls if we were living there, Emily said with a smile that said she enjoyed babysitting Charlotte and Mia. I'm sure Luke and Chloe would appreciate that, Melissa said with a laugh. What about food? Jason asked. I assume we'll bring all of our food there. I don't think they have a lot, so we'll need to share our food, right? What if we do? Alex asked. Are you okay with that? Yes, Emily said. There's no way I would let those 2 little girls go hungry. As long as we have enough, Jason said. That was the big question, and completely unknown. Look at it this way, Melissa said. If we stay here, eventually we'll run out of food. If we're with Luke and Chloe, we'll eventually run out of food. Either way, we're going to need to find more, but if we combine our efforts for security and gathering supplies, I think our prospects are better than if we go it alone." Alex stared at her, then slowly nodded. She was completely right, and she'd explained it well. He grinned. "I'm convinced." Melissa chuckled. "You're right, Mom," Jason said with a smile. "It's the right move." "Okay," Alex said, as he slapped his legs once before standing. "You kids start gathering everything we're taking with us, all the food and your personal belongings. Mom and I will tell Luke and Chloe our decision." "We're going tonight?" Stephen asked. Alex pictured the fury on Jordan's face when Alex had pointed his gun at him. "The sooner the better." He turned to go, then he stopped and faced the kids. "Let's keep this move on the down low for now. There are some people I would rather be in the dark about where we're staying." He felt Melissa's eyes on him, but he kept his focus on the kids. "Okay, Dad," Stephen said. Wearing a tight smile, Alex walked to the front door with Melissa by his side. Once they stepped onto the porch, Alex scanned the neighborhood, then closed the door. "You don't want Jordan or Elijah to know where we are, do you?" Melissa asked with a frown. "No, I don't." He heaved a sigh. "Or anyone else." She pinched her chin, then took his hand as they strode to Luke and Chloe's house. "Come in," Luke said when he answered his door. They stepped across the threshold, and Luke closed the door behind them. "That was pretty quick," Luke said. "Hi," Chloe said as she joined them, her upper right arm bandaged as it continued to heal from a gunshot wound. She studied their faces as if she was trying to figure out what they decided. "So?" Luke asked. Alex couldn't stop a smile. "If the offer is still open, we would love to accept." "Yay!" Chloe said, her face lighting with joy. Then she gave Melissa a one-arm hug. Alex noticed Melissa beaming as well, which made him feel better about the arrangement. If Melissa had been at all unhappy about the decision, Alex knew it wouldn't work. Happy wife, happy life, and all that. "When did you want to make the move?" Luke asked. "I don't know what you had in mind," Alex began, "but the sooner the better." He thought about the incident at the meeting earlier and clenched his jaw. "Never know about Elijah and Jordan. They could try something tonight." "That's my concern as well," Luke said. "You need help getting your things over?" Alex shook his head. "No. Between the 5 of us, we can handle it." He chuckled. "It's not like we have a lot to bring over. Although," he glanced at Melissa, who gave a small nod, "we have food we plan on sharing with you." "No," Luke immediately said. "That's not what this is about. Your food is for your family. I'll see to the needs of my family." "Don't be ridiculous, Luke," Melissa said, her tone stern, as if she was scolding one of their children. "This will be a team effort. We already discussed it as a family, and deciding to share with you was a unanimous decision." Glancing at Chloe, Alex noticed her eyes growing shiny and her lips pressed together as if she was trying to hold in her emotions. "That's very generous," Luke said. "We can figure it all out after your family gets settled. For now, why don't you get your belongings over here before the neighborhood shows up at Stan's for the rice and beans he promised?" "Yeah," Alex said. "I'd like to keep our presence here a secret. Let the 2 troublemakers think we're still in the Newman's house." "My thoughts exactly," Luke said. Glad they were on the same page, Alex grinned. Then he and Melissa headed back to the Newman's house. Chapter 15. Melissa. "I think that's everything," Melissa said, as she surveyed the clothing, food, and other assorted items piled in the large open room in Luke and Chloe's basement. Off of that space were 2 bedrooms. There was also a bathroom that wasn't all that useful any longer. Alex, the kids, Baxter, plus Luke, Chloe, and their 2 girls were in the basement as well. Melissa had to laugh at how excited Charlotte and Mia were to have her family move in with them. 5-year-old Charlotte danced around singing, "We get to play with Emily." 3-year-old Mia danced around too, although Melissa wasn't sure she understood exactly what was going on. It felt good to be here, good to be in a home where they felt welcome, rather than a house they were borrowing. In the weeks since the EMP, Melissa had enjoyed getting to know Chloe and Luke and really liked them. "Why you happy?" Mia asked Charlotte. Charlotte took Mia by the hands and jumped up and down. "Emily's going to live with us." In our house? Mia asked. Emily knelt beside the girls. That's right. What do you think about that, Mia? You play with me? Mia asked, her eyes bright. Yes, Emily said. Mia pulled her hands from Charlotte's and grabbed Emily's hand instead. Come see my room. No, Charlotte said. Come see my room. Melissa suppressed a laugh as she looked toward Chloe, who was softly chuckling. Looks like there's going to be some competition for your attention, Emily, Chloe said. Then she focused on her girls. Remember, you're going to share a room so that Emily can have a bedroom. Charlotte stared at Emily, her expression serious. You can have my room, Emily. Thank you, Emily said. All right, Luke said, taking in the group. Let's move some things around so that your family will have a place to sleep tonight. Everyone joined in, and before long, Alex and Melissa had the larger of the 2 bedrooms in the basement. Jason and Stephen had the other bedroom, and Emily took the upstairs bedroom next to the room Charlotte and Mia were now sharing. With that done, everyone sat in the living room, taking a much-needed break. Charlotte and Mia were coloring at the nearby dining room table. It's almost time for Stan's rice and beans feast, Alex said. I want the rest of the neighborhood to believe we're still living in the Newman's house, so we'll go over there now, and then during Stan's thing, whoever isn't at Stan's will be at the house. He met the eyes of each of his children and Melissa. Why's that? Emily asked. To sell the idea that we're living there, because if we were, we certainly wouldn't leave our food unguarded, right? Emily nodded. Right. Alex went on. We'll come and go to Stan's from the Newmans, and when the rice and bean thing is over, we'll head over to the Newmans and stay there until everyone has left our street. It made complete sense to Melissa, but she wondered if they were going to take it a step further. Are we going to stake out the Newman's house tonight and see if anyone shows up? Turning to her with a grin, Alex nodded. Exactly. Smart, Dad, Stephen said with approval. Thanks. It's a great idea, Luke said with a sober nod. Then he studied Alex. What do you want to do if people approach the Newman's house tonight? Melissa was wondering the same thing. Depends on their intent. If they come in the dead of night, clearly their objective is nefarious. Imagining their own neighbors, not those on their street, but those in the wider neighborhood, coming after them to steal their food made Melissa's gut churn. Because whoever would do something like that had to know that Melissa and Alex would defend what was theirs. That meant there would inevitably be a firefight. People would die. Were people who knew them willing to kill them for their food? Then she thought about the desperation in the eyes of those around her in the meeting earlier and knew that, yes, they would. If she or her children were starving, would she be willing to kill for a meal? She desperately hoped she would never have to find out. Then another question filled her mind. How far was she willing to go to protect the food that would feed her children? Would she kill people she knew to make sure she could keep her children fed? The thought made her want to vomit. What are you willing to do to stop people like that, Alex? Luke asked, obviously thinking along the same lines as Melissa. Melissa shifted her attention to Alex. If people come to my house in the middle of the night to steal from me when they believe I'm there with my family, I can see no other option but to neutralize them. Although her heart lurched at the thought, Melissa knew he was right. Alex went on. If we don't take action when we have the chance, we'll regret it later, because you can be sure they'll try again. He stopped speaking and scanned their faces. And if they do, there's a good chance the casualty count will include some of us. No one said anything as everyone contemplated Alex's message. Melissa replayed the incident at the meeting between Jordan, Elijah, and Alex. Those other men had been so angry at Alex. From what they'd said, she knew they were growing hungry and desperate people did dangerous things that put lives in jeopardy, the lives of her family and friends. What about Baxter? Stephen asked as he rested his hand on his ever-present companion. Should we leave him here? No, he should be where we are. We'll keep the girls here, Chloe said with a glance toward Charlotte and Mia. Less chance they'll accidentally mention that you're living here now. Good idea, Melissa said. When no one said anything further, Alex stood. All right, let's do this. Even though she knew this was not the dangerous part, the anxiety Melissa felt at the thought of neighbor killing neighbor didn't abate. Maybe it was because she was about to face many neighbors, and not knowing which one of them might look at her with envy bordering on malice made her very, very nervous. Chapter 16. Alex. "Looks good," Alex said to Stan. They stood on the sidewalk at the base of Stan's driveway, where Stan had set up a table with a large pot of rice and another pot of cooked beans. "Yeah, it turned out better than I thought it would." Glancing toward the Newmans' house, which was across the street and a couple of houses down from Stan's, Alex saw Stephen throwing a ball for Baxter in the front yard. Melissa and Emily watched from where they sat on the Newmans' porch steps. Alex hadn't told Stan about their new living arrangements, but he was planning to after the meal was over. "Here come some people," Alex said with a chin lift toward a young family walking toward them. The family had 3 children. 2 were elementary school aged, and the third looked about 4. "Hello," Stan said with a broad smile. "Hi," the father said. "Thank you so much for your generosity," the mother said as she handed 3 small plates to Stan. Stan scooped a small helping of rice and beans onto each plate, then handed them back to the parents. The kids sat on the grass and began eating. More families came, and every one of them was grateful. It made Alex wish he had enough food to share, but he knew if he did, it would be gone in a day. There were too many people and not enough food. To Alex's surprise, none of the adults with the children asked for any rice or beans. Then some adults without children showed up, including Jordan. "Thought I'd see if you had any food left after you fed the kids," he said. "Sorry," Stan said with a smile of regret. "There's not much left." "I'll take whatever you have," Jordan said. "It's for the kids," one of the parents who stood about 10 feet away said as he watched his son eat. Jordan frowned at the man. "I wasn't talking to you." The man folded his arms across his chest and stared at Jordan. "Look, we're all hungry, but the kids have to come first." Glowering at the man, Jordan said, "I understand, but if the kids have been fed, then we don't want to let any of this food go to waste." "It won't go to waste," Stan said, his tone calm, like he wanted to avoid a confrontation. Alex stood nearby, but he noticed Jordan seemed to avoid looking at him. Jordan huffed a sigh, but he left. A short time later, Elijah walked up to the table. He glanced at Alex, then focused on Stan. "How did it go?" he asked like he was part of it and interested in the success or failure of Stan's generous action. "It went great," Stan said. Elijah peered into the pots, which still had enough to fill a few child-sized plates. Then he swept his eyes over the people still there. The ones who had finished eating had left, but there were still 6 adults standing around waiting for their children to finish eating. "Expecting any more kids?" Elijah asked Stan. "Dunno, but I'll stay here until all the food's gone." "I can help with that," Elijah said with a grin, his voice soft so that the parents wouldn't hear. But Alex heard. Annoyed with Elijah and Jordan earlier, Alex couldn't stop himself from speaking up. "Go home, Elijah. This food isn't for you." Elijah turned to Alex with a scowl. "It's not up to you." "Why don't you put your big boy pants on," Alex said, "and leave the neighborhood to find your own food?" Elijah's eyes bulged and his lips flattened, then he lunged at Alex. As close as Alex had been standing to Elijah, he didn't have time to dodge out of the way, and he went down with Elijah on top of him. Elijah swung a fist into Alex's jaw, but before he could punch him again, Alex rolled Elijah off of him and ended up on top. Pent-up fury at Elijah surged through him, and he clenched his fist before slamming it into Elijah's face once, twice, 3 times. "Stop!" Stan shouted. Several people pulled Alex off of Elijah, whose nose was gushing blood. Alex didn't resist, and when a few people helped Elijah to his feet, Alex stood about 8 feet away, his eyes narrowed at the man. Elijah wiped the blood dripping from his nose, looked at his hands, then pointed at Alex. You're gonna regret this." Alex stared at him, then he shook his head as he suppressed an amused smile. It had felt great to punch the man who had been an irritant to him since the day he'd met him, and Alex had zero regrets. Even so, he knew he had to watch his back, and as Elijah stormed away, Alex glanced toward the Newmans' house and saw Jason and Stephen come out the front door before tossing a ball back and forth in the front yard. Alex noted that Elijah glanced their way. Silently congratulating himself for his foresight to sell everyone on the notion that they were still living in the Newmans' house, Alex watched Elijah until he was out of sight. The men who had broken up the fight were gathering their families and leaving, as were the remaining families. Before long, no one remained. "I'm not sure provoking Elijah was a smart thing to do," Stan said as he stirred the remaining food in the pots. Before Alex could respond, Luke called out, "Is there any left for my girls?" "Yep," Stan said. "They can finish it." "Perfect," Luke said with a grin as he strolled across his yard, then Stan's, before reaching Stan and Alex. Stan scraped the remaining rice and beans out of the pots and onto the 2 plates Luke held out. "Really appreciate it," Luke said. "Let me take this to them, then I'll be back." When Luke returned, he turned to Alex. "Did you tell him yet?" "Tell me what?" Stan asked as he faced Alex. "That my family's moved in with Luke and Chloe," Alex said with a half smile. Stan squinted in the direction of the Newmans' house, where Stephen was now tossing a ball for Baxter, then he looked at Alex. "I think I'm missing something." Chuckling, Alex explained what was going on, finishing with, "We're going to stake out the Newmans' house tonight and see if anyone shows up." "Count me in," Stan said. Relieved to have more help, Alex said, "I was hoping you'd say that." He glanced at Luke, then turned to Stan. "Since you live next door to Luke, we thought it would be a good idea if our 3 families worked together on security." "Yeah," Stan agreed. "I would appreciate that, especially since the entire neighborhood knows I have enough food to share." He shook his head. "Here I was trying to do something nice, but I've a feeling it's going to get turned against me." He looked between Alex and Luke. "You really think people are going to attempt to force us to give up our food to the neighborhood?" His tone said it would be a fool's errand. "I do," Luke said with a single nod. "I've seen desperate people do all kinds of things, and I wouldn't put it past anyone to risk their very lives to get food for their families." That's what Alex was afraid of, because that meant he would have to risk his life to repel their attacks. Chapter 17. Alex. "Let's talk strategy," Luke said that evening. The sun would soon be dipping toward the horizon, and as Alex sat with Melissa, Luke, Chloe, Stan, and Nancy in Luke's living room, he was eager to get things figured out for that night. From where he sat, he could monitor the front of the Newmans' house. Alex's kids were keeping the younger children, including Stan and Nancy's 2 boys, entertained in the basement while the adults planned. After Alex explained what he had in mind, a plan which the others agreed on, he said, "Having handheld radios and night vision would give us a distinct advantage, so I asked Oliver to join us." "That's right," Stan said with a grin. "I forgot he had those. Had them in a Faraday cage, right?" Glad that Oliver had thought ahead, Alex smiled. "Yep." A solid knock sounded at the door. Alex stood. "Right on time." He opened the door. Oliver stood on the porch, a backpack slung over one shoulder. "Evening," Oliver said, his deep voice booming. "Hello," Alex said with a wide smile as he stepped back to allow Oliver to enter. Everyone greeted the new arrival, and after Oliver sat, Alex went over the plan once again, then said, "During the beans and rice feast, my family set up a few tripwires inside the house. We made them obvious to anyone who's paying much attention and has a light source. They'll be expecting us to have some sort of security in place. Otherwise, they might get suspicious and figure out that we've moved." "Good thinking," Luke said. "I like it," Oliver added. "Who's going to keep watch here and at Stan and Nancy's?" Melissa asked. "We don't want to leave any of our homes vulnerable." "No," Alex agreed. "We don't." He looked over the assembled group. "Chloe and Stephen can keep watch here, and Nancy and Emily can guard Stan and Nancy's place." That would leave 6 people to run the op at the Newmans' house. Heads nodded all around. Alex answered a few questions, and then Oliver pulled 6 handheld radios with earpieces out of his backpack. "They're not fancy," Oliver said, "but they get the job done." "We appreciate you letting us use them," Alex said. They decided to leave one radio with Chloe and one with Nancy, just in case an attack came on either of their houses while the primary group was at the Newmans. The remaining 4 radios were given to Alex, Melissa, Oliver, and Luke. Jason and Stan would be near others on their team and would have to rely on them for communication. Oliver pulled out 4 sets of night vision goggles, each attached to a head strap, making them hands-free. "Nice," Alex said as he examined one. "These must have cost a pretty penny." Oliver grinned. "Got 'em on Amazon. For how well they work, they were actually quite reasonably priced." He paused. "And well worth it." He briefly showed them how they worked, then one set went to Alex, while the other 3 went to Melissa, Luke, and Oliver. Once all the gear had been distributed, Nancy and Emily gathered Ethan and Robbie and went to the house next door, while Alex and the 5 people working the op went to the Newmans' house. The sun had set and darkness was descending. All 6 went inside and further discussed the details. "When someone shows up," Alex said to Oliver, who would have one of the radios, "give 2 clicks. We'll confirm with 1 click." Once everyone was clear on what to do, Melissa, Oliver, and Jason went outside to take up their positions around the exterior of the Newmans' house, while Alex and Stan took their positions in 2 upstairs bedrooms. Luke tucked himself into a hidden corner of the family room. Then they waited and waited. Alex had no idea if anyone would actually be coming, and if they did, when they would come, or how many there would be. It was now after midnight. "Home base 1, check in," Alex said into the mic clipped to his collar. "All good," Chloe replied. "Home base 2, check in," Alex said. "Good here," Nancy said. Relieved that nothing was happening at either house, Alex was about to ask Oliver to check in when he heard 2 clicks in his earpiece. Someone had arrived. Chapter 18. Alex. Alex clicked his radio once in response. Then he slipped out of the room he was in and went to where Stan was stationed to let him know something was about to happen, since Stan didn't have a radio. Luke had a radio, however, so he was aware. Once back in the room where he'd been positioned all night, Alex listened intently for any sound or movement. Several minutes later, he heard it. The door that led from the garage to the kitchen opened. Evidently, whoever was coming had entered through the pedestrian door from the backyard into the garage, and had then picked the lock on the door that led into the house. They'd locked it to give the illusion that Alex and his family were inside. 4 clicks sounded in his earpiece. 4 people were coming in. Then a single click. That would be Luke acknowledging. Alex concentrated on every creak, every pop, every breath. Then he heard it. The first tripwire, set at the base of the stairs. Apparently, the intruders hadn't seen it in time to avoid it. Rocks jangled in an aluminum can. Then, soft swearing. Alex keyed the mic on his radio 3 times in quick succession. The signal for Oliver to move in to flank the intruders. Jason and Melissa would stay outside and cover them if anyone else showed up. Some or all of the intruders were creeping up the carpeted stairs. Alex knew this because he'd placed sheets of parchment paper on a few random steps. When the intruders stepped on them, Alex heard a soft yet distinct crunch. "Something's not right," one intruder whispered. "Freeze!" Luke shouted from somewhere downstairs, but it didn't sound like he was talking to whomever was climbing the stairs. The intruders must have split up. How many were headed toward Alex and Stan? Before the unlucky ones could leave the fatal funnel of the staircase, Alex moved to the top, and with his NVGs, he clearly saw 2 men. They were looking toward the main floor where their buddies had been called out by Luke. Although they were turned sideways, Alex could see pistols in their hands as they lifted them from low ready to high ready, like they were prepared to shoot Luke if they got the chance. Wanting to take advantage of them not knowing he was above them, and furious that they'd broken into the home where they believed he and his family were living, surely with ill intent, Alex aimed his gun at the man who had come farther up the stairs and pulled the trigger. In such a confined space, the gunshot was extremely loud, and at such close range, there was no way Alex could miss. The man crumpled, then tumbled partway down the stairs, nearly knocking his companion off of his feet. The second man managed to hang on to his gun as he struggled to maintain his footing, but the moment he was steady, he lifted his gun and began to turn toward Alex. Shifting his aim to him, and before the man could get a shot off, Alex pulled the trigger. That man fell as well, joining his buddy at the base of the stairs. Several gunshots sounded on the main floor. Had one of the intruders shot at Luke? Had Luke been hit? "Clear," Alex heard in his earpiece. It was Luke's voice. Relieved, Alex responded, "Clear." Then he went down the stairs to find two more dead intruders, with Oliver and Luke standing over them. Stan joined them in moments. "Everything all right outside?" Alex asked into the radio's mic. "Yes," Melissa replied. "No one else around that I can see." Luke pulled a flashlight out of his tactical vest, but before he flicked it on, he, Alex, and Oliver lifted their NVGs. Melissa was wearing the fourth pair. Luke illuminated the dead men. Alex didn't know the name of one of them, but the other one was Jordan. Not surprised that he was one of the intruders, it was still surreal that a man he'd known was now lying dead at his feet. But more than that, Jordan had come into the house where he believed Alex and his family were sleeping, intending to do who knew what, probably kill Alex and maybe his family and take their food. The world had become an even crazier place when people who knew you would do something like that. Glad he'd expected such a thing and had prepared for it, Alex was grateful he had good people on his side to help protect his family. "They shot first," Luke said, "so we had no choice but to shoot back." He glanced at Oliver, who frowned like he wasn't happy he'd had to kill people from their own neighborhood. They went to the bottom of the stairs. Luke shone his flashlight on the men Alex had shot, expecting one to be Elijah, when instead it was two men that Alex recognized from the neighborhood but didn't know by name. He shook his head, frustrated that these men had broken in, and because of their bad judgment, they were now dead. "You think anyone else is coming?" Oliver asked. "My guess," Luke said, "not tonight." It was late, nearly 1 a.m, so Alex tended to agree. Running his fingers through his hair, he said, "Hopefully that's all the killing for today." Leaving the dead men where they'd fallen, Alex and the others took the dead men's guns and their extra magazines. Then Alex spoke into the radio. "We're coming out the back." He and his team put the NVGs back over their eyes and exited the house through the sliding glass door. After getting Melissa and Jason, the 6 of them crept across the street to Luke's house. Once they reached the sidewalk, Stan broke off to go to his house next door, saying, "I'll bring Emily home." "Sounds good," Alex said. "Let's meet up at Luke's tomorrow morning at 10. They all agreed, and Oliver said good night before heading off to his house. Once they were inside Luke's house, they set up a watch schedule for that night, and Alex and Melissa went to bed. It took Alex a long time to settle down and fall asleep, and when it was his turn to stand watch, the sun was only an hour away from rising. Not feeling rested, he walked the perimeter of Luke's property. All was quiet, and he wondered if Jordan and his group were the only ones who had planned an attack on him, or if others were planning attacks of their own. Chapter 19. Alex. At 10 the next morning, Oliver and his wife Amanda, as well as Stan and Nancy, came over to Luke and Chloe's house. Alex and Melissa joined them in the living room. The older kids were babysitting the 4 younger children in the basement. Oliver and Amanda's 2 teenage boys were caring for their 2 younger siblings at home. "When I was walking the perimeter of Luke's backyard," Alex began, after they had exchanged pleasantries, "I came up with an idea I wanted to pass by you." Everyone turned their attention to him. "We ought to take down a section of fence between your yard," he looked at Luke, "and yours." He did a chin lift toward Stan. "That way, we can more easily guard our 2 properties. Also, Baxter can roam between the 2 yards and alert us if anyone approaches." "Great idea," Luke said. Stan nodded his agreement. I wish we lived closer to you guys, Amanda said. We've had to enlist our 2 teenagers to help us keep our place secure. Oliver and Amanda lived several streets over from the rest of the group. You can move into the Newmans' house, Chloe suggested. As far as Alex knew, the 4 dead bodies were still lying at the base of the stairs and on the main floor. Had their families come looking for them? Had they found them? What would they do when they discovered they'd been killed? Oliver turned to his wife, who chewed on the inside of her lower lip as she silently communicated with him. What do you think? He asked her. I don't know. We're all set up at our house. Oliver faced the rest of the group. For now, we'll stay where we are, but in the future? He shrugged. Who knows? That was exactly how Alex felt. Staying with Luke and Chloe wasn't a long-term solution. He and his family were homeless. He and Melissa would have to figure something else out, and soon. But for now, for reasons of security, it made sense to team up. A knock sounded at the front door. Everyone went quiet as they focused on the door. Luke stood and calmly walked into the entryway. He looked out the peephole, then turned to the group with a frown. It's Brian. The unasked question was, do I let him in? After a brief hesitation, Alex nodded. Wearing a frown, Luke pivoted to the door, then turned the knob and pulled the door partway open. Alex couldn't see Brian and thought Brian couldn't see the gathered group, but Alex could hear his voice once Luke greeted him and asked what he could do for him. No one answered at Stan's or Alex's, Brian said. Know where they are? They're here. Luke stepped back to allow Brian entry. It seemed as if Brian didn't know about the mayhem that had occurred at the Newmans' house only hours earlier. Alex found that interesting. It meant no one had reported it to him, and with the blinds down at the Newmans' house, no one could see the death inside through the windows. Brian walked into the house, and as he took in the group of 8 adults, he paused, clearly trying to figure out why they were meeting. What can we help you with? Stan asked as he stood and walked to Brian with his hand held out. Brian shook it. I have some news. Stan motioned to the chair Luke had vacated. Have a seat. Brian did, and Luke grabbed a chair from the dining room before rejoining the circle. Some men came to see me this morning, Brian began. Mind racing as to who these men were, Alex listened intently. Were they men who had been in on the sneak attack by Jordan and the others in his group? What had they told Brian? What, if anything, would Brian do about the fact that people were attacking their neighbors for food, or that Alex and his friends had killed 4 men? They were from the government, Brian continued. That was completely unexpected. Alex straightened in his seat. What did they want? Brian turned to Alex. They said there are a couple dozen people from their team going around to different neighborhoods making the same offer. Which is? Oliver prompted. Brian frowned. They'll deliver food to our entire neighborhood. What's the catch? Alex asked, knowing there had to be one. Brian hesitated, which made Alex wary. They want all guns turned over to them. No, Oliver said without hesitation. Alex and the others shook their heads as well. No freaking way, Alex said. His gun had protected himself and his family on multiple occasions, and Alex knew the bad guys would never give up their guns. Turning his over to some government official would be a potential death sentence for him, his family, and all those he cared about. Stan narrowed his eyes at Brian. Why did you come here to tell us this? Why not present it to the committee? Brian studied Stan. Because I wanted to see what you, he looked toward Alex and Melissa, and you, he nodded toward the others, had to say. If people want to exchange their guns for food, Melissa began, then they can. That doesn't mean we have to. Brian was quiet. That's the trouble. It's an all-or-nothing deal. For anyone to get food from these guys, the entire neighborhood would have to give up their guns. Alex sat back and shook his head. After what had happened early that morning with Jordan and the 3 men with him, Alex knew many people were desperate enough for food that they would do whatever they were told if it meant feeding their families. That's going to be a no from me, Luke said, his tone calm but confident. I agree, Alex said. Same here, Melissa added. Alex appraised the others and saw that it was unanimous. No one in this group would give up their best means of protecting themselves in exchange for food. Brian stood. Can't say I'm surprised. Stan stood as well and faced Brian. Are you willing to give up the ability to protect yourself and your family in exchange for food, Brian? Brian shook his head. Honestly, not just yet, but I can't say that I won't change my mind, if things become dire enough. Glad to hear that even Brian wasn't ready to jump on the offer, Alex stayed silent. Even though I'm not for this, Brian said, it's only right to present the offer to the community. When will you do it? Chloe asked. This afternoon, 4 o'clock. We'll be there, Alex said. Chapter 20. Alex. The number of people attending the neighborhood meeting that afternoon was more sparse than it had been the day before. Was that because not everyone had heard about the meeting? Or because they were too weak from hunger to attend? Had anyone else died? Besides the 4 men Alex and his friends had killed, that is. All day, Alex, Luke, Stan, and their wives, plus Jason, Emily, and Stephen, had monitored the Newmans' house. No one had shown up to retrieve the bodies. Before coming to this meeting, Alex had checked, and the 4 bodies were where they had fallen. Did that mean no one but the dead men had known what they were up to? Knowing Jordan was friends with Elijah, Alex wondered if Elijah had any clue. He scanned those scattered across the playground, searching for Elijah. There he was, and he was glaring at Alex. Interesting. Alex stared back, his eyes hard. Elijah looked away first, his lip curled, his eyes blackened from Alex's punches the night before. Don't think he likes us, Luke murmured beside Alex. Smirking, Alex shook his head. Oliver and Stan and their wives were there, as well as Melissa and Chloe. The 2 women stood close to each other, their heads bent as they whispered a conversation that seemed pretty intense. Good afternoon, Brian called out a few minutes later. All conversation ceased. Before we begin, does anyone have questions or comments? Yes, a woman shouted. All heads swiveled her way. My husband's missing. Her face was drawn with worry. So's mine, a woman standing nearby called out. Brian scratched at his cheek as if he were perplexed. When did you see them last? When we went to bed last night. The other woman nodded like it was the same for her. Tilting his head, Brian asked, Were they on a security detail? No. You're Tanner's wife, right? Brian asked the first woman. Yes. And you're Jordan's wife? The second woman nodded. Yeah, Tessa. Seeing the people the dead men had left behind gave Alex a sour feeling in his stomach. But if the men hadn't come to attack Alex and his family, they would still be alive. The other 2 dead men were either single, or their families weren't at the meeting. Brian lifted his eyes to the people watching the exchange. Anyone have any ideas? Why don't you ask them? Elijah shouted, pointing at Alex, Luke, and the others in his group. Do you know something? Brian asked, his voice tinged with disappointment that if they did, they hadn't shared it with him when he'd come by earlier. Sure don't, Oliver said with confidence. Really? Elijah said as he crossed his arms over his chest. Sounds like you know something, Alex said to Elijah, his tone a challenge. Are you saying nothing happened at your house last night? Elijah asked. My house? Alex rubbed his chin. My house was burned to the ground. Elijah rolled his eyes. The house you're living in, the Newmans' house. Furrowing his brow, Alex cocked his head. We're not living there any longer. We moved out yesterday afternoon. Elijah stiffened, his eyes going wide. That's not true. I saw... His words trailed off. Alex narrowed his eyes. You saw what, Elijah? Not a sound could be heard as everyone's attention was riveted to the conversation. During Stan's thing last night, Elijah began, your family was over there, at the Newmans. Suppressing a grin at the success of his ruse, Alex stared at Elijah, who stood about 40 feet away. And? If you're not living there, why were you at that house? Why do you care? Alex shot back. That seemed to stump him. He looked away. Clearly, he knew that his buddy Jordan had gone to Alex's house and hadn't come back, but he couldn't admit that without also explaining why 4 armed men had broken into a house in the middle of the night expecting it to be occupied by a family. Do you know where Jordan is? Tessa called to Elijah. If you do, please tell me. Elijah glanced at Alex, then focused on Tessa and shook his head. I don't know where he is. Brian watched the conversation with interest, but didn't press anyone for information they were obviously not prepared to give. Maybe he went looking for food, a man suggested in a loud voice. After we went to bed? Tessa asked. The man shrugged. Maybe he left early this morning and didn't wake you. The man turned to the wife of the other missing man. Your husband too. Tessa bit her lip, then nodded. Maybe. I suggest you give them time to come home, Brian said. If they're still missing by the end of the day, let me know. Alex surreptitiously studied Elijah, who wore a scowl. Once again, Elijah's plan to turn the community against Alex had failed. All right, Brian said. If there's nothing else, I'd like to get to the reason I called this meeting. The missing men forgotten, everyone waited to hear what news Brian had to deliver. Alex knew, of course, and braced himself for the tumult that was sure to follow Brian's announcement. A pair of men from the government came to see me this morning, Brian began. Then he paused. In the silence, people began shouting questions. Did they say what caused the power to go out? When's it coming back on? Are they going to help us? Brian raised his hands, and once everyone quieted, he said, They did offer some help, but they want something in exchange. No one spoke. The only sound was the caw of a crow flying overhead, like it knew there would be plenty for it to eat soon enough. They said the government is offering food to the community, Brian began, but before he could finish his sentence, people gasped and gave cries of relief. I knew they would come through, one woman said, her voice croaking like she was near tears. Hold on, a man called out. Brian said they want something in exchange. What is it? Brian nodded. That's right. They will only give us food if we hand over our guns. Several people shouted, What? Or, No way! Some lifted their hands to their mouths. Others showed various signs of disbelief. But a small number nodded and smiled like this was the perfect solution. I'll give up my guns for food, one man stated. His clothes hung on him like he'd lost a significant amount of weight. Well, I won't, a woman standing near him said. How can I protect myself if I'm unarmed? Exactly, someone else shouted. But immediately after that, a woman said, My children are starving. They need food, not guns. Hold on, a woman yelled. I don't even have a gun, but my family needs food. What am I supposed to do? Same here, a man shouted. What about me? All right, Brian said loudly as he raised his hands. After some continued grumbling, everyone calmed down, then quieted. Brian looked at the faces of those closest to him, then met the eyes of those farther back. The men said it has to be a neighborhood thing. In other words, they won't do it on a house-by-house basis, but rather, the entire neighborhood has to agree, and the entire neighborhood has to hand over their guns. But if they do, the entire neighborhood will get food. How much food? A man asked. How long will it last? A month's worth, Brian answered. How can we be sure they have that much? The same man asked. His eyes narrowed like he had little faith in the promises of the government. It doesn't matter, another man shouted, because I, for one, am not giving up my best source of protection. This caused the crowd to go into an uproar. What about my family? How can you be so selfish? Are you going to share your food then? Who's going to protect our neighborhood if we have no guns but the bad guys do? Someone asked. During all of this, Alex and his friends remained silent. He was curious to know what the rest of the neighborhood thought, and they were reacting exactly as he thought they would. Let's take a vote, Brian said during a lull in the arguing. If you support trading guns for food, raise your hand. Alex noticed he didn't say, if you support trading your guns for food. Of course, those who were unarmed would vote for the trade, and about a third of the people raised their hands. When it was clear that the majority wouldn't go for the deal, the people whose hands were in the air began lowering them while wearing scowls. Some looked extremely angry, their faces red with outrage, their lips a slash on their faces. Brian must have noticed too, because he quickly said, "Let's table this for now. The men said they would be back in 3 days to get our answer." This seemed to mollify some. "Who's that?" a woman asked. Her finger pointed to the sidewalk outside of the school grounds. Chapter 21. Melissa. Melissa turned and looked in the direction the woman pointed. A lone man trudged toward the school, his arms hanging at his sides like he was exhausted. "It's Don," someone said. "Our neighbor?" Melissa asked with a glance at Alex. It had been 10 days since Don had gone with Kevin Campbell, Baxter's owner, to look for Kevin's wife, Sarah. Alex had let them take the truck. The fact that Don was on foot, by himself, didn't bode well. "Yeah," Alex said. "I think it's him." "Where's Kevin?" Chloe asked. "And Sarah?" Melissa glanced at Chloe and shook her head, her gut churning with worry. Everyone at the meeting had stopped talking as they watched Don make his way toward them. "Anyone have some water?" Luke asked. "Yeah," Stan said, pulling a half-full water bottle out of his jacket pocket. Then he trotted over to Don, who had nearly reached them. Don gulped down the remaining water, then handed the empty bottle back. Stan walked beside Don, and when Don sat in a camp chair someone offered him, everyone drew close to him, eager to hear what he had to say. Melissa moved in along with everyone else. "Are you hurt?" Stan asked him. Don shook his head. "Just tired." He leaned his head against the back of the chair, his eyes broadcasting sadness and defeat. What had happened to him? Where were Kevin and Sarah? Anxious to know, Melissa held her tongue, not wanting to pepper the poor man with questions. Instead, she waited along with everyone else for him to catch his breath and tell his story. Don lifted his head, his gaze skimming over those closest to him. When his eyes met Stan's, who was squatting beside the camp chair, he said, "Kevin and Sarah, they're—" His eyes filled with tears, and his voice dropped to a near whisper. "They're dead." Melissa heard a loud gasp and realized it was coming from her, but also from nearly everyone there. She clapped her hand over her mouth as coldness settled into her bones. "What happened?" someone asked. Don looked at the person who had spoken, then frowned. "It took Kevin and me a day and a half to get close to the DMV where Sarah worked, but before we reached it, we were ambushed." He shifted his eyes to Alex. "We lost the truck." "That's okay," Alex said. Don nodded, then continued his story. "We went the rest of the way on foot. She wasn't there. The place was locked up tight, so we began asking people if they'd seen her. Kevin had brought a picture of her from an album he said she'd created online and had shipped to their house. He'd cut it right out of the album. He'd said she was going to be mad that he'd done that, but what else could he do?" Don shook his head. "Doesn't matter now, does it?" Softly sighing, he wiped one hand across his eyes. "We didn't have any luck that first day, and as darkness descended, we holed up in the storage room of a large craft store. We took turns keeping watch, and during the night, a group of men showed up. They rampaged through the store, whooping and hollering and having a grand old time as they smashed everything they touched. Luckily for us, they got tired before they got to the storage room." As Melissa listened to Don's story, it brought back the memory of the horrible things she'd experienced on her treacherous journey home on the day of the EMP. It had been less than 3 weeks, and things would only get worse. She thought about the conversation she'd had with Chloe before the meeting and hoped it would have an effect. Don began speaking again, drawing her attention back to him. "The next morning, we continued our search, and miraculously, halfway through the day, we hit pay dirt. Someone knew where Sarah was, so he took us to her. She and Kevin were so thrilled to be back together. She'd gone home with a coworker, Teresa, who lives several miles from the DMV. Sarah had been staying there, but she said the nights were terrifying. People being randomly attacked, home invasions, stuff like that. He inhaled deeply, then slowly released his breath, clearly exhausted, both emotionally and physically. Teresa and her husband Joseph told us we could stay there for a couple of days to rest before heading home, and that first night we slept well. But the next night... He went quiet as he stared at his hands in his lap. Melissa felt her body tense in anticipation of what he was about to share. Half of her didn't want to know, but the other half had to know, had to be aware of what kinds of things could happen, especially with what she'd proposed to Chloe. They all had to be aware. Kevin was on watch, Dawn continued, and the rest of us were asleep when someone kicked the front door in. There were 5 of them, and by the time they dragged me into the living room along with everyone else, they had already killed Kevin. He was crumpled on the floor in the kitchen. Dawn rubbed at his eyes and took several deep breaths. When Sarah saw Kevin, she completely lost it. Even though these guys held guns on us, she ignored them and threw herself on Kevin. But then she got angry. She leapt to her feet and got right in the face of the man who seemed to be in charge, screaming at him before she punched him. He laughed at her, which lit her fuse, so she kneed him in the groin. Dawn shook his head. That didn't go over well, and... He blinked rapidly and sniffed. The guy, he shot Sarah right in the face. Dawn visibly swallowed before closing his eyes, as if he was reliving the scene and desperately trying to forget it. Imagining what it would be like to face someone who had just killed Alex, Melissa felt her adrenaline spike. Would she have the courage to do what Sarah had done? Especially knowing how evil those men were? She didn't know, but she admired Sarah's bravery even though she'd been killed in the end. Although they'd lived on the same street, Melissa had never gotten to know Sarah, and now she regretted that she would never have the chance. After that, Dawn went on, they tied the rest of us up before they ransacked the house, taking every last bit of food and whatever else they wanted before leaving us to our grief. He paused for several long moments. The next morning, Teresa, Joseph, and I buried Sarah and Kevin in the backyard. Another long pause. I headed back here later that day. He shook his head. Being on my own, I could stay out of sight and I stayed safe, but it wasn't easy, and it took a lot longer to get back than I had expected. His face brightened some, but here I am. Listening to his story, Melissa felt her heart beat dully in her chest. It was horrible out there. How long until it reached her neighborhood, her family? They'd already dealt with a lot with Travis Hughes and his people. What would happen when the next group of marauders came through? People who were more desperate, more evil. Those thoughts solidified the plan she was ready to put into motion, the one she'd gotten Chloe to agree to. Chapter 22. Alex. Listening to Dawn's story made Alex angry and sick all at the same time. What those men had done to Kevin and Sarah had been completely pointless. There had been no reason to kill them, no reason at all. It underlined why it was important to be able to defend himself and his family and those he cared about. The bad guys would never give up their weapons, and anyone who believed taking weapons away from the good guys would keep the bad guys from following the evil in their hearts were only fooling themselves and putting everyone else in danger. Yes, Stan said in reply to Dawn's last statement. Here you are. And we're glad you made it back. I'm sorry about what happened to Kevin and Sarah. It's an absolute tragedy. Stan stood and studied the faces of those crowding around him and Dawn. All we can do is learn from the misfortune of others. What do we learn from that? One woman asked, her eyes wet with tears. That evil exists, Alex said, and we have to be able to protect ourselves from it. Isn't that convenient? Elijah sneered. Everyone turned to Elijah. What's convenient? Oliver asked. His eyes narrowed. That your friend came back with his story right as we were having a debate about guns. His lip curled. Well, I have a story too. A story that says that you, he pointed at Alex, Luke, Stan, and Oliver in turn, shot and killed 4 men from our neighborhood just last night. Now everyone's attention shifted to Alex and his friends. I don't know what you're talking about, Oliver said, his tone smooth and confident. Alex found it interesting that Elijah seemed to know that the men were dead. Had he been around during the break-in? Had he been hidden nearby and heard the shots? Maybe he'd been the lookout, and when his buddies hadn't come out after he heard the gunshots, he'd assumed the worst. Alex stared at Elijah. Since the truth would inevitably come out, Alex wanted to be the one to drive the narrative, so he asked, "Where did this alleged event happen?" Elijah seemed to suddenly realize that going down this path might not be the best idea after all, because he glanced at those near him and visibly swallowed. "Come on, Elijah," Luke said. "Tell us what you know." He gestured to the people who were listening. "We're all extremely interested in this." I was walking by, and I heard gunshots. Then I saw you four come out." "Come out of where?" Stan asked. The Newman's house." "Wait," Alex said, his head tilted to the side and his brow furrowed. "What time did you say this was?" Elijah licked his lips. "I don't know. Late." "Now that you mention it," Stephanie, who lived 2 doors away from the Newmans, said, "something woke me up. I think it was gunshots." "Do you know what time that was, Stephanie?" Luke asked. "Yeah, because when I woke up, I looked at my watch. It was 1:15. "In the morning?" Alex asked, like that was a shocking bit of information. She nodded. "Yes." Alex turned to Elijah. "First off, why were you taking a walk at 1 in the morning? But even more puzzling, why, in the middle of the night, would 4 men be inside the house where everyone believed my family was living?" He turned and looked at the throng of people. "Sounds to me like those men were up to no good." Heads nodded in agreement. "Were you their lookout?" Alex asked as he turned on Elijah. Elijah blinked rapidly and his mouth worked, but no words came out, which confirmed Alex's suspicion. "What was the plan?" Alex pressed. "To kill me and my family and take our food?" Several people gasped. "Hold on now," Elijah said, his hands raised. "I couldn't sleep, so I went on a walk, and that's when I heard the gunshots and saw them leaving the house. What were you doing there at 1 in the morning, huh?" "Who says I was?" Alex asked. Then he made a scoffing sound. "You?" Then he narrowed his eyes. "How do you know anyone was killed? Is it because you were in on it with them?" Alex's voice went deadly soft. "Was it your idea to kill me and my family, Elijah?" "No, it was Jordan's idea," Elijah shouted, like he was eager to point the blame in another direction. Then he slapped his hand over his mouth like he just realized what he was admitting to, which also showed his involvement. Alex felt his whole body grow taut with fury, and before he had time to consider the consequences, he lunged at Elijah, knocking him to the ground. Then he pummeled him, punching him several times before strong hands pulled him off of the man. "Okay," Oliver said near Alex's ear. Then he murmured, "Not here, Alex. Not now." Breathing heavily, and with adrenaline still thrumming through his body, it took everything within Alex to not fight Oliver off. "He's right," Luke said, his voice soft. "Let it go. For now." Oliver and Luke released Alex's arms, and Alex glared at Elijah, who was pushing himself into a sitting position. "This isn't over," Elijah shouted, his face bloody, which, added to his already blackened eyes, made him look pretty gruesome. Alex didn't reply, only shook his head in disgust before turning and walking away. Chapter 23. Alex. Back at Luke and Chloe's, Alex and Melissa helped prepare dinner, which was comprised of several freeze-dried meals from Alex and Melissa's supplies. Although Luke had initially refused to take from Alex and Melissa's stash, Alex had insisted. With his food nearly gone, Luke had relented, and Alex was glad he had enough to share. The adults, as well as Jason and Emily, sat at the dining room table, while Stephen, Charlotte, and Mia sat at a card table nearby. "This stuff isn't half bad," Jason said as he shoveled savory stroganoff into his mouth. Alex laughed. "Looks like you're enjoying it." Jason grinned. "I'm just hungry." Everyone chuckled. So, Chloe said, as she side-eyed Melissa before glancing at Alex, then meeting Luke's gaze. Today Melissa proposed an interesting idea. Alex remembered the intense conversation Melissa had seemed to have with Chloe right before the community meeting. Now that Chloe was bringing it up, he made a guess as to what it could be, although since Melissa hadn't told him she was going to talk to Chloe about it, he wasn't certain. "What idea?" Luke asked, his eyes going between Chloe and Melissa. Melissa smiled but said nothing. "Things seem to be getting a little more dicey around here," Chloe began. "Yep," Alex thought, "just as I suspected." "And my gut tells me it won't get any better," she continued. Luke frowned. "What idea?" A small smile tucked up the corners of Chloe's mouth. "Melissa knows of a safer place, a place where there's room to be self-sufficient, a place that's already up and running." Luke first looked at Melissa, then he focused on Alex. "You know about this place too, I assume?" "Yes," Alex said as he turned to Melissa, who stared back. With his eyes going between Alex and Melissa, Luke asked, "Then why aren't you already there?" "The plan to go there," Melissa said as she studied Alex, "is still under discussion." Annoyed that she'd sprung it on him in front of their friends and had apparently invited them to come along, Alex frowned. He noticed that Jason and Emily were listening closely to the conversation, but they wisely kept their opinions to themselves. "Tell me about this place," Luke said. "Where is it? Who else is there? What do they have that makes them self-sufficient?" "It's my sister's homestead," Melissa said with a bright smile, "near Cedar City." Luke slowly nodded. "All right. Tell me more." "Last time we visited," Melissa said, "which was last year, my sister and her husband were in the process of making some changes so that they would be completely off-grid, completely self-sufficient." She paused. "I'm not sure how much they got done, though." Alex was wondering the same thing. Heather and Scott had grand plans, and they'd bought a lot of the supplies they would need, but had they implemented those plans? How had the EMP affected their equipment? "How much property do they have?" Luke asked. 20 acres, Melissa answered. Luke was silent for a good 30 seconds. "Since you told Chloe about it, I assume you're suggesting our family go there with you." Melissa smiled. "Yes, that's exactly what I'm suggesting." "How would your sister feel about you bringing other people along?" Melissa's smile faded, just a bit. "There's no way to contact her ahead of time, of course, but I'm confident she would be okay with it." "Uh-huh," Luke said. "I want to go," Chloe said as she placed her hand on Luke's arm. "This neighborhood is falling apart." Her words were like a punch in the gut, because what she said was true. And now, with the men from the government showing up and offering to trade food for guns, Alex knew it was only a matter of time before those men would demand all citizens give up their weapons. This offer was only the first attempt. No doubt more would be coming. Which made him wonder who was really in charge. What was the ultimate goal of that person or group of people? How would that goal affect his family and their survival? Once their meager food supply ran out, would they be at the mercy of this person or group? What would that look like? The more he considered the ramifications, the more he knew what he had to do to keep his family safe. There was no doubt now. It was time to go. As he thought about the approximately 250-mile journey, he knew having Luke and his family along was the right thing to do. Not only would it benefit Luke and Chloe's family, but having Luke to help with security would keep his own family safer. "What do you think?" Chloe asked Luke, her eyes imploring. Alex studied his friend. Luke lifted his eyes to Alex. "When are you planning on leaving?" Since he'd just come around to Melissa's view that they should go, he hadn't thought beyond that. "I don't know. Soon." At the pleased surprise on Melissa's face, he couldn't stop a chuckle. "We're going?" Emily asked, her fork halfway to her mouth. "Yeah," Alex said with a grin in Melissa's direction. Melissa smirked. "I knew you'd come around eventually." "You did you?" Although he felt some relief at having decided, he couldn't deny that it slightly irritated him at the way Melissa had sprung it on him in front of their friends. Reaching over and placing her hand on his arm, Melissa smiled. "Yes, I did, because you always do what's best for our family." Her words soothed his ruffled ego, and he smiled back. "Wait," Stephen asked from the nearby card table. "We're going to Aunt Heather's and Uncle Scott's?" Sounds like it, Jason said. But isn't that, far away? Not really, Alex said, although he had some concerns himself over such a journey. It usually takes about 3.5 hours to drive there. Are we going to have a car? Emily asked, her eyes bracketed with worry. Picturing the truck and the LTD they'd gotten from Travis Hughes' neighborhood, Alex said, It's a possibility. Then again, those vehicles didn't belong to him. In fact, at the moment, the truck was parked at Oliver's house, and the sedan keys were in Stan's possession. I don't know about taking both vehicles, Luke said, obviously thinking the same thing as Alex. They belong to Oliver and Stan as much as to us, but we need both to fit 9 people plus our gear. Hold on, Melissa said as she rubbed the back of her neck. We should ask Dan and Nancy to come. We should also include Oliver and Amanda. With a mix of annoyance and agreement, because it was a great idea, but it would also complicate things, Alex said, Anyone else? Looking at the others, Melissa shrugged. Not that I can think of. Shaking his head, Alex smiled. It will be a challenge with such a large group, if they even agree to come. True, Luke said, but the higher numbers will also give us strength. Us? Alex asked Luke with a smirk. Sounds like you made your decision. Luke chuckled. Guess I have. Also, Melissa said, if we go right away, we should have enough food to get all of us there, even if it takes a little longer. But if we wait, our food stores will dwindle, and then making the trip will be more of a challenge. Everything she said was right on the money, and it only underscored Alex's decision to make the move sooner than later. Slowly nodding, he said, Let's meet with the others in the morning and see what they say. That night, they took turns keeping watch, and when it was Alex's turn, he couldn't help but wonder when Elijah would come after him, because he had no doubt that the man would try. Chapter 24. Alex. By 9 the next morning, all 4 couples were gathered in Luke's living room. Alex regarded his friends. Stan, Nancy, Oliver, and Amanda had no idea the proposal he was about to make. Would they flat out reject it? And if they did, would that be a good thing or a bad thing? Because not only would including them add more adults to help with security, but it would also add more children who would need protecting. What's this meeting about? Oliver asked, his forehead creased in question. It didn't take long for Alex and Melissa to lay out the proposal, and after answering questions, they gave the 2 couples time to digest and discuss the invitation. Alex noticed Amanda giving Oliver a meaningful look, while Stan and Nancy stepped away for a whispered conversation. Yes, Stan said when he and Nancy rejoined the group. We want to go. Nancy nodded vigorously. Us too, Amanda said. She glanced at Oliver, who smiled slightly, then faced the group. We've been wanting to leave, but didn't know where to go. She smiled brightly. This is exactly what we need. Knowing they would have 8 capable adults, plus his 3 teenagers, and Oliver and Amanda's 2 teenagers, gave Alex great confidence that they could succeed at this journey. They would have 6 small children as well, but there were enough people to keep the little ones safe and cared for. They would have Baxter too. Since Kevin and Sarah would never come home, the black lab had now become their dog. That's perfect then, Melissa said with a broad smile. A sense of excitement and anticipation filled the room as several people began speaking at the same time. They all laughed as Alex held up his hand with a grin. To succeed at this, he began, we have a lot of planning to do. He met the eyes of each person. There will be 19 of us, plus a dog. He smirked. 2 vehicles won't be enough. Sure won't, Oliver said. Heck, my family alone needs a vehicle. The same could be said for Alex and his family. Getting another working car might be a challenge, Stan pointed out. And getting fuel won't be easy either, Melissa said. Even so, Alex said, driving is preferable to walking. No doubt, Oliver said. All right, Alex began. So, we need to find at least 1 other vehicle. 2 more would be even better. We also need to keep our gear down to what we can carry. But what if we have 4 cars? Chloe said. 1 per family. Why would we need to limit our gear to what we can carry? We have to be prepared, Alex said, then paused before adding, prepared to abandon our vehicles and go on foot. That would be awful, Chloe said, especially with the little ones. It sure would, Amanda agreed. Alex knew how they felt. Going on foot would be extremely difficult, but there was a real possibility that at some point they would be forced to. They needed to be prepared for just such a possibility. "We'll bring as much food and water as we can fit in the vehicles," Alex said, "but we need to be prepared to hoof it if necessary." He regarded them. "Do any of you have packs? The large kind meant for backpacking?" "We have one," Stan said with his hand raised, "and 2 small backpacks for our boys." "We have 4 of the larger ones," Oliver said with a smile. "Before the 2 younger kids came along, Amanda and I like to take her boys on longer backpacking trips. We have 2 small ones, too." Alex used to have one, but he'd lost it in the fire. He turned to Luke and Chloe. "The kids have school backpacks," Chloe said, "but that's it." "Okay," Alex said. "So we have 5 big ones, which means ideally we could use 8 more." "Kind of a tall order," Nancy said with a frown. "But not impossible," Stan pointed out. "We could hit the recreation stores. We're bound to find a few." "They might have other goodies we can use," Oliver said with a grin of anticipation. "Very true," Alex said. "Let's head over there ASAP." "Maybe we'll get lucky," Oliver said, "and we'll come across another vehicle we can use." Luke laughed. "That would be nice, but I doubt we'll get that lucky." "Never know," Oliver said. Glad everyone was enthusiastic about their prospects and about the trip in general, Alex grinned. "All right, who's up for a field trip?" Chapter 25. Alex. After discussing it, they decided Alex, Oliver, and Stan would go on the hunt for more backpacks early the next morning. They would leave at sunrise. It seemed less likely there would be many people out and about that early. Luke, with his ankle still healing, would stay back. He, along with Chloe, Melissa, Jason, Emily, and Stephen, would work on deciding what they absolutely had to bring. Amanda and Nancy and their respective children would do the same at their houses. Just before sunrise, Oliver and Stan came to Luke's house to get Alex. Armed with 1 handgun and 1 rifle each, along with extra magazines tucked into jacket pockets, the trio walked out to the truck parked at the curb. Alex was hoping he could find a tactical vest or some sort of chest rig to better hold his gear. Oliver drove, while Alex and Stan sat on the bench seat. It was a tight fit, but it was better than riding in the bed of the older truck. They could have taken the LTD, but the truck would have more room for the gear they hoped to get. The drive to the large sporting goods store, which was less than 5 miles away, was uneventful, and when they pulled into the parking lot, it didn't surprise Alex that it was half full of dead vehicles. When the EMP had hit, it had been in the middle of the afternoon, and this place was usually pretty busy. "Be on alert," Oliver said as he parked between a pair of SUVs near the entrance. "Even though it's early, it's possible other people are inside." "Yep," Stan said. He was riding shotgun, and he got out first. Alex was right behind him. Before heading to the entrance, Alex scrutinized the area, looking for any movement. All was still. The sporting goods store, which was a huge 2-story building, was fronted by windows that went from the roof to the concrete sidewalk out front. That would certainly help with casting light into the space. They approached the entrance, which was to the side of the building. Like in the other stores Alex had been to since the EMP, the glass doors on this store had been shattered. They walked through, their guns low and ready. Oliver took point. Alex was behind him, and Stan brought up the rear. It had been a while since Alex had been to this store, but the last time he'd come, it had looked nothing like it did now. The place had clearly been a popular destination for looters. Debris and merchandise were strewn all over the floor. The full-size Ferris wheel that was a hallmark of the store stood where it always had, but it was eerily silent. Bright sunlight from the skylights and other windows flooded the space, making it easy to see. That was a bonus. However, in the deeper sections of the store, where the sunlight didn't reach, dark shadows created an ominous atmosphere. The trio split up to more quickly search for gear they could use. Alex headed up the stairs. Once at the top, he went directly to the gun department. It had been cleared out. Not a gun or a bullet in sight. Not at all surprised, he suppressed a sigh, then did a more thorough search. By the time he was done, he'd found 2 boxes of ammo. One was a 9mm, the other was .223, which was just what he needed for his AR. Though he'd hoped to find more, he would take what he could get. A display of backpacks hung nearby. Although they were more the size students used, they were better than nothing, so he pulled half a dozen off of the display. He walked around the upper floor, stepping over scattered merchandise until he came to a department that held items he had no experience using, but that would be worth learning. The archery department. Surprisingly, there were several bows and plenty of arrows. He loaded as many arrows into the backpacks as he could fit, then chose several bows, including a compound bow. "That could do some damage," he murmured. To his delight, as he was rummaging around to see what else he could find in that department, he came across 2 tactical vests behind a bunch of other merchandise. Figuring someone had hidden them, intending to come back for them later, he lifted the first one out. When he felt the weight of it, he nearly shouted for joy. Carrier plates had already been inserted in both the front and back. The other one was also good to go. Grinning, he removed his jacket and put on the vest. Then he took his extra magazines out of his jacket pockets and tucked them into the pouches. Excited to show Oliver and Stan what he'd found, and hopeful that their searches had been just as productive, he looped several of the backpacks over his arms, carrying what gear he could, with a plan to come back for the rest. Then he moved toward the stairs. As he got closer, he heard a shout. Although he couldn't make out what the person had said, it didn't sound like a shout of joy, but rather one of distress. Concerned that his friends were in trouble, he stashed what he'd been carrying in a nearby aisle, then crept down a few steps to see if he could tell what was going on. Chapter 26. Alex. Not able to see anything, Alex went more than halfway down the stairs. That helped, but he still wasn't able to view much beyond the first few rows of merchandise, so he ventured to the bottom of the stairs. Then, with his pistol drawn and ready, he hustled over to a rack of shirts, using it as cover. Pausing, he listened for any sounds that would give him a clue to what was happening. "Don't move," a voice said, but it wasn't directed at him, and it didn't sound like either Stan's or Oliver's voice. Alex estimated that the man speaking was about 20 yards away. Concerned about Oliver and Stan, Alex hunched forward, and using the various racks of merchandise as cover, he crept in the direction the sound had come from. "What do you want?" Stan shouted, presumably to let Oliver and Alex know he was in trouble. Wanting to help him before something irreversible happened, Alex eased closer. "Are you alone?" the man asked. "Yes," Stan immediately replied. "Now, tell me what you guys want." Alex noticed that Stan had said, "you guys." Clearly, it was Stan's way of warning him and Oliver that there was more than one person. "Do you have any food?" the man asked. "Put your guns down," Stan said, again in a loud voice. How many assailants were there? What weapons did they have? With his back to a shelf of sweatshirts, Alex surveyed the immediate area. He didn't see anyone else. Were all the assailants clustered near Stan? "I'm the one holding the gun," the man replied, "so you don't get to tell me what to do. Now answer my question." "Do I look like I have any food?" Stan asked. "Not on you," a different man said. "What about where you're staying?" "No," Stan said. "You're lying." The man's tone was laced with anger. "What makes you say that?" Stan's tone was calm, reasonable. As the conversation progressed, Alex eased forward. In moments, he was close enough that he was only one aisle over from Stan and the men who were holding him at gunpoint. Being as silent as possible, he inched to the end of the aisle, then peered around the end cap. 2 men were focused on Stan. The man pointing a handgun at Stan had a dirty ponytail. The other man wore a blue ball cap and had a rifle slung over his shoulder. The men were angled in such a way that they weren't looking toward Alex. Stan, however, could see him, and his eyes flicked, ever so quickly, in Alex's direction. The men didn't notice or thought nothing of it, because they didn't turn around. Surprised that their situational awareness was so terrible, when Alex felt cold steel pressing into the side of his neck, He understood why the men hadn't been paying as close of attention to their surroundings as he thought they should. Because there was a third man keeping watch, and Alex hadn't had a clue he was there. Angry at himself for his own failure to keep sufficient situational awareness, Alex clenched his jaw. "Keep your hands where I can see them," a man said right beside him. Slightly panicked that they had caught him unaware, and trying to figure out how he could get the upper hand without getting shot, Alex didn't move. "Who's this?" Ponytail asked as he turned and narrowed his eyes at Alex, then he spun around and glared at Stan. "Thought you said you were alone." Ponytail punched Stan in the face. Stan grunted and staggered back against the shelving. Blue Cap chuckled, apparently amused by his friend's temper. Wanting nothing more than to take these guys out, Alex bristled with frustration, and when the man standing behind Alex took Alex's Glock, AR, and knife, his anger only escalated. "Move," the man said as he shoved his gun into Alex's neck. Alex stumbled forward, stopping when he reached Stan. "You okay?" Massaging his jaw, Stan nodded. "Yeah." Alex shifted his attention to the man who had snuck up on him. He had an average build, short hair, and a long beard. "Nice vest," Ponytail said to Alex as he eyed the tactical vest Alex had put on only minutes earlier. The man grinned, revealing crooked teeth. "In fact, I'd like to wear it." Ponytail pointed his gun directly at Alex's face. "Take it off." With no choice but to comply, Alex gritted his teeth, then removed the vest. Ponytail snatched it from his hands. Stepping back several feet, Ponytail tucked his handgun into a holster at his waist, then began putting the vest on. Alex swept his gaze over the other two men. Blue Cap still had his rifle over his shoulder, but no gun in his hands. Longbeard was the only one ready to shoot, although his gun was pointed at the floor. If he and Stan did nothing, what would the outcome be? Would these guys kill them without a second thought? What would happen to their families if they were dead? It was a risk Alex wasn't willing to take. Instead, he knew this was his best chance to do something. Gearing himself up for action, he drew in a breath and quietly exhaled. Then, without letting himself consider the consequences of failure, he dove at Ponytail, his hand reaching for the gun at the man's hip. Obviously startled, Ponytail's hands flew out to the sides, the tactical vest not yet secured into place. Alex took advantage of Ponytail's distracted state and wrapped his fingers around the handgun, then yanked it out of its holster. "Hey!" Longbeard shouted, his gun coming up as he pointed it at the scuffling men. Blue Cap swung his rifle off of his shoulder and pointed it in Alex's direction as well. Keeping Ponytail between himself and the other two assailants, Alex couldn't help but second-guess himself. He now had two guns pointed at him, and no one to back him up. Stan was unarmed. In fact, Alex hoped he would move from the aisle and out of the line of fire. Since Stan was behind him, Alex couldn't tell what he was doing, and he wasn't about to take his eyes off of the bad guys to check. Using Ponytail as a shield, Alex pressed the gun to the back of the man's head, then said to the other two, "Drop your guns, or your friend's dead." Ponytail's hands went up. Longbeard's eyes shifted to Blue Cap, whose lips flattened. Did they care enough about their friend to comply? Neither one of them moved, so it would seem that they didn't care all that much, or maybe they were just desperate enough to risk their friend's life. "You drop your gun," Longbeard said, "or we'll shoot you." They seemed to be in a standoff. "How are you going to do that when your buddy's between us?" Alex asked. Longbeard grinned. "He's not my buddy." "Come on, man," Ponytail whined. "I don't want to die. Do what he says. We'll figure something else out." When no one moved, Alex said, "You'd best listen to him, boys. You know how you were surprised to see me? Well, you might be interested to know that there's more than just me and my friend. We have an entire team here, and right now, I wouldn't be surprised if your heads are lined up in their crosshairs." At least, Alex hoped Oliver was taking aim. Blue Cap ducked his head a bit as he looked around, but Longbeard was more skeptical. "I think you're bluffing." Alex smirked. "It's your funeral." Longbeard licked his lips, clearly nervous, but he didn't lower his gun. "Last chance," Alex said, desperately hoping either the men would comply or Oliver would appear. "I don't think that's going to happen," Longbeard said, evidently gaining confidence in his theory that Alex was bluffing. "This is your last chance." A smile began to grow on Longbeard's face, but before it had fully finished forming, his head jerked to the side at the same time that a loud boom filled the space. Everyone froze. Another boom, and Blue Cap fell to the floor. Oliver appeared at the end of the aisle, his AR aimed at Ponytail. Ponytail cried out as he trembled, his hands rising higher into the air. "Don't shoot!" he screamed. "Don't shoot!" Alex frisked Ponytail, finding a knife but no other weapons. He'd already taken his gun. "Sit down," Alex demanded. Ponytail practically collapsed to the floor. While Alex kept his attention on Ponytail, Oliver turned his focus to the two men he'd shot. Kneeling beside them, he pressed a finger to the neck of Longbeard, then Blue Cap. He stood, dead as a doornail. Stan came around the end cap near Oliver, then knelt over Longbeard. After a cursory search, he held 2 guns and a fixed-blade knife. He took 2 more handguns off of Blue Cap. He tucked one into his holster and one at the back of his waist. Then he brought one of the 2 to Alex, plus the knife. "I believe these are yours," he said as he held out Alex's Glock as well as the knife. Glad to have his weapons back, Alex tucked Ponytail's gun into his waistband, then took possession of his Glock, keeping it in his hand in case Ponytail got frisky. Then he slid the knife into the sheath at his back. Stan gave Blue Cap's pistol to Oliver. Alex's AR lay on the floor where Longbeard had dropped it. "What are you going to do to me?" Ponytail asked as he cowered on the floor. The man looked like a meth head. Alex shifted his eyes to Oliver and Stan, his eyebrows raised in question. "Hang tight," Oliver said. Then he left. When he returned, he held a ball of twine. After removing the tactical vest from Ponytail, they tied his hands behind his back, his ankles together, then bound him to the shelving unit. "That ought to hold him until we're gone," Stan said with a grim smile. Ponytail glared at them, but said nothing, his dead friends reminding him that living was a precarious proposition just then. Alex put the tactical vest on. "You guys find anything useful?" He frowned. "Before you were interrupted?" "No," Stan said. "It's mostly clothing down here." "You have any luck?" Oliver asked Alex. Remembering all the gear he had discovered, Alex grinned. "I found a few goodies." Gesturing toward the staircase, he added, "I'll show you what I found." "I'll keep an eye on the prisoner," Stan offered. "Thanks," Alex said. Then he and Oliver headed to the stairs. Chapter 27. Alex. By the time the men were done at the sporting goods store, they'd loaded 4 bows, several dozen arrows, and backpacks for each person in their group who didn't already have one, including 2 backpacker-style packs, into the bed of the truck. Oliver had asked to wear the extra tactical vest. They'd left Ponytail to fend for himself. Satisfied with their haul, Alex, who was riding shotgun as they left the parking lot, scanned the area. Nothing moved. After driving for several minutes, a school came into view, which gave him an idea. "What about a school bus?" "For what?" Oliver asked. "Our trip to southern Utah." Stan nodded as a smile turned up the corners of his mouth. "That's a great idea." Then his smile faltered. "If we can find one that runs." "What do you think, Oliver?" Alex asked. "It would fit our entire group plus supplies." Oliver looked thoughtful. "I like it, and I know just where to get one." He turned left at the next cross street, and before long, he pulled up to a chain-link gate. He got out of the truck and studied the fence, then got back in and turned to Alex and Stan with a grin. "Guess we'll have to use a little brute force. Make sure your seatbelts are fastened, boys." Alex chuckled as he secured his seatbelt. Oliver put the truck in reverse, backed up a fair distance, then punched the gas. The truck surged forward, and when it reached the chain-link gate, it plowed right through. Laughing, Alex shook his head, but when he saw at least a dozen school buses parked in neat rows, he couldn't suppress a grin. A bus yard? Nice. There were plenty of empty slots for the buses, but that made sense since the EMP had hit on a weekday afternoon. Many had been in service. Do you think any of them run? Stan asked. Not sure, Oliver said, but there's one way to find out. No one was around, so the three of them strode to the nearby office building. The door was locked, but they managed to break in, and after searching, they found where the keys were stored. After trying multiple buses, they realized that none of them worked. I wonder if Zane could get one running, Alex said, thinking of the mechanic who lived in their neighborhood. He gestured toward the building with tall garage doors. The parts he needs are probably all in there. Worth a try, Oliver said. With that, the three of them put the keys back in the office and drove home. Soon after getting back to their neighborhood, Alex went to talk to Zane. That's a big ask, Zane said with a frown as Alex stood on the man's porch. Without explaining why he wanted a bus, Alex had asked Zane if he would go to the bus yard and try to get one running. It is, Alex agreed. What would make it worth it to you? Zane rubbed his chin. My brother has a place up north, in Idaho. I've been thinking about bugging out and joining him there. Take my wife and kids. He paused. Trouble is, I don't have a way to get there. Not easily. Not with my 3 kids. Seeing where he was going with this, Alex waited for Zane to make the request. After another brief pause, he did. I'll take the job on 2 conditions. Which are? I need that LTD you and your buddies have been driving around. What about the El Camino you let me use? Zane shook his head. It's not mine, and the guy it belongs to won't part with it, so I need the LTD. Since the bus would fit all of their group, they could get by without the LTD. Seemed like a good trade to Alex. Regardless, he didn't want to seem too eager. I'll have to discuss it with the others. Fair enough. What's the second condition? I want at least 2 armed guards on site while I'm working. I don't want to worry about security while I'm under the hood. I can do that. The beginning of a smile lifted the corners of Zane's mouth. All right, you get me that LTD, and you have yourself a deal. I'll let you know by the end of the day. Alex paused. If the answer is yes, when can you start? First thing tomorrow. Excited that his plan just might work, Alex promised to come back before the day ended, then he began the short walk home. It didn't take long to get everyone's agreement that giving up the LTD was a worthwhile trade, and when Alex told Zane the news, he could see relief in the mechanic's eyes. I'll come by at sunrise, Alex said. See you then, Zane replied, then he shut the door. First thing the next morning, Alex and Luke drove the truck to Zane's house. As promised, he was ready to go. He loaded tools into the bed of the truck, then climbed into the cab. Since they were handling security, Alex drove and Luke rode shotgun. Little tight in here, Zane pointed out as he shifted in a seat between Alex and Luke. Can't be helped, Alex said as he drove through the gap at the barricade. We could have taken the LTD, Zane pointed out. Yeah, Alex said, except we want to keep it in pristine condition for you. In reality, Alex didn't completely trust Zane not to take off in the LTD before he'd finished the job. That was all they needed, for Zane to leave him and Luke at the bus yard with no transportation and no leverage for Zane to get the bus running. Zane shrugged like that was fine with him. I would like to look at it before you hand it over to me, make sure it's running okay. That wasn't unreasonable. Sure thing. Before long, they were at the bus yard. Like the day before, no one was around. Alex parked beside the pedestrian door that led into the work bays. All 3 men got out. Zane surveyed the area. Any bus in particular you want me to work on? With no idea which one would be the best choice, Alex pointed to the one closest to where they stood. How about that one? That way, he figured Zane wouldn't be too far away from the tools and parts that they hoped to find inside the space where buses were normally worked on. Sounds good. With some effort, they opened the pedestrian door that led to the work bay. Once inside, Luke stood watch outside while Alex and Zane checked out the space. It was cavernous, with 2 buses inside that had been in the process of getting repaired. I'm curious if one of these buses runs, Zane said as he surveyed the one closest to him. Being inside this building, maybe it acted as a kind of Faraday cage. Maybe, Alex said, but if they had the bay doors open, then it wouldn't have been anywhere near sealed. Plus, who knows what issues these buses have? True. It doesn't hurt to check, though, Alex added. I'll see if I can find the keys. You do that. I'm going to check out the tools and parts. It didn't take long to determine that neither bus would start, so it was back to their original plan, for Zane to work on the bus nearest the entrance to the shop area. Besides, the light was better outside than in the shop. Zane got to work while Alex and Luke patrolled the yard, walking the perimeter while keeping a close eye on the area around the bus where Zane was working. Having someone show up and cause harm to their mechanic would be a huge problem. Chapter 28. Melissa. Melissa thought Alex's idea to get a bus running for their trip to her sister's place in southern Utah was a great one. Glad he and Luke were overseeing the repairs, she focused on helping Chloe go through her things, winnowing it all down to the bare minimum that she couldn't live without. In a way, it was a blessing that she herself had so little. It made it easy to choose what they would bring, namely, their few items of clothing and all of their food. Both girls wore this when they were babies, Chloe said, as she held up a pink and green onesie, a wistful look in her eyes. Folding it, she sighed. But they no longer fit, and I know there's not room for sentimental items. Then she lifted her eyes to Melissa, her expression contrite. I'm sorry. I shouldn't complain. At least I'm able to look at them once again. It's okay, Melissa said with a smile. I've had time to come to grips with losing all of our stuff. Then she gave her friend a stern look. But it's just that, stuff. All that matters is the people in our lives. Chloe's shoulders relaxed as she smiled. You're completely right. None of this, she swept her hand toward the totes they were sorting through, is important. So what is? Melissa asked, trying to guide her through the process. Tossing Melissa a smirk, Chloe said, I see what you're doing. And by the way, it's working. Going more quickly than she had before, she sorted through the clothes in the totes. They were in the basement, but it sounded like someone was knocking at the front door. Although her kids were upstairs, Melissa wanted to see for herself who it was. Too many crazy and dangerous things had happened for her to allow her kids to just open the door to anyone. Let me get that, she called out as she hustled up the stairs. When she reached the living room, she saw Jason standing in the entryway, his hand resting on the gun at his hip, his eyes going between her and the door. With the experiences her 17-year-old son had been through since the EMP, she knew she could count on him to do whatever was necessary to protect her and their family. It's Brian, Jason said, motioning to the peephole. Melissa stopped beside him. Is he alone? She whispered. Yeah. Okay. She stepped back so Jason could open the door. Good morning, Brian said. Hello, she said with a smile. She liked Brian. He'd stepped up to the challenge of leading their neighborhood, and from what she'd seen and from what Alex had told her, he'd done a pretty good job. Considering the circumstances, she didn't know what he could have done differently to make things any better. Assuming he was there to talk to her husband, she said, Alex and Luke aren't here. Oh, well, I'd like to talk to you and Chloe anyway. Wondering what this was about, Melissa said, All right, why don't you come in? I'll get Chloe, Jason offered. When Chloe had joined them, the three of them sat in the living room. The kids had gone down to the basement. What's going on? Chloe asked. You were both at the meeting the other day, Brian began. The one where you announced that those men from the government want us to turn over our guns without question? Chloe asked, her expression a challenge. Brian shifted in his seat, clearly uncomfortable with Chloe's characterization of the situation. Yeah. Yes, Melissa said, not any happier about it than Chloe was. We were there. She paused. What about it? The men are due back later today, and they'll want an answer. Melissa frowned. I think the majority of our community made it pretty clear what our answer is. Brian rubbed the back of his neck. So you both feel the same way your husbands do? Of course, Melissa said. Chloe nodded vigorously, adding, Yeah. Brian pinched the skin at his throat. That's what I was afraid of. Why did he seem so worried? What do you mean? I didn't mention this at the meeting, but the men implied that if we didn't agree to their terms, there would be consequences. Sitting up straight and glancing at Melissa, Chloe said, Consequences? What kind of consequences? Wondering the same thing and wishing Alex was there, Melissa couldn't stop all kinds of terrible scenarios from playing out in her mind. Brian cleared his throat. They didn't say, but I got the feeling it could get ugly. Alarmed at what that meant, Melissa didn't know what to say. What should we do? Chloe asked. Brian was quiet. Then he rested his hands in his lap and leaned forward. Maybe I could buy more time. Tell them we're going to comply, but we need a few additional days to gather the weapons. We're not going to change our minds, Melissa pointed out. She didn't mention that they would be leaving the neighborhood for good as soon as possible, so really, buying time was a good thing. Sighing heavily, Brian nodded. Right, but it's worth a try. What happens when they come back and we still haven't done what they wanted? Chloe asked. It was a good question, because it was unclear when they would head out. Would they be gone before those men learned the truth? And that was assuming they would grant more time. I don't know, Brian said, his eyes tight with worry. After a long pause, he added, Is there anything at all, that would convince you to comply? Alex would never change his mind, and she had no intention of changing hers either, not with the way the world was now. She turned to Chloe to see what she had to say. Chloe met her gaze, her eyebrows rising as if to ask, Do you want to tell him we're leaving, or should I? Deciding they needed to keep their cards close to their vest, Melissa shifted her attention to Brian. We'll have to discuss this with Alex and Luke. Brian nodded. I understand. He stood and left. Once he was gone, Melissa turned to Chloe with a deep frown. I hope they get that bus running right away. We need to get out of here before the crap really hits the fan. Chapter 29. Alex. I'm getting close, Zane said when Alex asked how it was going, but I'm ready to call it a day. They'd been at the bus yard for hours, and it was now early afternoon. Feeling a need to get home and check on his family, Alex said, All right, we'll come back tomorrow. Before long, the three men were on the road and headed home. I want to look over the LTD today, Zane said. Alex was driving, and Zane was once again in the middle. Alex turned to Zane, then shifted his eyes to Luke, who frowned. Zane pressed his lips together. Either I check out the LTD today, or I'm done with your bus. Annoyed that Zane would threaten him, but also respecting the mechanic's determination to make sure he got what he'd bargained for, Alex turned his attention back to the road. Okay, I'll bring it over later. And he would stay there while Zane did his thing. You can trust me, Alex, Zane said as he studied Alex's profile. Turning his head to meet Zane's eyes, Alex appraised him. He seemed sincere, and he had done nothing to make Alex suspicious. Nevertheless, Alex wouldn't leave him alone with the LTD until the bus was running. I appreciate that, Alex said with a tight smile. They reached their neighborhood without incident, and after dropping Zane off at his house, Alex and Luke drove home. When they pulled up in front of Luke's house, everything appeared quiet, but it wasn't until Alex went inside and saw with his own eyes that his family was safe and sound that he relaxed. I'm so glad you're back, Melissa said, her voice strained. He pulled her into his arms, savoring the warmth of her body. When she drew away, her eyes were bracketed with worry. We need to talk. She glanced at Luke and Chloe, who were quietly chatting in the kitchen. All of us. Sensing that she had bad news to deliver, he felt himself tense. Okay? He stretched the word out as if that would slow the delivery of the news. Looking toward Luke and Chloe, he saw Chloe meet Melissa's eyes. Chloe turned to the children. Would you guys mind taking the girls downstairs for a bit? Sure, Emily said. Jason frowned, like he knew he was missing out on important information and didn't like it. Jason, Alex said on impulse, you stay. His son's face immediately brightened. Emily tilted her head, but Stephen was already herding the girls toward the basement stairs. Melissa must have noticed Emily's reaction because she said, We'll fill you in later." Emily nodded, then headed down the stairs. Once the 5 of them were seated, Melissa said, "Brian came by earlier." Then she replayed the exchange. Hearing about the unspoken threat from the government men, Alex felt anger course through his chest. He shifted his eyes to Luke, whose nostrils flared and jaw clenched. "What makes you so sure they're really from the government?" Jason asked. For some reason, that question hadn't occurred to Alex. Luke turned to Jason. "That's a good question." He rubbed the back of his neck. "The only way to know for sure is to let it play out." "What do you mean?" Chloe asked. "If they are from the government," Luke said as he faced Chloe, "they'll have a lot more people to back them up." Alex considered this. "Or they could be a local group trying to disarm the other neighborhood so they can steal from them later. Even in that case, it would be more than just those 2 men. "True," Luke began, "but one clue to tell if they are government is their gear. It would be uniform, and they would be fully kitted out." "Good point," Alex said. "Although if we get to the point where we're evaluating their gear, we're in trouble." The thought of going against government goons made his chest compress with anxiety. If it really was the government behind this, the men would be well armed and well trained. What chance would they have against that? They needed to get the bus running so they could leave, which reminded him, "I need to take the LTD to Zane, but I want to stay with him while he checks it out. But we need to let Stan and Oliver know what's going on." "Yeah," Luke agreed. "I'd also like to talk to Brian." "So would I," Alex said. Then he turned to Melissa. "Brian said those men are coming back later today?" "Yeah." Her eyes were pinched, and he knew she was well aware of the potential danger they were in. Alex shifted his focus to Luke. "We should talk to Brian now. It's nearly 3, and we don't know when they're coming." Luke agreed, so he and Alex headed to Brian's. When they reached his street, Alex felt himself tense up with concern about how things were going to unfold. Was his family in danger? Were these men actually from the government? Or were they one of those roving gangs he'd heard about? In the end, it didn't really matter. Either way, it was bad news. They reached Brian's porch and knocked on the door. Brian opened it, and when he saw them standing there, a grim smile barely lifted the corners of his lips. Without a word, he stepped back and held the door wide. Alex and Luke crossed the threshold, stopping in the entry. Brian closed the door. "I assume your wives filled you in," he said. "Yeah. Any idea when those men will return?" Brian scowled. "They already came. Left half an hour ago." Surprised to hear that, Alex said, "What did you tell them?" "Just what I discussed with Melissa and Chloe, that we wanted to make the trade, but we needed more time." He visibly swallowed. "They gave us until 5 o'clock tomorrow evening." "And then what?" Luke asked. "Did they give any indication of what they would do if we don't follow through?" Gesturing toward the living room, Brian said, "Why don't we sit down?" With agitation storming through him, Alex didn't want to sit. He wanted to take action, prepare for whatever assault these guys had planned, but he knew he needed to hear more, so he forced himself to settle into a recliner, perching on the edge and resting his forearms on his thighs. Once the 3 of them were seated, Brian shook his head. "They didn't say what they would do, but these guys mean business. I could see it in their eyes." "Do you think they're really from the government?" Luke asked. "Yes," Brian answered without hesitation. "I wondered the same thing when they first showed up, and I asked for some form of identification. They had badges, not like the kind law enforcement uses." He motioned toward Luke, who had been a police officer only 3 weeks earlier, "but the badges looked official. I can't imagine a rogue group would have gotten a hold of something like that. They also had documentation." At this, Brian slumped a bit. I had to sign a document that stated to the best of my knowledge all members of our neighborhood would comply with the agreement to trade all of their firearms for food." "Wow," Alex said as he leaned against the back of the recliner. The men certainly did sound official. For most of his adult life, he would have thought it ludicrous that the government would forcibly take people's firearms in exchange for food. But even before the EMP, the control the government had begun exerting had become concerning, so this didn't seem as outlandish as it once would have. They said, Brian went on, that the entire neighborhood is to meet at the school tomorrow at 5 with all of their firearms ready to be turned in. Food will be handed out immediately after the weapons have been collected. Do you have a copy of the document? Luke asked. Brian shook his head. No, they only had the one copy that I signed, and they kept it. Alex's mind raced with how they could deal with this. Here's something we can try. Luke and Brian turned to him, their faces expectant. You'll call a community meeting for 5 o'clock tomorrow at the school, Alex said to Brian. Put the word out for everyone to bring their firearms in exchange for food. Brian's forehead furrowed. I don't know, Alex. Half the community is unwilling to make the trade. Not completely sold on the idea himself, Alex's forehead wrinkled. Right. But if no one's at the meeting ready to turn in their guns when those guys expect them to be, we could be in trouble. Maybe enough people will come, Luke pointed out, to make those men believe it's the entire neighborhood. They'll do the swap, and then they'll leave us alone. All right, Brian slowly said. I can see how that might work. Did that document say what the consequences would be if you don't do what you promised? Alex asked. If the entire neighborhood doesn't turn over their weapons? They didn't give me the chance to read the whole thing. Brian's face grew pale. They told me if we were agreeing to their terms, I needed to sign the document. He visibly swallowed. They were in a hurry. Said they had other neighborhoods to visit. When I started reading the document, the guy who was doing all the talking, he called himself Captain Harper, he tapped on the signature line and said, Sign it. If you don't, I know where you really stand. So I signed it. Brian was clearly shaken by the entire experience. Alex wasn't sure what he would have done if he'd been in Brian's position. All he knew was that they had a serious problem on their hands, and they only had 24 hours to prepare. Chapter 30. Alex. What do you think? Alex asked Luke as they trotted back to Luke's house. They didn't want to waste a minute. I think we need to get the heck out of Dodge, Luke said, but the bus isn't ready, and we don't have enough room for everyone in the truck and LTD. Alex shook his head. Exactly. Maybe Zane will get the bus running in time. Maybe, Luke muttered, but if not, we need a plan B. They discussed options, and by the time they reached Luke's house, they had tentatively decided on how they would proceed. I'm going to take the LTD to Zane's place, Alex said. Yep, I'll get Stan and Oliver up to speed. Zane spent a full hour going over the LTD's engine, checking what seemed like every single moving part, trying to suppress the agitation he felt that he was wasting time when he had a million things to do to prepare to both take his family and leave the neighborhood, as well as face the men from the government. Alex struggled to be patient as he stood nearby rather than pacing the sidewalk. Finally, Zane closed the hood and turned to Alex with an approving smile. I would say this beauty passed inspection. At least that had gone well. Good to hear, Alex said as he plastered a smile on his face. We're kind of eager to get that bus running. Do you think it will be done tomorrow? Zane leaned against the hood of the LTD, his body completely relaxed. I don't want to make any promises I can't keep, and you never know what snags I'll run into, but it should be ready in the next day or two. Alex considered telling him about the danger they were all in, but hesitated. If Zane knew, would he ditch the bus project and bolt with his family? Not willing to take that risk just yet, Alex kept the information to himself, even though he knew there might be fallout from not telling him. He would deal with that if it happened. Okay, Alex said. I'll be by first thing tomorrow. See you then, Zane said. Then he turned and strode into his house. Alex drove the LTD home, eager to meet with his group to discuss what they needed to do to prepare for the next day. When he got to Luke and Chloe's house, he was happy to see how much progress everyone had made in preparing to leave the neighborhood. We can go as soon as the bus is ready, Melissa said with a smile. Her enthusiasm to head to her sister's homestead was contagious, and he was glad he'd finally relented and agreed to go. With the new wrinkle from the government, it seemed like it was the best thing to do. Of course, the same issues could be happening in southern Utah, although he rather doubted they'd made it that far. Where they lived was the most populated part of the state, so it made sense that the government takeover would start there, which also made him wonder if this was coming from the state or the federal level. In any case, now they had to deal with it. "What did Stan and Oliver have to say?" Alex asked Luke as they sat in the living room with Melissa and Chloe. "They liked our plan. They'll actually be here any time to discuss it in more depth." Sure enough, half an hour later, Stan and Oliver arrived with their wives. Stan and Nancy had their 2 boys in tow. The adults sent the kids to the basement to play while they discussed their plans. "Zane doesn't feel the urgency we do to get the bus running," Alex began, "but I'm not sure it's a good idea to tell him what's happening." "He'll find out soon enough," Stan pointed out. "I think you should tell him, not only so his family has a chance to prepare to leave, but maybe he'll hurry to get the bus running." "Why would he do that?" Melissa asked. "He'll put his family's needs above ours, and I wouldn't blame him." They went back and forth on the issue, finally deciding Alex would tell him once they got to the bus yard. Not looking forward to the mechanic's reaction, Alex put his worries aside and focused on what they would do about the meeting the next night. They detailed the approach they would take if they were still in the neighborhood when the meeting began. Then Stan said, "We ought to get as much of our stuff loaded onto the bus ahead of time as we can." Everyone was quiet as they thought this over. "I have an idea," Melissa said. Everyone turned to her. "Let's fill the bed of the truck with as much of our stuff as we can, throw a tarp over it, and take it with you tomorrow morning." Heads nodded all around. "I'll go with you to the bus yard, Alex," Oliver said, "and after we load everything from the truck into the bus, I'll come back here and get another load." Feeling more optimistic about their chances of avoiding a confrontation with the men from the government, Alex said, "I like it. With any luck, Zane will get the bus running well before the meeting, and we can be on the road before they know we're gone." Chapter 31. Alex. Before the sun had even begun to peek over the mountains the next morning, Alex and his family, plus Luke, Chloe, Stan, and Nancy, had already filled half of the truck bed with their food. "If the bus isn't running by the end of the day," Alex said, "one of us will have to spend the night with the bus to guard our stuff." Luke frowned. "Yeah, I thought about that." He shook his head. "Let's just hope Zane can get it done." "If he's not so mad at us that he walks off the job," Melissa pointed out. "I won't let him," Alex said, his tone confident. And he meant it. There was no way he would let Zane stop now, not when they were more determined than ever to get the heck out of Dodge. No one replied to Alex's comment. Instead, they focused on arranging their stuff to maximize what they could fit. Once all the food they had, minus what they would need that day, was loaded into the bed of the truck, they started adding the totes filled with their clothes and other essentials that they would take on their journey. By the time the truck bed was full, they'd crammed everything they would need for the trip to the homestead, minus Oliver's gear. Anxiety at losing it all washed over Alex, making his stomach churn. But driving the bus into the neighborhood to load it up here, especially when things were bound to fall apart that night, didn't seem like a great idea either. If they drove a big yellow bus onto their street, it would be obvious they were fleeing, and Alex didn't want to advertise it. Not with the animosity some people had toward him. People like Elijah. At the thought of the man who had it out for him, Alex gritted his teeth. They put a blue tarp over the load and strapped it down. "See you in a while," Alex said to the group as he moved to the driver's door. Then he got behind the wheel before driving to Oliver's house. "Looks like you have a full load," Oliver said when he saw the bed of the truck, which looked like a blue mound with a tarp over all the goods. "Yep, fit it all." "Great. I'll come back for my family stuff when Zane is working on the bus." Alex pulled away from the curb. "Sounds good." Then he tossed Oliver a smile. "We need to remove a few of the seats from the back of the bus so we have room for all this gear." "You're right. There will still be plenty of seats for everyone, though." "Let's take care of that before we move the stuff onto the bus." "Sounds good." When Zane came out of his house and saw that there was a mysterious load in the truck's bed, he narrowed his eyes but didn't ask what it was. On the drive to the bus yard, Zane said, "You hear about the meeting tonight? At the school?" "Yeah. Alex's tone was guarded. What did Zane know about it? Apparently not much, or else he probably wouldn't be willing to come with them. "You know what it's about?" Zane asked. "The guy who told us about it said we should bring our guns. Didn't say why, though." "Not sure," Alex replied. Guilt at leaving Zane in the dark sliced through him, but he would tell him soon enough. Had Brian decided to put the word out to bring guns, but hadn't mentioned that they would be traded for food? If so, how would the community react when they were told they had to turn over their firearms? What would the men from the government do when people refused? Fresh worry at what would happen that evening pressed down on him. They drove the few miles to the bus yard without incident, and once Zane was busy working on the engine, Alex and Oliver got to work on removing the last few rows of seats from the interior of the bus, taking turns keeping watch. When that was done, the pair began moving their goods from the bed of the truck to the now open space at the back of the bus. Zane stopped what he was doing to see what they were up to. He stood on the pavement at the back of the bus where the emergency door was open and watched as Alex and Oliver carried totes of clothing from the truck to the bus. "When are you planning on heading out?" Zane asked. "Soon as possible," Alex said. Then he met Zane's eyes. "Maybe even today." Zane laughed. "You can always hope." Alex glanced at Oliver, who was organizing totes in the back of the bus. Then he faced Zane. "I'm confident you can get it done." Wearing a smug smile, Zane shook his head, then he got back to work. "It's all moved," Oliver said to Alex once the bed of the truck was empty, "so I'm gonna head back and get my gear." "Sounds good." Oliver drove away, leaving Alex alone with Zane. "Where's he going?" Zane asked as he wiped his hands on a rag, then took a long swig of water out of a bottle. "To pick up his gear." Zane leaned against the side of the bus and tilted his head. "Why do I get the feeling you're keeping something from me?" Staring off into the distance, Alex braced himself for the fallout, then he faced Zane. "There is something you need to know." Zane straightened, his eyes intent on Alex. "What?" "That meeting tonight?" "Yeah?" Zane dragged the word out like he was filled with suspicion. "It's not a regular meeting." Zane narrowed his eyes and crossed his arms over his chest. "What do you mean?" "You remember Brian telling us about the men from the government and how they want us to trade our guns for food?" Scowling, Zane said, "Yeah, but that's ridiculous. Only the people without guns will go along with that." "Exactly." Alex couldn't stop his eyes from drifting to the gun at Zane's hip. Would the mechanic use it on Alex in a burst of rage when Alex told him what he knew? Especially when he realized he was stuck here, unless he wanted to go home on foot. Mentally preparing to draw his own weapon, Alex went on. "Those men are coming to the meeting, and they're expecting everyone to submit to their demands." Zane's forehead furrowed, then his eyes widened as the implication of Alex's words sank in. He uncrossed his arms and his mouth fell open. "Wait, is that why that guy told me to bring my guns? To turn them over to the government?" Zane hadn't gone for the pistol at his hip, so that was good. "Yes, the men will expect everyone to cooperate." "Are you going to cooperate, Alex? Give up your guns?" Alex shook his head. "Of course not." Zane dragged his hands through his hair. "Which means all hell is going to break loose." "Possibly." Alex paused. "Which is why we want to take our families and leave before the meeting." Rubbing the back of his neck, Zane paced in a small circle. Then he stopped and faced Alex. "We need to go back, right now." His gaze shot around the bus yard, where their mode of transportation was no longer available. Then he slowly turned to Alex, his eyes going to slits. "What did you do?" Seeing that Zane's anger was growing, Alex tried to calm him down. "I didn't do anything, Zane. Oliver will be back soon, but I need you to get the bus running, right now." Zane's hands curled into fists at his side, and his eyes grew cold. "No. What I need to do is get home to my family." His teeth clenched. "And I need that LTD." Alex put his hands up like he meant no harm. "You'll have it, Zane, as soon as the bus is running." Slowly spinning in a circle, Zane huffed an exhale. Then he met Alex's eyes. "My family needs to get ready. There won't be time." Glad he'd thought of this, Alex smiled, ever so slightly. "People from my group went over to your house first thing this morning to help them get ready. They'll even load the LTD so it's ready for you to leave the moment we get back." Hope lit Zane's eyes. "You just need to get the bus running," Alex said once again, "and then we'll go home." Several emotions played across Zane's face: anger, relief, then resignation. With a muscle moving in his jaw, he glared at Alex, then he got back to work. Chapter 32. Alex. When Oliver returned, Zane grumbled that he wanted to leave, but he kept working, and as the afternoon wore on and the bus wasn't yet running, Oliver volunteered to stay with Zane while Alex went back to their neighborhood to observe the meeting. "How close are you?" Alex asked Zane before leaving. Scowling at Alex, he said, "I'm going as fast as I can, but I need at least a few more hours, and to be honest, I can't guarantee it will be done today." Frustrated and worried that the bus wouldn't be done as soon as he needed it, Alex had no choice but to wait. To Zane's credit, he barely stopped to eat, and Alex knew he was as motivated to get the job done as Alex was. Zane stopped and stared hard at Alex. "If anything happens to my family, I'm putting the blame squarely on you." Considering the fact that Zane had never tried to pull his gun on either Alex or Oliver, Alex tended to believe he was more bark than bite, but either way, he would do what he could to protect the man's family. It was only right. "There's no reason for them to attend the meeting," Alex said. "I'll make sure they're okay, and waiting for you to come get them." Zane's jaw set as he appraised Alex, then he nodded once. "If you're not done by tonight," Alex said to the men, "I'll come back." "We'll come to you," Oliver said with a glance at Zane. "In the bus." Hoping Oliver was right, Alex got in the truck and headed in the direction of the neighborhood. Half a mile before he reached home, he turned onto a street that led to a middle school, then pulled into the faculty parking lot. There were several abandoned vehicles. Parking between two SUVs, he turned off the truck and got out, pocketing the key. Once the bus was working, this was where Oliver would park it until everyone could meet him there. A bus sitting in a school parking lot wouldn't stand out, and since they wanted to use the truck as a support vehicle when they headed south, they had decided to leave the truck at the middle school as well. Their group of 19 wouldn't fit in the truck, so their plan was to come to the bus on foot. It wasn't too far to walk, even for the younger children. With all of their critical supplies in the bus, however, someone would have to stay with the bus. The risk of losing their survival gear was too great. That would be Oliver's job. When Oliver and Zane got to the middle school with the bus, Zane would walk back to the neighborhood and go straight to Luke's house, where he would give Luke the passphrase Oliver would give him. That would tell Luke, Alex, and the rest that Oliver was safe and waiting for them. They would then give Zane the key to the LTD, and then they would make their way to the bus. When Alex got home and told everyone that the bus wasn't ready yet, he could see the disappointment in their eyes. "He's getting close to finishing," he told them. "Will he be done before the meeting?" Chloe asked, her tone anxious. "I don't know." "We'll proceed with our plan to observe the meeting from a distance," Luke said. "How did it go with Zane's family?" Alex asked. Melissa smiled. "They're packed, and the LTD is loaded and parked at their house. They're just waiting for Zane to return." "Good," Alex said. "They're not coming to the meeting, right?" "Nope," Luke answered. "I told them to stay home and wait for Zane, and once Oliver's ready for us at the middle school, we'll go too." "You make it sound so easy," Melissa said as she rubbed the back of her neck. "Let's think positive," Alex said, although he knew there was no way their plan would go as smoothly as he hoped. That's just not how life was anymore. "You should know," Luke said. "Rumors have been swirling about this meeting. Some are saying the government will be there to hand out food and help, while others are saying they're only interested in disarming the populace. Either way, I'm concerned about how it will go. We don't know if these guys are all bluster or if they're willing to back up their demands with action, and what that action might be." Alex was concerned as well, But since they would be out of sight during the meeting, he was less worried about the safety of his group and more apprehensive about the well-being of his neighbors who he'd grown to care about. But he didn't know what he could do to safeguard them. Unless the men who came were few in number, Alex and his group wouldn't be in a position to mount an attack, not with the gear they had and the lack of time to prepare. Instead, they would observe the meeting to learn more about these people and how they operated, because even though Alex and his group were heading south, he expected whatever happened that day to also happen throughout the state and country. An hour before the meeting was scheduled to begin, Alex, Melissa, Luke, and Stan left Luke's house and headed toward the elementary school. They had 4 of the 6 handheld radios. The other 2 were with their families, all of whom were at Luke's house waiting for the word to head to the bus. The 4 of them were fully armed. Alex and Melissa wore the tactical vests he'd found at the sporting goods store. Luke had his police gear, including his ballistic vest. Only Stan didn't have the protection of a vest, but he didn't seem worried about it. When they reached the street where houses backed up to the school's playground, they split up, although Melissa stayed with Alex. Earlier that day, Stan had chatted with one resident, Rob, a man Stan knew and trusted. Stan had discovered that 2 houses whose backyards overlooked the school playground were empty. Stan had verified that the houses were indeed empty, and when Stan had asked Rob if he could watch the meeting from Rob's backyard, Rob had given his permission and had said he wanted to watch from there as well. Rob was of the same mind as they were, upset about being forced to give up his weapons and ready to fight if necessary. Stan went to Rob's house, while Luke went to one of the empty houses, and Alex and Melissa went to the other. Between the 3 backyards, they had decent vantage points to watch the meeting from cover. "Check in," Luke said over the radio. "Check 1, Alex said. "Check 2, Melissa said. "Check 3, Stan said. Everyone was in place. Now they just had to wait for people to arrive for the meeting. Chapter 33. Melissa. Melissa was on edge. As she hunkered down next to Alex behind a fence in someone's backyard, she kept her focus on the playground. The tactical vest wasn't all that comfortable. Even so, she was grateful for the protection it offered and adjusted it until it felt a little better. Glad to have Alex by her side, she was gratified to know that his confidence in her had grown to where he trusted her to have his back. They'd always made a great team, but over the last few weeks, they'd grown even closer and were learning how to work together to survive. Something essential nowadays, and something that would be even more critical as they made their way south to her sister's homestead. "Someone's coming," Melissa heard Luke say in her earpiece, his voice soft. Her eyes snapped to the school grounds, and when she saw a dozen men dressed in black with full tactical gear, her heart thundered in her chest. Parked along the street were 4 Humvees. "Do you think they'll see us?" she whispered to Alex. "Not unless they check all these backyards," he whispered back. Terrified that they would do just that, she couldn't stop herself from looking over her shoulder in the direction of the side yard that led to the front of the house. No one was visible. She swiveled back around and watched as the men spread out across the schoolyard. They seemed on alert, but not agitated. Their guns remained holstered, their rifles stayed on their backs. Melissa watched their every move. Some seemed to be on watch, while others searched the grounds. Would they go beyond the school grounds and sweep the houses and backyards that backed up to the school? Were others that she couldn't see already doing that? What would they do if they found Melissa, Alex, Stan, and Luke? "We shouldn't be here," she whispered to Alex, her whole body thrumming with tension. "They'll find us." "Yeah," he murmured. His agreement didn't settle her nerves. In fact, it set them on fire. He knew they weren't safe either. "What should we do?" she asked, her shoulders tight, her hands gripped into fists. He spoke into the mic clipped to his collar, and she heard his voice over her earpiece. "We need to fall back." "Affirmative," Luke said. So, Luke also felt the danger. "Come to Rob's house," Stan said. Melissa and Alex crept out of the backyard, then trotted to Rob's house, several houses away. They met up with Luke and went inside, going to an upstairs bedroom that had a good view of the school grounds. "Those guys mean business," Stan said as they watched the men in black complete their search of the school grounds, then huddle up for a brief conversation before spreading out to what appeared to be pre-assigned locations around the school grounds. "That isn't some random gang," Luke said as he stared out the window. "Nope," Alex agreed. "I think they actually are from the government." Melissa would have preferred the gang option. At least then they could have dealt with them like they dealt with Travis Hughes and his group. If the government had become authoritarian, that was a much bigger deal. The government had the resources, and their soldiers had the training to do a lot more damage, and would be much more difficult to battle. "What now?" she asked. "We wait until just before the meeting begins," Alex said, "and then we go back to our posts." "I agree," Luke said, "but just in case they do a sweep of these houses before the meeting, we need to look like we live here." He glanced at Rob. "We can't all be in this house. That would look very suspicious." He was quiet. Then, "Stan, you stay here with Rob. You're his brother, and you're living here." He turned to Melissa and Alex. "You go into the abandoned house whose backyard you were in and pretend it's yours. I'll do the same with the house I was behind." All agreed. Then Melissa left with Alex and calmly walked into the backyard of the house they'd been using a short time before. Although she had seen no one out and about, she didn't know if one of the neighbors had been watching from a window. She hoped not. Most, if not all, should have been on the way to the meeting. "The house should be unlocked," Alex said. "At least, it was when Stan verified it was empty." To Melissa's relief, the slider on the back patio was unlocked, and they walked right in. "We should clear the place, to be safe." She was all for being safe. "I'll take the upstairs." Alex nodded, and Melissa unholstered her gun and crept up the stairs. Even though she was confident no one was here, her heart still felt like it was in her throat. After confirming that the place was empty, she went downstairs and met Alex in the kitchen. "Basement and main floor are clear." "Upstairs is clear." "Let's watch the school from upstairs." Together, they ascended the staircase and went to a bedroom that overlooked the school grounds. The men in black stood in what looked like strategic positions. They were on high alert, their heads slowly swiveling as they continuously scanned the area. Movement in the backyard below them caught her eye. It was a pair of men, all in black and wearing tactical gear. They checked behind every bush and tree in the backyard. The yard wasn't very large, about 50 feet from the back of the house to the fence, but there was a lot of foliage, and they checked every bit of it. With her gaze glued to the men, Melissa couldn't help but think what would have happened if she and Alex had still been out there, still watching. What would the men have done? She didn't want to know. The men completed their search and went out of view. Not ready to breathe a sigh of relief, she turned to Alex, who looked only slightly rattled. "Let's take off our vests and other gear." Not sure why he wanted to do that, she hesitated. "In case they come to the door," he added. "Oh, right." She took off her vest, radio, and earpiece and stowed them in the closet. Alex did the same. "What about our guns? If they're here to collect them, we probably shouldn't have them visible." "Good point. We'll put them in a kitchen drawer. Out of sight, but not too far out of reach." They went down the stairs and into the kitchen. Melissa's eyes drifted toward the backyard, but no one was out there. She opened a drawer that held large serving bowls, setting her gun inside one that had cheerful flowers painted along the rim. Alex put his in a different drawer. A knock sounded at the front door. Melissa gasped, her eyes going wide as she turned to Alex. He held up his hand as if to say, "Stay calm." With her heart kicking in her chest, she had to work to control her breathing. "Let's answer the door." His voice was casual, which helped to settle her nerves. "We live here. This is our home." "Right," she croaked out, then cleared her throat. She didn't know if she could pull this off, but their lives depended on her selling the part. "I'll answer the door. You wait in here until I call for you." Chapter 34. Alex. Alex strode to the front door like it was his house. Fully aware that the men standing on the front porch could be very dangerous, and most likely were, he inhaled deeply, then slowly released the breath before twisting the handle and opening the door about a foot. "Can I help you?" he asked the men. Their eyes were cold, their faces like stone. "We'd like to come in." They wanted to search the house. Not surprised, he imagined how he would feel about that if this actually was his house. He narrowed his eyes. "Why?" "We have an important meeting at the school behind your house in a little while. We need to make sure no one's in here that would put our people in jeopardy." "What do you mean?" Alex asked. "Why would your people be in jeopardy?" Impatience flashed across the men's faces. "We don't have time to chit-chat, sir. Are you going to let us in, or do we need to force our way in?" Both men's hands went to the guns on their hips. "This isn't the way we do things in America," Alex muttered. Wearing a scowl, he opened the door wider and stepped out of the way. "What's going on?" Melissa asked as she walked into the entryway. The men seemed slightly startled to see her, like they thought Alex was alone. "These men insisted on coming in." Melissa turned her attention to the two men. "Is everything all right?" "Yes, ma'am," one man said, his tone a few degrees friendlier than it had been with Alex. "Sorry to intrude. We just need to look around." Melissa glanced at Alex like this was an unusual request, then she faced the men. "I guess so. I'm sorry I don't have anything to offer you. We're out of food." The man who had been doing all the talking smiled. "That's why we're here, actually. We have food for your neighborhood." Melissa's face lit up like this was the best news she'd heard since the EMP. "That's wonderful. Thank you so much." She swept her arm toward the interior of the house. "Please, look around." With a brisk nod, the men walked past Alex, then Melissa, with one going up the stairs and the other heading toward the main part of the first level. After a quick look around, he headed to the basement. Alex met Melissa's eyes. Her mouth tightened with worry. He smiled slightly but said nothing. Within 3 minutes, the men were back. "Again," the spokesman said. "Sorry to intrude." Smiling brightly, Melissa said, "See you at the meeting." The men left, and after Alex closed and locked the door, he turned to Melissa, who visibly sagged. "You were very convincing." "Well, I was terrified." "It didn't show." "That's good. But now what?" "Now we get ready to watch the meeting, from the backyard." He checked his watch. "It starts in 15 minutes. After getting their guns out of the kitchen, they went upstairs, where they put their tactical vests back on and inserted the earpieces for their handheld radios into their ears. Then they took up their posts near the bedroom window, watching the activity in the schoolyard below while trying to stay out of sight. About a dozen community members had arrived and were milling about. "There's Brian." Alex studied the man who had become the leader of their community. Worried about what would happen to him when the men from the government realized he had lied, Alex studied the men from the government. "This is team leader," Luke said over the earpieces. "Check in." Alex spoke into his mic. "Station 1, check." Melissa did the same. "Station 2, check." "Station 3, Stan said. Check." "Home base 1, check," Chloe said. "Any word from the bus?" Luke asked. "Negative," Chloe replied. Disappointed that they couldn't take their loved ones and leave immediately, Alex met Melissa's eyes and read the same emotions there. "Stations 1, 2, and 3, Luke said. "Get in position." Alex spoke into the mic. "Roger that." "Affirmative," Stan said. With his lips flat, Alex turned to Melissa. "Let's go." Worry bracketed her eyes, but she nodded. When they reached the slider, Alex opened it, then stuck his head out and scanned the yard. All was quiet. No one was visible. As nice as it would have been to stay in the relative safety of the house, he needed to hear what was being said at the meeting. They had no plans to engage the men from the government, not with all the gear those men had, not to mention the training they were sure to have, and the number of them. It was a losing proposition. He and Melissa got into position, standing behind the wooden fence. The gaps between the slats were sufficient for them to see what was happening on the school grounds. They would have to strain to hear, but there was nothing to be done about that. More people arrived at the school. It seemed as if most of the neighborhood had come, which wasn't surprising. The promise of food was a potent motivator for those who had run out. Alex thought about Oliver and Zane. Had the mechanic gotten the bus running? Were they on their way back even then? Or had Zane run into a snag that would make it impossible to finish that day? "Welcome," a voice said loud and clear. Alex's eyes snapped up. A man was holding a bullhorn and speaking into a square microphone attached to the bullhorn by a cord. Guess he would be able to hear easier than he thought. That was a plus. The movement in the crowd stopped as all heads turned in the man's direction. "I'm Captain Harper," the man with the bullhorn said. "I know many of you are suffering, so let's get right to it." He paused, then, "Deposit your guns in the totes over there." He pointed to where 4 black-clad men were stationed, a dozen large totes in front of them. "Once all weapons are collected, we'll hand out the food." "Hold on," a man shouted. "We never said we'd give you our guns." Harper turned to Brian, who stood a short distance away. Even from where he stood, Alex could feel the tension start to thicken. Harper shifted his attention to the crowd. "It was my understanding that you all agreed to trade your firearms for food." He glanced at Brian before facing the people. "Your leader, Brian Davis, signed a document committing all of you to that agreement." "No way!" a man yelled. "Hell no!" another man called out. "Brian," Harper said, his voice calm and reasonable, "please come here." Alex's heart pounded. Certain this Captain Harper must be furious to have taken so much time and so many resources to collect the weapons, only to discover he'd been tricked. Alex worried what he would do. His attention was riveted to the scene unfolding in front of him. Moving slowly, like he was extremely nervous about facing the consequences of his actions, Brian made his way over to Captain Harper. When he was 5 feet away, he stopped, his chin held high. Harper closed the gap, leaving about 2 feet between them. "Now, Brian," Harper said into the bullhorn, "did you, or did you not tell me just yesterday that your entire neighborhood had agreed to trade their firearms for food?" He held the mic to Brian's mouth. I did." "And when you signed the document, making the agreement binding, did you know it was a lie?" Again, Harper held the mic to Brian's mouth like he was doing an interview for a news broadcast. I was trying to buy more time to persuade everyone to agree." Slowly nodding, Harper brought the mic back to his own mouth. "So yes, you knew it was a lie." He paused, his eyes going to the crowd. "If there's one thing I can't abide," he paused for several seconds, "it's a liar." Lowering the mic, he scrutinized the crowd, then he lifted the mic back to his mouth and faced Brian. "Do you know what the penalty is when someone lies to me, Brian?" Brian shook his head. "You're about to find out." Alex's chest tightened as he flattened his hands against the wooden fence, his eye pressed to the gap. "Alex," Melissa whispered, terror in her voice. "What's he going to do?" "I don't know," Alex whispered back, although he feared the worst. "On your knees," Harper said, his voice a command. When Brian hesitated, one of Harper's men slammed a baton into the backs of Brian's knees. Brian fell to the pavement. The gasps of the people were audible even from where Alex stood. "Zane is here," Chloe said over the radio. Chapter 35. Alex. Transfixed by what was happening on the school grounds, Alex barely registered the meaning of Chloe's words. Then he heard Luke say, "Did he give you the passphrase?" "Yes." "You know what to do," Luke said. "Affirmative." "We'll join you as soon as we can," Luke added. "You should go too," Alex said as he turned to Melissa. "Now, before things get out of hand." "No, I'm part of this team. I'm not going anywhere." With her eyes steady on his, she added, "I'll go when you go." He could see there was no changing her mind. He turned back to the gap in the fence. As much as he wanted to leave, he had to see what was about to happen. He had to know what these guys were capable of, because even though he and his group were going to be leaving the area, these men, or others like them, would inevitably follow. Maybe they were already in southern Utah, wreaking havoc. "Should we go?" Stan asked over the radio. "Not yet," Luke replied. "We need to know what we're dealing with." Alex pursed his lips in approval. Harper stood behind Brian, who was kneeling on the pavement of the playground. Harper held the mic to his mouth. "I want my intentions to be crystal clear to every member of this community. When you lie to me, or don't do what I tell you, there will be consequences, and those consequences will be swift and severe." He hooked the mic onto the back of the bullhorn, and without even setting the bullhorn down, he drew his handgun from the holster at his hip, leveled it at the back of Brian's head, and pulled the trigger. Boom! At such close range, the effect of the bullet going through Brian's skull was gruesome. Most in the crowd screamed. Alex recoiled, his mouth falling open and his eyes going wide. Despite how awful people had been since the EMP, Alex was still stunned to see men purportedly representing the government executing a man for such a minor offense, if it could even be called an offense. Brian had done what he thought was the right thing, for the neighborhood, and now he was dead. "Now then," Harper said into the bullhorn, his voice completely calm and collected, not in any way betraying the fact that he just murdered a man in cold blood in front of all of that man's friends and family. This guy's a psychopath, Alex thought. Harper went on. "We have some business to attend to. Place your firearms in the totes. I expect every firearm from this neighborhood to be collected." Some people didn't move, clearly still in shock, while others, many sobbing, walked over to the totes and deposited their guns. Evidently, Harper noticed that some people hadn't jumped to obey. "What are you waiting for?" he asked, his focus on those staying in place. "We're not giving you our guns," one man said loud and clear. Lowering the bullhorn a few inches, Harper frowned and tilted his head. Then he looked to where 3 of his men were clustered together. The men stepped forward, lifted their rifles, which looked like AR-15s, and aimed at the man who had spoken out. The man's hands, which were empty, opened and lifted, palms out. "Okay, okay," he shouted. Harper shook his head. "You weren't listening, were you? Mere seconds ago, I said that for those who don't do what I say, the consequences will be swift and severe." He lowered the bullhorn a few inches, then brought it back to his lips. "You didn't obey, did you?" "I'll do it," the man said, panic lacing his voice. "Right now." "But you didn't do it when I told you to." Harper paused. "And now you'll pay the price." He lifted his eyes to the men pointing their rifles and nodded once. Boom, boom, boom. The man collapsed to the ground, blood pooling around him. "No!" a woman screamed, throwing herself on the man. "Anyone else want to argue?" Harper's tone was bored, like this was just another neighborhood he'd had to deal with, and he was tiring of the insolence. Those who had yet to comply scrambled to obey, hustling to the totes where they deposited their guns. Once everyone was unarmed, Harper smiled. "The agreement was that we would give you food only if the entire neighborhood complied with the firearm collection." He swept his gaze over the crowd. "Are all of your neighbors here?" "No," a voice shouted. "They aren't." Harper turned to the voice. Alex's eyes went to the voice as well. When he saw Elijah, he wasn't surprised, at all. "Who's missing?" Harper asked. "A bunch of people," Elijah said, "and it's all because of one man." "This man?" Harper asked, pointing to the bloody corpse of Brian, which lay a mere feet from him. "No," Elijah said. Knowing exactly who Elijah was going to single out, Alex felt his body grow cold. "Who then?" Harper asked. "His name's Alex, and I can show you where he lives." "Fall back," Luke said over the radio. "Now." Chapter 36. Alex. A mixture of hatred, fury, and frustration crashed over Alex, and he raised his AR, pressing the muzzle to the gap in the fence. Desperately wanting to shoot Elijah and get rid of the nuisance once and for all, 2 things stayed his hand. First, from this distance, he wasn't at all sure he could make the shot. Second, taking the shot would give away the fact that he, and Melissa, were there. That was a risk he wasn't willing to take. Before he lowered his rifle, Alex saw Harper talking to Elijah, then Harper spoke into a mic at his collar, presumably speaking to his men over their radios. "Let's get out of here." He tore his eyes from the scene in front of him. "Yeah." Together, he and Melissa trotted to the gate. Alex opened it, then peered around it to make sure none of Harper's men were visible. He didn't see anyone, and he moved through. Melissa followed. With Alex in the lead, they moved to the side of the house. He stopped and again checked to see if the coast was clear. The only people he saw were Luke and Stan. He and Melissa met up with them in the shadow of Rob's house. "Harper's men may be patrolling the neighborhood," Luke said, "so keep your head on a swivel." "I saw Elijah talking to Harper," Alex said, not able to stop his lip from curling at the mention of Elijah's name. "And then Harper spoke into his mic. Elijah most likely told him where we live. Harper's men are probably headed there now." Before Luke could give any instructions, Chloe's voice came over their earpieces. "Team leader?" Luke's forehead furrowed. "Go ahead." "We're at A's house. Some men who look like soldiers took over the barricade. When we saw them, we came here. I don't think they saw us." This was a huge wrinkle that they hadn't considered. "Is everyone with you?" Luke asked. "Yes." "We're on our way. Out." Alex knew Chloe had meant Oliver and Amanda's house. The four of them set off at a trot, staying close to the fronts of the houses. Alex surveyed the neighborhood, on high alert for Harper's men. They had to hurry and be extra cautious, because this street was a cul-de-sac with only one way in and out. The street they would have to cross was the one that ran along the playground side of the school, which was the way most people walked to and from the school. Everyone but Harper's men would still be at the school, waiting to collect their food. When they approached the corner house, they slowed. Luke put up a fist and they stopped. He crept forward, his gun held up and ready. Pausing at the edge of the fence, he poked his head out, then quickly pulled back. Then he took a longer look before motioning them forward. They dashed across the street without anyone seeing them, and when they reached the other side, they hurried to Oliver and Amanda's house. Once there, Alex was relieved to find that everyone was safe inside, including his children. Tension filled the air, and even the youngest children were subdued, as if they understood the seriousness of the situation. Baxter, the black lab, was pressed against Stephen's leg. "I hope coming here was the right thing to do," Chloe said, her forehead creased with worry. "Going home just didn't feel like the right move." "You did exactly the right thing," Luke said. Alex agreed. It was less likely Elijah would lead Harper and his men to Oliver and Amanda's house. At least he hoped so. The adults and older children stood together. "Melissa and Stan," Alex said, "when we give you the word, take everyone and make your way to the barricade. Luke and I will lure the soldiers away. The moment they leave the barricade, get out of the neighborhood and get to the bus." Melissa glanced at Stan, whose jaw was set. Then she faced Alex and lifted her chin. "Okay." They briefly discussed which way they would go, so that Alex and Luke wouldn't inadvertently lead the soldiers toward Melissa's group. Alex hugged each member of his family, lingering in his embrace with Melissa. Luke told Chloe and their girls he would see them soon. Then Alex and Luke left the house, trotting in the direction of the barricade. Glad Melissa would be in less dangerous circumstances than he and Luke would be, Alex knew there was no guarantee she and the rest of their group would get away without encountering any of Harper's men. The best way to prevent that was for him and Luke to draw all the soldiers away from the path Melissa and the others would be taking. "Any idea how we can get the soldiers' attention without putting ourselves in danger?" Alex asked Luke. They were on a side street. The barricade was at the top of the cross street they were approaching, but with the way the cross street curved, the soldiers at the barricade wouldn't see them unless they went up the cross street. "The best way to get a jump on them," Luke said, "is from our street. It's closest to the barricade, but not in the soldiers' line of sight." "True, but you know Elijah is leading Harper and his men right to your house." "Yeah, that makes it challenging. The only other street that would make sense is the same one our families will use, so that's a no-go." He shook his head. The only option is our street. Alex agreed, although he didn't like it. Different scenarios played out in his mind. What about the backyards? Everyone should be at the school, so we can go through our neighbors' backyards to reach the soldiers at the barricade without being seen. Plus, we can attack from the cover of the fence. Good idea. Hopping the fences between houses might be a bit of a challenge, but it will keep us out of sight. With the beginnings of a plan, Alex felt slightly better. He turned his focus to getting to their neighborhood without running into any of Harper's men. Chapter 37. Alex. They headed to their street, taking the long way around to avoid running into Harper and his soldiers. Alex never thought his own neighborhood would become a place filled with soldiers who were actively working against the citizens of the United States. Then again, a month ago, nothing he'd experienced since the EMP had ever entered his mind. Killing people, sneaking around his own neighborhood to avoid soldiers, dealing with a government wanting to confiscate everyone's firearms in exchange for food, getting a bus so he and his family and friends could escape the area and head somewhere they hoped would be safer. It was all so nuts, yet it was reality. Harper will be here any time, Luke said. Then he pointed to a house that was 4 houses away from his own. Let's start at Diana's house and work our way down. They darted to the gate and let themselves into the backyard. Diana was their friend and neighbor, but Alex remembered seeing her at the school, so he didn't expect her to be home. Alex swung the gate nearly closed, but left it open a few inches to survey the street. All was quiet. Then he heard something, the low murmur of voices. Silently closing the gate, he turned to Luke, then did a head tilt in the street's direction. They're here. Luke nodded his understanding. Knowing that Harper and his men would absolutely search Luke's house, and most likely search Stan's, Alex motioned toward Diana's house. Without a word, Luke moved to Diana's slider. It was locked. Mentally crossing his fingers, Alex led the way to the garage's pedestrian door. The knob turned, but when Alex pushed, the door barely moved, as if something was blocking it. Using his shoulder, he shoved the door open enough for them to slip inside. It was pitch black. He pulled a flashlight out of his tactical vest and flicked it on, shining it around the space. Alex closed the pedestrian door, pushing the boxes that had been in front of it back into place. When he tried to lock the door, he discovered the lock was broken, which explained why Diana had piled boxes in front of it. They moved to the door that led into the house, but it was locked. Shaking his head, Alex turned to Luke, who frowned. They had nothing with which to jimmy the door, and they didn't want to make a lot of noise searching through Diana's garage. The door to the house flew open. Startled, Alex fell back a step, then saw a pistol pointed at his face. Diana gasped, then lowered the gun. "What are you doing here?" Her voice was just above a whisper. She shook her head. "Never mind. Come in." They came inside, and she closed and locked the door, then faced them. "There are soldiers all over the place." Worry filled her eyes. "Especially at your house, Luke." "I thought you were at the meeting," Alex said. "I was." Her face paled. "I wanted to leave when that madman killed Brian, but the soldiers were watching everyone. After they killed that man who objected to giving up his guns, I had to leave. I had one gun with me, so I put it in the tote and slipped away." Alex quickly told her about Elijah sending the soldiers to Luke's house to look for them. "What is Elijah's problem?" Diana asked. Elijah was the least of his worries. He shook his head. "We came here to monitor the soldiers," Luke said. Alex noticed he said nothing about their real purpose, to draw the soldiers away from the barricade so their families could escape. He didn't like that good people would be left behind, but they couldn't bring everyone. Their group was already sizable. "You can see the soldiers from the living room and the upstairs bedroom," Diana said. "You're welcome to look." "Thanks," Luke said. They hurried up the stairs and went to a bedroom that overlooked the street. The way Diana's house was positioned allowed them to see sufficiently. Soldiers were swarming Luke's house. "I count 8 soldiers," Luke said. "That we can see," Alex added. "There's Harper and Elijah." Wanting nothing more than to aim his AR at Elijah and put the man down, Alex suppressed the urge. Opening fire would be idiotic, not as long as the soldiers didn't know they were there. Luke spoke into his mic. "Home base, check in." A second later, Chloe said, "Waiting for your signal." "There may be a slight delay," Luke said. "We'll be here." "We'll keep you posted. Out." He turned to Alex with a frown. "I don't like this." Neither did Alex. Was Harper sending most of his soldiers to look for them? Based on the number they could see, it certainly seemed that way. He probably wanted to make an example of Alex, figuring if he could get Alex to comply, any other resistors would fall in line. There wasn't much Alex and Luke could do against Harper's men. Their best move was to wait them out and then escape. Anything else could lead to a bloodbath. Staying out of sight as best they could, they watched the soldiers move away from Luke's house and go into the street, then gather around Harper. Elijah stood off to one side. There was a brief conversation among Harper and his men, then 4 of the soldiers went to Stan's house and 4 went to the Newmans, the house where Alex and his family had stayed for a period of time. It didn't take long for the soldiers to not only discover that Alex was not in Stan's house or the Newmans' house, but to find the bodies of the 4 men that had broken into the Newmans' house, intending to attack Alex and his family and steal their food 4 days earlier. Alex could tell they'd found the bodies because only moments after entering the Newmans' house, the soldiers came out with their hands over their noses. The soldiers huddled around Harper. Elijah was on the outside of the group, clearly not wanted. After the conversation, 3 men broke off and went to Luke's house, 3 went to Stan's, and 2 unlucky men went to the Newmans. All 8 disappeared inside the houses. "We need to get our families out of Oliver's house," Alex said. "Elijah might take Harper there next." "Yeah." Luke's expression was grim. "Question is, which way will they go to get there?" Keeping one eye on the 3 houses where the soldiers had entered, Alex kept his other eye on Harper and Elijah. He could see Elijah's mouth moving, then Elijah pointed in the general direction of Oliver Street. Hating the man with every fiber of his being, Alex ground his teeth. "If anything happens to my family because of that man, I swear I will rip his arms from his body and beat him over the head with them." Luke shifted his attention to Alex. "I'll help you." Loudly exhaling, Alex saw the soldiers leaving Luke's house. Then something in Luke's window caught his attention. He squinted, then his eyes grew wide. "Are those flames?" Leaning closer to the window, Luke studied his house, then he made a sound of disgust. "Yeah, they are." Soldiers came out of Stan's house and the Newmans' house. They left the front door open on the Newmans' house. Smoke curled out the door, and before long, flames were visible there as well. Stan's house had also been set on fire. Frustrated that things were falling apart so badly, Alex said, "Our families need to get out of Oliver's house, now." In the briefest of terms, Luke told Chloe that the soldiers might be headed in their direction and to start making their way to the barricade. Then he shifted his eyes to Alex. "It's time to deal with these losers." Chapter 38. Melissa. Alarmed at the news Luke had just delivered, Melissa immediately began gathering everyone in the living room. The older kids had been keeping the younger ones entertained, but now it was time to go. There were 5 adults, 5 teenagers, 6 children under the age of 8, and 1 black lab. The entire group gathered in the living room, filling the space. Melissa looked at Chloe, who nodded as if to say, "You can tell them." "All right," Melissa began, her voice steady despite the way her heart slammed inside her chest. "It's time to go. We'll walk to the barricade and leave the neighborhood, but we need to be prepared in case we see any soldiers." Her eyes went to her children. Jason's jaw was clenched, Emily's face showed fearful determination, and Stephen's forehead was wrinkled as if he was unsure about the whole thing. Oliver and Amanda's 2 teenage boys, Logan, 14, and Josh, 15, just looked scared. Melissa didn't think they'd been outside the neighborhood since the EMP, and probably only imagined terrible things happening beyond the relative safety of their community. From Melissa's experience, she knew they weren't wrong, but inside their neighborhood was no longer any safer. "If we run into any soldiers," she said as she focused on the younger children, then the teenagers, "let the grown-ups do all the talking, okay?" Heads nodded all around. She turned to the adults. "We can tell them we're on our way home from the meeting." "Worth a try," Chloe said as she pushed her hair back from her face. "We can't bring any guns with us," Stan said. "Why not?" Jason asked. "If we come across any soldiers, they're going to search us." He glanced at Melissa, and she knew he had to be thinking about all that they'd witnessed as they'd observed the meeting at the school grounds where Harper and his men had executed 2 members of their neighborhood without a second thought. "He's right," she said. "We can't take a chance on them finding weapons on us. Besides, most of our weapons are already in the bus." Wearing a somber expression, Jason took the gun he kept on his hip out of the holster. "Where should I put it?" "We have a safe," Amanda said. After everyone who had guns had put them in Oliver and Amanda's safe, they gathered in the living room once again. "All right," Melissa said. "Let's go." Carrying nothing, although Melissa, Stan, Chloe, and Amanda had radios and earpieces, the group walked out the front door and began moving in the direction of the barricade. Melissa, Stan, and Chloe led. The 5 younger children were next. The teenagers loosely surrounded the little ones, and Nancy and Amanda brought up the rear. Stephen had Baxter on a leash to keep him from either running off or causing an issue if they met up with any soldiers. Knowing Elijah was leading Harper and his men to Oliver's house, Melissa turned to Stan and Chloe. "I'm going to scout ahead and make sure we don't run into Elijah and Harper." "Good idea," Chloe said. "I'll go with you," Jason offered. Melissa motioned for Jason to join her. "Let us know if you see anything," Stan said. Melissa nodded, then she and Jason trotted off, quickly putting distance between themselves and the group, which was moving slowly due to the number of them and the fact that they had young children with them. They approached the cross street that would lead up the road to the east barricade, which was the barricade they needed to go through. But this street was also a potential route Harper and his soldiers would take. There was an alternate path that would take the soldiers to Oliver and Amanda's house, but she had no idea which one Harper would choose. She and Jason darted to the house on the corner, then eased along the front of it until they reached the place where the fence ended. Before she saw the soldiers, she heard them. They weren't being noisy, but she could hear their footfalls and an occasional voice. Getting to her hands and knees, and using the low bushes to conceal herself, she peered around the fence. With a quick intake of breath, she jerked back, then leapt to her feet and turned to Jason. "They're coming," she whispered. The pair of them took off running back the way they'd come, and when Melissa thought they were far enough from the soldiers to not be heard, she spoke into the radio's mic, her voice on the edge of panic. "Go the other way! Soldiers are coming! Over!" "Affirmative," Chloe said. With her heart in her throat and adrenaline dumping into her veins, Melissa ran as fast as she could. It didn't take long for her and Jason to catch up with their group, which was moving more briskly than they'd been when she'd left them to scout ahead. The little ones were doing a good job of keeping up. Emily carried 3-year-old Mia, and 5-year-old Charlotte had her hand in Chloe's. Stan and Nancy held the hands of their 2 boys. Amanda's 2 teenage boys carried her 2 younger children, and Stephen held Baxter by the leash. "How far were they?" Stan asked Melissa as she came up beside him. Not able to stop herself from looking back over her shoulder, she said, "They'll probably reach our street in a couple of minutes." She didn't see them yet, but as she and her group hustled to the opposite end of the street, they passed Oliver and Nancy's house. They were 2 houses away from the end of the street, and then they would turn on another street that would take them in the direction of the barricade. Trying to catch her breath after the short sprint, she said, "We need to hurry." Picking up speed, they reached the end of the street and turned left. Chapter 39. Alex. Alex heard Melissa's voice over the radio telling Chloe that soldiers were headed their way. The tone of her voice showed she was on the verge of panicking, which sent a zing of alarm through his chest. With very little time to develop a plan, he and Luke had decided to go with more brute force than elegance. They'd gone out the back of Diana's house and crept along the side yard, making their way to the gate. They'd seen the soldiers move off, and once they were out of sight, he and Luke had come out of the backyard. They hadn't seen which way the soldiers had gone, otherwise they would have warned their families. What they did see was the Newmans' house, as well as Luke's house and Stan's house, fully engulfed in flames. With the neighbors still at the meeting, presumably getting their food in exchange for turning in their guns, no one but Diana was around to see the destruction. Alex only hoped the flames would be contained to the houses burning and not spread to others in the neighborhood. The weather was cool, and there was no wind, so that should help. Although if the fire spread, there was nothing he or anyone else could do but get out of its way. Before coming out from the cover of Diana's house, they made sure no soldiers were visible. Evidently, once they'd set the houses on fire, they'd felt there was no reason to stick around, because they had left no soldiers behind, which meant all of those armed men were heading to Oliver's house, which meant if their families didn't move fast enough, they would be in danger. Now that they knew which way Harper and his men had gone, Alex and Luke hustled in the same direction, and when they turned onto the principal cross street that ran through their neighborhood, they saw the soldiers marching steadily onward, their backs to Alex and Luke. Knowing it would be a death sentence to be where there was no cover, Alex got behind a vehicle that had been parked at the curb when the EMP had hit. Luke knelt beside him. "This is a terrible idea," Alex murmured. Luke chuckled, but the tone gave off a nervous vibe. "It's not the best plan, but it's the only way to give our families a chance to get out of the neighborhood." That was a good enough reason for Alex. Luke spoke into the mic. "Location." Melissa told them the name of the street they were on. "So," Alex whispered, "they made it off of Oliver Street without being seen. Good." Then a terrible thought occurred to him. Why hadn't Harper split his men between the two paths that led to Oliver's house? Only one reason he could think of. Because there were already soldiers on that street, which meant Melissa and his children and the rest of their group were headed right toward them. "Change of plans," Alex said. Then he quickly told Luke what he'd just realized. Luke's face paled. "Oh no! We've got to warn them." Without waiting for Alex to reply, Luke spoke into the mic. "Location." With his heart in his throat, Alex pressed his earpiece to his ear. A crease formed between Luke's eyes. "They're not answering." Wanting to make sure it wasn't Luke's equipment, Alex spoke into his own mic. "Location." Still no response. With his alarm turning to panic, Alex peered around the side of the car they were behind. Harper and his men were just turning onto Oliver Street. Alex jumped to his feet. "Let's go." Wanting to flank the soldiers they believed were on a collision course with their families, he and Luke headed east. Only trouble was, they would have to pass very near the barricade to reach the street their families were on. Using houses for cover, they stayed close to the structures as they made their way up the street and toward the turnoff they needed to take. The road they were on, the principal cross street that ran through their neighborhood, slowly curved to the right. Soon, the barricade would be visible, which meant the soldiers guarding it might see Alex and Luke. To prevent that, they moved quickly and silently, pausing as they came to the edge of one house before dashing across the yard to the next house. 2 more houses, and they would reach the turn to the street their families were on. The barricade was 20 yards beyond that. They got to the last house before the turn and paused beside the concrete steps that led to the front door. From there, they could see the 2 soldiers guarding the barricade. Both seemed distracted by something or someone just outside the neighborhood. Deciding to take advantage of their inattention, Alex looked at Luke, then gestured with his head that they should go. They came out from cover and sprinted across the lawn that fronted the house on the corner. When they reached the beginning of the fence they would have to run next to, Alex glanced toward the barricade to see if the soldiers' backs were still turned to them. Something large and yellow just outside the neighborhood caught his eye. Wait, was that a bus? "Hold up," he whispered to Luke, pointing to what was indeed a bus, or at least the front end of a bus. They stopped, pressing their backs to the side of the fence that aligned with the front of the house, the part that still offered some shadow. "It's got to be Oliver," Luke said. Alex thought the same thing. "He must have figured something had gone wrong, since it's been so long, and no one came to the rendezvous point." "Show me your hands," one soldier yelled, and then Oliver came into view, his hands raised. "This is our chance to clear the barricade," Luke murmured. "What about our families?" "Don't you worry," Luke said with a grin. "The soldiers headed their way will come running soon enough." Chapter 40. Melissa. Melissa had just checked in with Luke, telling him the street they were on. Knowing he and Alex were okay boosted Melissa's morale. "Ditch the radios in those bushes," Stan whispered urgently over his shoulder as he and Amanda tossed theirs into thick brush. He'd taken point with Nancy and Amanda, while Chloe, Melissa, and Jason brought up the rear. Not sure why he was telling them that, Melissa and Chloe did as he instructed. Then she understood. Up ahead, a group of 4 soldiers stood right in the middle of the road, talking. Then the soldiers saw them. Their guns came up, and they aimed right at their group, small children and all. Those not holding children raised their hands to show they were unarmed. Melissa was grateful Stan had told them to leave their guns at the house. It was true that if they'd been armed, they could have shot at these guys, but they had 6 young children, plus 5 teenagers. There was no way any of them would risk the lives of their children by engaging trained soldiers. That would be insane. "Keep your hands where we can see them," one soldier said as he moved aggressively in their direction. After seeing the executions, Melissa couldn't stop the panic from climbing her throat. These men wouldn't care if they were armed or not. If they didn't like something about their group, they would kill them without a second thought. "We're unarmed," Stan said. "We'll see about that," the man replied. The other 3 soldiers had joined their buddy, circling the group. 2 of the soldiers kept their rifles pointed at them, while the other 2 began searching them, starting with Stan, then moving on to the teenage boys before patting down the rest of the adults and Emily. They even did a cursory search of the children. Baxter wasn't happy, growling and barking at the men. "Keep control of your dog," one soldier said to Stephen, "or you won't like what I do to him." "It's okay, Baxter," Stephen said, laying his hand on the black lab's head. Baxter didn't agree, the hair on his back standing up as low growls came from his throat. He stopped barking, though. Melissa hoped once the soldiers confirmed they were unarmed, they would let them be on their way. "Where are you headed?" the spokesman asked. "On our way home from the meeting," Stan said. This was taking too long. Terrified that Harper and his men would finish searching Oliver's house and then come behind them, Melissa felt her hands begin to sweat. She was desperate to get moving. "The kids need to get home," she said. "We'll tell you when you can leave," the soldier who had been doing all the talking said with a sneer. Gunshots rang out in the distance. It was hard to tell exactly where they were coming from, but it sounded like they were in the vicinity of the barricade. The soldiers' heads swiveled in that direction. With barely a glance at Melissa's group, they began running toward the shots, which came sporadically. Assuming Alex and Luke were involved, and knowing Harper and his men weren't far, Melissa said, "We need to keep going." Even so, she needed to warn Alex that 4 additional soldiers were headed their way, maybe more, and they needed to get through that barricade before Harper and his men rushed over there, which would make it impossible to get safely out of the neighborhood. Stan, Melissa, Chloe, and Amanda retrieved their radios from the bushes. Then after putting her earpiece back in her ear, Melissa spoke into the mic. "Team leader, are you there?" No reply. Her stomach churned with intense dread. "4 soldiers headed your way," she said into the mic, figuring they would hear her even if they couldn't respond. She turned to Chloe. "They're too busy to answer." Another burst of gunfire. "Yeah." Chloe's voice was barely audible, her eyes broadcasting distress. The street they were walking on was one of the longer streets. It curved up and around, ending near the top of the principal cross street where the barricade was situated. They had to time their arrival just right, after Alex and Luke neutralized the threat, but before Harper and his men joined the fight. And that was assuming Alex and Luke prevailed. Chapter 41. Alex. Worried about what was happening with Melissa, their kids, and the rest of their group, Alex focused on Oliver and the 2 soldiers who were pointing rifles at him. It was time to finish this, time to clear a path for their families to escape, and this was the perfect opportunity. Creeping across the road that they had planned to turn down, Alex kept his focus on the soldiers, whose backs were to him and Luke. He could clearly see Oliver, and he saw Oliver's eyes flick to him before focusing back on the soldiers. Good. He knew they were there, and he was fairly certain that Oliver would take advantage of the favorable circumstance. When Alex and Luke reached the other side of the street, they stopped beside a vinyl fence. "They may or may not have carrier plates in the backs of their vests," Luke said. "Sometimes they only wear them in the front to reduce the weight, so keep shooting until your guy's down." With the way the soldiers were standing on the other side of the cars that formed the barrier, only their upper bodies were visible, and they wore helmets. Alex was a decent shot, but he didn't think he could hit either man in the armpit. "Got it," he said. "I'll take the guy on the left." He and Luke lifted their rifles and took aim. Alex had his target in his sights. Hoping the guy had opted for the lighter weight and no carrier plate in the back of his vest, he slid his finger inside the trigger guard. "Ready." "On 3, Luke said. 1, 2... Alex pulled the trigger, then immediately pulled it again, then again. His target jerked with each shot, then fell. The soldier Luke was taking out took longer to fall. Maybe he'd had a carrier plate in back. Either way, he'd finally gone down. "4 soldiers headed your way," Alex heard Melissa say in his earpiece. Too busy to respond, he and Luke rushed toward the downed men. Oliver did as well. Oliver got there first, pulling out his pistol and shooting both men at close range to make sure they were dead. "Where's our families?" Oliver asked, his eyes frantic. "They're near," Luke said, "but more soldiers are coming. We need to take them out to clear a path for our families." The trio ran to the head of the street their families were on. When they got to the first house, they spread out. Alex and Oliver crouched beside a car parked in the driveway of that house, and Luke ducked behind a car parked in the driveway across the street. In seconds, 4 soldiers appeared, jogging right down the middle of the street, coming in their direction. Alex looked toward Luke, who signaled that they should start shooting. Alex and Oliver both stood, and with the car between them and the soldiers, they opened fire. The soldiers were clearly not expecting this, and with gunfire coming from 2 directions, they froze long enough for Alex, Luke, and Oliver to riddle them with bullets until all 4 were down. Wondering if Harper's men were really as well trained as he'd thought, Alex moved toward the soldiers, along with Luke and Oliver. First, they made sure all 4 were dead, then they took their weapons. Alex noticed they weren't carrying radios and wondered if there was a shortage of electronic gear. Then, they raced down the street until they saw their families. When they reached them, Melissa flung herself into Alex's arms, and he held her close. After a too brief embrace, he said, "We've got to go. Everyone hurry." The 6 younger children were scooped up by adults or teenagers, and the group of 19 moved as fast as they could to the end of the street. Alex made sure the coast was clear, then he ushered them through the unmanned barricade. They were through, but still had to get to the bus, which was 40 yards away. Then, Alex heard a familiar voice shout, "There they are!" He turned, and about 100 yards down the street, he saw Elijah pointing excitedly in their direction. Harper was next to him, but with the way the road curved, Harper's men, who were behind Harper and Elijah, were only partially visible. And they weren't moving very fast. Without radios, the soldiers they'd killed hadn't been able to call anything into Harper, so evidently he didn't know a gun battle had taken place. Standing behind the car barricade, Alex turned to see how far his family and the others had gotten. They were nearly to the bus. Wanting to buy them time, he lifted his AR, then put Harper in the crosshairs. Although he wanted to take out Elijah, it made more sense to cut off the head of the snake, and that was Harper. Harper yelled something to the soldiers behind him, and first 1, then 2 came into view. Aiming center mass, Alex pulled the trigger. The AR bucked against his shoulder. Harper jerked like he'd been hit, but he didn't go down. Certain Harper had a carrier plate in his vest, Alex gritted his teeth, then shifted his AR to Harper's right, aimed center mass, and pulled the trigger. Elijah screamed and fell to the pavement, then shouted, "He shot me! That jerk shot me!" Then he screamed some more. The soldiers with Harper walked right past Elijah, their rifles aimed at Alex. Then they started shooting. Alex ducked behind the car, then turned and scrambled toward the bus, zigging and zagging to avoid getting shot. Bullets zinged past him. Over the blast of gunfire, Alex could hear Elijah crying out, but then the sound abruptly cut off. Alex wondered if one of the soldiers had shot him. "Dad!" Stephen shouted from the steps that led into the bus. "Dad, hurry!" Terrified Harper's men would murder him right in front of his children, Alex sprinted, diving into the bus, which Oliver had running. Once Alex was inside, Oliver closed the door and hit the gas. Bullets pinged the bus, but no one was hit, and in moments they were beyond the reach of the soldiers' gunfire. Worried about Harper coming after them, when Alex remembered that all of their Humvees were parked at the school, he knew they had enough time to escape before the soldiers could catch up. He stood, then climbed the steps and sank into the seat next to Melissa. Tears streamed down her face. "I thought I'd lost you." Her voice was choked with sobs. "I'm okay." He said it as much to reassure himself as to reassure her. "We'll stop by the rendezvous point and pick up the truck," Oliver said. "Then we'll be on our way." When they arrived at the middle school, Stan hopped out of the bus, and after he backed the truck out of its parking space and turned onto the road, Oliver followed him. They drove west, toward the interstate that would take them all the way to Scott and Heather's homestead. With no idea what conditions would be like on the 250-mile drive, Alex mentally prepared himself for the obstacles they were sure to face. Even though he knew the trip wouldn't be easy, staying in a place where government elements were attempting to impose their tyrannical rule wasn't an option. The only choice had been to flee, and his hopes were high that where they were headed would be better than what they were leaving. The best part was, he had his family with him, as well as his close friends. People he loved and cared about, people he could rely on to have his back and whose back he would have. Glad to be making the journey with them, he turned and looked at each one of them. He saw the exhaustion on their faces, but when he smiled at them, and they smiled back, he knew they felt exactly the same way. Though he was sure the journey would be longer than he would like, he was confident that together they would make it, and together they would build a life that would be worth fighting for. This has been Chaos Collides, EMP Collapse Book 4, written and narrated by Christine Kersey. Copyright 2022 by Christine Kersey. The story continues in Book 5, which I'm currently writing. If you'd like to know when it's available, make sure and subscribe to my channel. Thanks for listening.